Behind the Crisis. Marx's Dialectics of Value and Knowledge. By Guglielmo Carchedi. Contents. On Marx's Contemporary Relevance. 7. Chapter 1 Method. 1.1. The Need for Dialectics. 1.2. Dialectical Logic and Social Phenomena. 3.3. The Dialectics of Individual and Social Phenomena. 22.4. Class Analysis and the Sociology of Non-Equilibrium. 31.5. A Dialectics of Nature. 36.6. Formal Logic and Dialectical Logic. 39.7. Induction, Deduction, and Verication. 44. Chapter 2 Debates. 53.1. Recasting the Issues. 53.2. Abstract labor as the only source of surplus value. 55.3. The materiality of abstract labor. 64. The tendential fall in the average pro-tier rate, ARP. 85.5. The transformation problem. 101.6. The alien rationality of Homo economicus. 124. Chapter 3 Crises. 131.1. Alternative explanations. 131.2. The cyclical movement. 143.3. The subprime debacle. 157.4. Either Marx or Keynes. 170. Chapter 4 Subjectivity. 183.1. Crisis Theory and the Theory of Knowledge. 183.2. Neither Information Society nor Service Society. 185.3. Individual Knowledge. 192. 6 Contents. 4 Social Knowledge. 203. 5 Labor's Knowledge. 208. 6 Knowledge and Value. 220. 7 The General Intellect. 225. 8 Science, Technique, and Alien Knowledge. 244. 9 Trans-epochal and trans-class knowledge. 256. 10 Knowledge and Transition. 267. Appendix 1 The Building Blocks of Society. 273 Appendix 2 Objective and Mental Labor Processes. 277 Appendix 3 Marx's Mathematical Manuscripts. 279. On Marx's Contemporary Relevance. As these pages are being written, we are witnessing a deep crisis of the Western capitalist civilization, overlapping environmental, energy and economic crises, social exclusion, and famines. The roots of these as well as other evils should be sought in an economic system whose basic aim is production for pro-T, and that therefore requires human and environmental exploitation, rather than the production for the satisfaction of everybody's needs in harmony with each other and thus with nature. The thinker, whose work offers the sharpest tools for an analysis of the root causes of these and other social ills, is undoubtedly Marx. Much has been written since Capital was published, and more recently after the demise of the Soviet Union and the consequent triumph of neoliberalism, about the irrelevance, inconsistency, and obsoleteness of Marx. This book goes against the current. It argues that Marx's work offers a solid and still relevant foundation upon which to further develop a multifaceted theory highly significant to understand the contemporary world, both its present condition and its possible future scenarii. More specifically, this book is about the present crisis. But it is also and perhaps mainly about what lies behind the crisis. In this, it differs from other works on this topic, whose focus is essentially the economic causes and consequences of crises. The basic thesis is that, to understand the crisis-ridden nature of the system, one needs to develop Marx's own method of inquiry, that is, to rescue it from the innumerable attempts to see Marx through an Hegelian lens. This is the task of Chapter 1, which provides a specifically Marxist interpretative template, a distinctive dialectical method of social research extracted from Marx's own work rather than from Hegel's. The starting point is the conceptualization, through the application of a clear and workable notion of dialectics as a method of social research, of social phenomena as the unity and determination of social relations and social processes. This method rests on three fundamental principles: that social phenomena are always both potential and realized, both determinant and determined, and subject to constant movement and change. On this basis, the capitalist economy is seen as being powered by two opposite rationalities. One is the expression of capitalism's tendency towards its own supersession, and the other is the expression of the counter-tendency towards reproduction, even if through crises as potential moments of supersession. In other words, the dialectical method reveals the dynamics of capitalism, namely, why and how it attempts to supersede itself while reproducing itself. From this perspective, the economy, and thus society, do not and cannot tend towards equilibrium. The notion that the economy is in a state of equilibrium, or is tending towards it, which is the mainstay of neoclassical economics and of almost all other economic theories, are, it will be argued, highly ideological and scientifically worthless. The thesis that capitalism tends not towards equilibrium and its own reproduction but towards its own supersession requires the introduction of a novel distinction, that between concrete and abstract individuals, and thus between individual and social phenomena. Central to society's contradictory movement and tendency towards its own supersession is the dialectical interplay of individual and social phenomena, and thus of subjectivity and objectivity. This subjectivity is informed by the internalization by each individual of a double and contradictory rationality in its endless forms of manifestation: capital's need for human exploitation and labor's need for human liberation. It follows that subjectivity, and more generally knowledge, both individual and social, are contradictory because class-determined. Of great significance is the question as to whether this principle holds only for the social sciences or whether it can be valid for the natural sciences and techniques as well. To anticipate, Chapter 4 examines both similarities and differences between the dialectics of society in Marx on the one hand and Engels's dialectics of nature on the other hand. While there are many common features, one basic difference stands out. For Marx, all knowledge is class-determined and thus has a class content. This includes also the natural sciences and techniques. Not so for Engels, even though it would be difficult to find in Engels a clear statement to this effect. Therefore, the difference between the two great thinkers revolves around a class determination, as opposed to class neutrality, of the natural sciences and techniques, and thus of the forces of production. The importance of the implications of this issue for a theory of social change cannot be overestimated. Finally, social analysis on the basis of the above-mentioned three principles of dialectics cannot avoid the question of the use of a dialectical logic as opposed to formal logic. Section 6 in the RST chapter considers the basic features of formal logic and its relation to dialectical logic. On this basis, it distinguishes between formal logical contradictions, mistakes, and dialectical contradictions, those which arise from the contradiction between the realized and the potential aspects of reality. The conclusion is reached that the rules of formal logic, rather than formal logic itself, whose class content is inimical to labor, apply to the realm of the realized, which without the potentials is a static reality, and that only dialectical logic, which incorporates the rules of formal logic but not formal logic itself, can explain movement and change. Substantiation for this approach comes from Appendix 3, a re-examination of Marx's mathematical manuscripts. Contrary to all commentators of the manuscripts, the thesis of this appendix is that the manuscript's real importance resides in providing key insights into, and support for, the notion of dialectics submitted here as being an explicit rendition of Marx's own implicit notion. Each work bears the imprint of the scientific debates within which it is formed. At present, Marx's work is deemed to be, even by many Marxist authors, logically inconsistent and thus useless as a guide for social action, unless corrected en modi ed. The charge goes far beyond the dusty walls of academia. It challenges no less than Marxism's claim to be labor's theoretical compass in its struggle against capital. Chapter 2 examines, on the basis of the method developed in Chapter 1, whether the charges of inconsistency hold water. Specifically, Chapter 2 focuses on and introduces the reader to the debates about whether labor is the only source of value, whether abstract labor is material, whether the average pro-tier rate tends to fall, and whether the transformation of values into prices is logically consistent. These are the four major charges purportedly showing that Marx's theory is in need of a major overhaul. This chapter's basic argument is that the debates have been misled by an exclusive focus on the quantitative and formal logical aspects, thus disregarding those basic traits of Marx's method, including the temporal dimension, that reveal the internal consistency of his work. From this perspective, labor is indeed the only source of value, abstract labor is indeed material, the average rate of pro-T does indeed tend to fall, through the zigzags of the economic cycle, and Marx's procedure to transform values into prices is indeed perfectly logically consistent. In the end, the issue of consistency in its four aspects should be seen as part and parcel of a wider theory of radical social change and discussed within this perspective. Finally, the double and contradictory rationality inherent in the capitalist system and internalized by the individuals and social agents is contrasted with the rationality of Homo economicus, which is the basis of neoclassical theory and neoliberal policies. The latter is shown to be ideological rather than scientific, a rationalization of the status quo. The debates sketched in Chapter 2 touch upon only a few elements of, and are propedeutic to, a theory of crises. Chapter 3 deals with what it argues to be Marx's crisis theory in greater detail by examining the crisis that exploded in 2007 and that, at the time of writing, is far from having found its resolution. It evaluates the most influential theories of crises and sets them against Marx's theory of the falling average pro-tier rate. It discards the former theories and substantiates the latter on both theoretical and empirical grounds. It stresses that the financial and speculative bubbles did not cause the crisis in the real economy but rather were an expression of the tendential fall in the average pro-tier rate in the productive spheres. It then focuses on the specific features of the present financial crisis and examines the possibilities for Keynesian policies to jumpstart the economy again. The conclusion is reached that Keynesian policies are as impotent as neoliberal policies and that, short of a radical change in the economy's social structure, the crisis will peter out only after sufficient capital will have been destroyed, only to re-emerge again later on, more virulently and destructively. A work on the crisis that focuses only on its objective causes and operations, without considering how this contradictory objectivity emerges at the level of individuals and social consciousness, is only half the story. The other half requires the development of a theory of knowledge consistent with Marx's wider theoretical opus, suitable to be developed to account for those aspects left unexplored by Marx, in tune with contemporary reality, and appropriate to foster radical social change. Chapter 4 relates the objective working of the economy to the subjectivity of the social agents, that is, to the subjective manifestations of the contradictory objective foundations of the economy. Within this framework, two areas of a Marxist theory of knowledge are explored. The RST1 concerns the relation between the crisis-ridden nature of the capitalist economy, on the one hand, and the subjective and necessary manifestations of these objective developments at the level of social consciousness. This requires the development of a theory of individual and social knowledge and 11. Especially of how classes express their own view of reality through the mental products of concrete individuals. In the process of providing answers to these questions, other debated issues are explored, as for example, whether and when the production of knowledge is production of value and surplus value. This is of great importance because of the twin widespread mistaken notions that in contemporary capitalism the economy rests more on the production of knowledge than on objective production, mistakenly called material production, and that the production of knowledge, mistakenly considered to be immaterial, is not production of value and surplus value. This chapter's second area of research deals with the question as to whether the knowledge produced under capitalist relations is suitable to be applied to a period of transition towards a socialist society. This discussion is highly relevant for a theory of transition. The conclusion is that a radically different type of society will both require and produce a qualitatively different type of knowledge, including the natural sciences and techniques. This is the thesis of the class determination of knowledge, which is contrary to what is held by the great majority of the commentators, according to whom knowledge, and especially the natural sciences and techniques, is not class determined and has no class content. But, if knowledge is not class determined, then the working class does not produce its own view of reality and thus of the crisis-ridden nature of the system. This, in turn, deprives the working class of the theoretical guidance in its struggle against capitalism. The thesis of the class neutrality of knowledge has thus devastating effects on the struggle for a radically alternative form of society. Drawing on the modern philosophy of science, epistemology, economics, and sociology, this work retraces Marx's original multidisciplinary project and aims at developing it into a modern instrument capable of understanding and challenging contemporary capitalism. I would like to thank Elliot Eisenberg and Peter Thomas for the patience and thoroughness with which they read the manuscript. They helped me to avoid some mistakes, but, due to my stubbornness, could not rectify all of them. Chapter 1. Method. 1. The need for dialectics. As is well known, Marx did not explicitly write a work on dialectics. Nevertheless, in a letter to Engels, he wrote, "I should very much like to write 2 or 3 sheets making accessible to the common reader the rational aspect of the method which Hegel not only discovered but also misty-ed. 1. There are different ways to carry out Marx's suggestion. Traditionally, commentators have tried to force Marx into conformity with Hegel. 2. Marx was certainly influenced by Hegel. The point here is not the perennial question of the relationship between the two thinkers. Rather, the Hegelian tradition seems to be the very opposite of what Marx had in mind, as indicated by his well-known remark that my dialectical method is not only different from the Hegelian, but is its direct opposite. 3. Hegelian Marxism seeks its way to dialectics not in Marx but in Hegel, where all the major features of Marx's theory, the determination in the last instance of the ownership relation, class and class struggle, temporality, etc., are missing. It does not. 2. Chapter 1. Pay any attention to Marx's own remark that here and there, in the chapter on the theory of value, I coquetted with the mode of expression peculiar to him, Hegel. For this work takes that remark seriously and thus departs from that tradition. Emphasis will be placed here on the clarication of the originality of Marx's contribution. This work will also not follow the tradition established by Engels, who grounded dialectics in the law of development immanent in nature. 5. Rather, it will submit a notion of dialectics as a method of social research focused exclusively on social reality. 6. What follows does not claim that the approach to be submitted below is applicable to all modes of production. It is sufficient to claim that it can be applied to the capitalist mode of production. Nor will it provide ready-made formulae for social analysis. Rather, it will offer some principles of social research whose validity must be constantly varied in terms of their fruitfulness for the analysis of the incessant mutations in social reality and for their application to fresh fields of research. But these results, in their turn, will have to be tested in terms both of logical consistency and of their consistency with the class content of Marx's theory. Finally, no attempt will be made to show that this notion of dialectics is what Marx's had in mind, even though evidence will be submitted that the present approach is supported by Marx's quotations. 7. However, the question is not delighted to quotations but consistency, in its twofold sense, and explanatory power. It is in this sense that the notion of dialectics to be submitted below can be argued to be Marx's own. Earlier versions of the method to be described below have proven their fruitfulness in dealing with the transformation of values into prices, 8 with the law of the tendential fall of the proletariat, 9 with the theory of knowledge, 10 with the class analysis of the European Union, 11 and with the theory of social classes. 12. This chapter sets out that method in more detail, thus providing a broader conception of dialectical logic as a method of social research. 2. Dialectical logic and social phenomena. The starting point, as it occurs in Marx, is empirical observation. Empirical observation is, of course, layered through a previous interpretative, theoretical, framework. Nobody, except perhaps a newborn baby, is a tabula rasa. This apparent chicken and egg dilemma, what comes RST, empirical observation, or the interpretative alter, will be dealt with and resolved in section 6 of this chapter. Here, it only suffices to mention that, no matter what the interpretative framework, society appears to our senses as a kaleidoscope of continuously changing relations and processes. Let us deny them. Relations are interactions among people. Every time a relation arises, or changes into a different type, or ends, there is a change in the social fabric, whether perceptible or not. For example, if two people engage in a relation of friendship, the rise of such a relation changes, even though minimally, social reality. The same holds in the case when an enterprise is started, or goes bankrupt, a family is formed, or breaks up, a political party is founded, or is dissolved, etc. Processes are transformations people carry out in the context of those relations. For example, two friends might go shing together. Let us call phenomena the unity and contradiction of relations and processes. 13. Phenomena are the basic unit of social reality and as such the starting point of the inquiry. The analogy with Marx's method in Capital should be clear. Marx starts the inquiry into economic life with a class-determined analysis of commodities conceived as the unity and contradiction of use value and exchange value. The present work starts the inquiry into social life with a class-determined analysis of phenomena as the unity and contradiction of relations and processes. Phenomena can be either social or individual. This section deals with social phenomena. The next section will introduce the notion of individual phenomena and clarify their difference and interplay with social phenomena. For the purposes of this section, an intuitive notion of social phenomena is sufficient. They are relations and processes in which people are considered as members of social groups rather than in their individuality. Social phenomena are inquired into on the basis of three fundamental principles. No a priori justification of these principles can be provided. Only the validity of the theory based upon them. 4. Chapter 1. A judgment that can be given only after the whole theory has been set out, can verify their selection. 2.1. First principle, social phenomena are always both realized and potential as mentioned above. The starting point is empirical observation. The notion of potential existence is intuitively evident. Observation tells us that everything is what it is and at the same time can be something different. This applies to ourselves since, at any given moment, we are what we are, have become, and at the same time are potentially different, due to the potentialities inherent in ourselves. It applies to an institution, like the state that is both the actualized state and a potentially different state, since it can evolve, due to its contradictory social nature, in many different directions and take many different shapes. It applies also to knowledge, which, as we shall see in chapter 4, is subjected to a constant process of change, realization of its potentiality, etc. Thus, reality has a double dimension, what has become realized and what is only potentially existent and might become realized at a future date. In Marx, the existence of, and the relation between, the realized and the potential is fundamental, even if usually disregarded by Marxist commentators. A few examples are, gold as a measure of value, being a product of labor, is potentially variable in value. 14. Money is potentially capital. 15. The laborer is only potentially so, she becomes actually a laborer only when she sells her labor power. 16. By working, the worker, GC becomes actually what before he only was potentially, labor power in action. 17. Unemployment increases with capital's potential capacity to develop itself. 18. The bodily form of the inputs contained potentially the result of the production process. 19 In a state of separation from each other, laborers and means of production are only potentially factors of production. 20 A commodity is only potentially such as long as it is not offered for sale. 21 The part of capital that is not turned over every year is only potentially capital. 22 Money earmarked for the purchase of labor power is a constant magnitude, potential variable capital. It becomes a variable magnitude only when labor power is purchased with it. 23 Commodities are only potentially money, they become such only upon sale. 24 Surplus value is potential capital. 25 Hoarded money is only potentially money capital. 26 Labor power, as long as it is not employed in the production process, is only potentially able to create surplus value. 27 A commodity is only potentially money capital. 28 The money spent in purchasing land is potential capital because it can be converted into capital. 29 Particularly important for our purposes is the notion of value. Upon its completion, a commodity contains value. Crystal Lizard human labor in the abstract. This is its individual value, a realized substance. But this is not the value that the commodity realizes upon its sale, its social value. The real value of a commodity, however, is not its individual, but its social value, that is to say, its value is not measured by the labor time that the article costs the producer in each individual case, but by the labor time socially required for its production. 30 As I argue in Chapter 2, tendentially, a commodity realizes the socially necessary labor time. If it has cost more labor, the producers lose value. They gain extra value in the opposite case. Thus, the commodity can realize more or less than its value contained or even nothing at all, if it is not sold. The individual value is then a potential social value. The same holds for the use value of the commodity. It is present in the commodity right after production as the specie features that contour its future use. But it is a potential use value, an object whose use must be socially validated through sale. If it is considered useless, it will not be sold, and consumption. 31 Another example of a potential phenomenon is that of tendencies, for example that type of tendency which realizes itself cyclically, the fall in the average rate of T. The rise, counter tendency, is potentially present in the fall, the tendency, when the latter becomes realized, and the fall, the tendency, is potentially present in the rise, the counter tendency, when the latter becomes realized. 32 In short, the properties of a thing do not arise from its relation to other things, they are, on the contrary, merely activated by such relations. 33 But what is activated can only be what is potentially present. Therefore, each realized phenomenon contains within itself a realm of potentialities. 3 points follow. First, since a phenomenon is potentially different from what it is as a realized phenomenon, a phenomenon is the unity of identity and difference. As a realized phenomenon, it is identical to itself but also different from itself, as a potential phenomenon. It is only by considering the realm of potentialities that the otherwise mysterious unity of identity and difference makes sense. Second, a phenomenon is also the unity of opposites, inasmuch as the potential features of a phenomenon are opposite, contradictory, to its realized aspects. Disregard of the potential leads to absurd conclusions. For example, Lefebvre asserts that life and death are identical because the process of aging starts when a living organism is born. 34 But life and death are opposites rather than identical. Life is a realized phenomenon and death is a potential within life itself that starts becoming realized the moment an organism is born. Contrary to Lefebvre, 35 The unity of contradictions is not identity. Third, a phenomenon is the unity of essence and appearance. In the form of the manifestation of the essence, its potential aspect is its own essence, that which can manifest itself in a number of different realizations, while its realized aspect is its temporary and contingent appearance, the form taken by one of the possibilities inherent in its potential nature. 36 Notice, however, that the essence is not immutable but subject to continuous change. Notice also the temporal dimension. At a certain moment, a realized phenomenon contains within itself a realm of potentialities, and subsequently those potentialities manifest themselves as a different, realized form. The realized phenomenon is temporally prior to the realization of the potential one. This RST principle, then, contains within itself a temporal dimension. The notions of realizations and potentials should now be clari-ed. Potentials are not, as in physics, elements of realized reality, particles, waiting to be discovered. Potentials are not, as in the Hegelian tradition, empty forms waiting to receive content the moment they realize themselves. This is particularly important for the debates discussed in Chapter 2. Potentials are not, as in formal logic and inasmuch as they play any role in formal logic, attributes of realized reality in a suspended state. 37 Potentials are not fantasies but actually existing aspects of objective reality, even though not yet realized. Their number is neither in night 38 nor night because it is impossible to quantify something that has not realized itself, something formless. Rather, potentials are real possibilities because they are contained in realized phenomena and, simultaneously, they are formless possibilities because they take a finite form only at the moment of their realization. For example, the knowledge needed by an author to write an article exists in that author as a formless possibility. It takes a finite form only when that article is written or the author has clearly conceived that article in her head. 3 NAL considerations follow. First, realized phenomena contain potential phenomena within themselves, but not the other way around. A shapeless whole cannot, by definition, contain within itself a finite form, while a finite form can contain within itself a range of shapeless possibilities. Realization is thus the transformation of what is potentially present into a realized form. It is the formation of something formless into something with a finite form. It is transformation. Second, potentials, being formless, can never be observed because observation implies realization. However, some realized phenomena, for example social relations, are unobservable as well. Consequently, it would seem that observation is not the criterion to distinguish potentials from realizations. But the question revolves around direct observation. A realized phenomenon can be unobservable directly, but observable indirectly through other social phenomena. If social relations cannot be observed as such, directly, what people do when engaging in those relations, that is, when they carry out social processes, can be observed. In other words, social processes are the form of manifestation of social relations, of something which has already left the realm of potentialities and has already become realized, the actual interaction among people. This is not the case for the potential aspects of social reality, including those social relations that have not manifested themselves yet. Or, to give another example which will be dealt with in detail in Chapter 2, abstract labor is only potentially value. It becomes value only under capitalist production relations. Value cannot be observed, only labor can. Yet, value becomes realized as labor is expanded. Third, as Chapter 2 will argue, what is potential within a certain sphere of reality, at a certain level of abstraction, can be realized in another sphere, at another level of abstraction. Thus, we shall see that the individual value of a commodity as an output of a certain production process is the labor actually expanded for its production. This realized entity, individual value, is a potential social value at a different level of abstraction, after this value is modified through the process of price formation. This social value, once realized, is the potential money value, the ultimate realization of value as far as that process of value production and distribution is concerned. This money value becomes again an individual value if that commodity becomes an input of the next production process. 2. Second principle, social phenomena are always both determinant and determined. Here, too, the starting point is empirical observation. We can observe that all elements of social reality are interconnected, people can live and reproduce themselves only through reciprocal interaction, into a whole, groups, families, and thus nally society, that this whole changes continuously, even though some changes might be minimal or even unobservable, that this change can be continuous or discontinuous, and that the whole's interconnected parts can be contradictory, that is, the reproduction of some phenomena might imply the supersession of some other phenomena and vice versa. The precise definition of supersession will be given later on in this chapter. For the time being, an intuitive notion such as abolition will be sufficient. This apparently chaotic movement is given a conceptual structure by the notion of dialectical determination. Method 9. To begin with, dialectical determination should be rooted in class analysis. Our species has potentialities that set it apart from other living creatures, as, for example, the capacity to create our own means of production 39 or of creating and communicating through complex languages. 40. These potentialities are not unchangeable. Society molds them, it not only gives them a historically species form but penetrates them and adapts them to itself. That society changes those potentialities is something that is becoming increasingly clear as shown by the possibility created by biotechnology to shape human life forms in ways functional for protein making. The speed of this development is terrifying. In 1997, the cloning of the sheep dolly at the Roslin Institute opened the way to the cloning of human beings. 41. In 2000, the English Parliament approved the creation of, and experimentation on, human embryos for protein purposes. 42. Finally, in the same year, patent EP 380,646 was given by the EU patent of CE to the Australian enterprise Amstrad for the creation of so-called mishwezens, that is, beings made up of human and animal cells, to be precise cells of mice, birds, sheep, pigs, goats, and sh. 43. This is the very opposite of notions, such as utility, that are supposed to be ahistorical. To know what is useful for a dog, one must investigate the nature of dogs. This nature is not itself deducible from the principle of utility. Applying this to man, he who would judge all human acts, movements, relations, etc. according to the principle of utility would have to deal with human nature in general, and then with human nature as historically modified in each epoch. Bentham does not trouble himself with this. 44. It is within these socially given boundaries that humans try to develop those potentialities to the utmost. Under capitalism, these boundaries are ultimately demarcated by the ownership relation. What is species to this relation is that the producers have been expropriated of the means of production. The ownership relation is considered to be here the real ownership relation and not the juridical one, meaning that the real owners of the means of production are those who can decide what to produce, for whom to produce, and how to produce. What to produce means is that, under capitalism, it is commodities that have to be produced, namely the unity of use values and, exchange, value. For whom means that surplus value must be produced for the owners of the means of production, that is, it means that the laborers must be exploited. Finally, how to produce means that the owners, through their scientists and technicians, see Chapter 4, choose the process of production. The production relations consist of the different forms taken by the ownership relation when the owners decide, and the non-owners have to accept, what to produce, for whom to produce it, and how to produce it. Notice that the NAL and species outcome of the decision as to what to produce, for whom and how, is the result not of an absolute power of the owners over the non-owners of the means of production, but of the class struggle between these two fundamental classes. 45. In fact, under capitalism, the development of the capitalists' potentialities is shaped by their need to deal with the laborers as the source of the maximum feasible quantity of unpaid labor. On the other hand, the development of the laborers' potentialities is shaped by their need to resist and abolish their alienation, not only from their own products, which they must alienate to the owners of the means of production, but also from themselves, because they are not free to fully develop their potentialities. Thus we have both a class's objective need to exploit another class, Together with the objective need, the latter class has to resist and abolish that exploitation, both the need to thwart human development and the need to expand it to the maximum. The former class needs an egoistic and exploitative behavior, the latter altruistic and solidaristic behavior. For the former, one's well-being must be based upon the other's misery; for the latter, one's well-being must be both the condition for, and the result of, the other's well-being. The satisfaction of the former need is functional for the reproduction of the capitalist system, the satisfaction of the latter need is functional for the supersession of that system. 46. Given that the reproduction of the system implies exploitation, inequality, and egoism, the supersession of the system implies cooperation, solidarity and equality. This double rationality is the contradictory social content of the capitalist ownership relation and thus of the capitalist production relations. It is this content, its being based on exploitation, inequality, and egoism as well as on the resistance against them, which implies solidarity, equality, and cooperation, that the capitalist ownership relation transfers to all other relations and processes in an endless variety of individual and social phenomena. It is in this sense that the ownership relation is ultimately determinant. In some of these phenomena, the reproductive rationality is dominant and the supersessive rationality is secondary, in the sense that those phenomena contribute to the reproduction of the system due to their reproductive rationality, in spite of their supersessive rationality, thus reproducing society in a contradictory way, while, in other phenomena, the opposite is the case. This should not be understood as if capitalist oppression were historically and socially specie while the need to resist it were an ahistorical need for self-development. The need for self-development, the development of human potentials as its own goal, is common to all humans in all societies. Under capitalism, the capitalists strive for their own self-development at the cost of the laborers, while the laborers strive to achieve their own self-development by resisting their oppression and exploitation. To a specie form of oppression there corresponds a specie form of resistance. Both are the historically and socially specie ways to strive for self-development, an ahistorical need that must take a specie social form. The slaves' resistance against their oppression is specie to slave society just as the workers' resistance against their oppression is specie, even if multifaceted, to capitalist society. The choice of the production relations and thus of the ownership relation as the ultimately determinant phenomenon is not arbitrary. It is argued for by Marx as follows. In all forms of society there is one specie kind of production which predominates over the rest, whose relations thus assign rank and eminence to the others. It is a general illumination which bathes all the other colors and modes their particularity. It is a particular ether which determines the specie gravity of every being which has materialiste within it. Capital is the all-dominating economic power of bourgeois society. 47. The conclusion we reach is not that production, distribution, exchange, and consumption are identical, but that they all form the members of a totality, distinctions within a unity. Production predominates not only over itself. In the antithetical definition of production this is the contradictory nature of the capitalist ownership and thus production relations, GC, but over the other moments as well. The process always returns to production to begin anew after what has been produced in one period has been distributed, exchanged, and consumed. A new production process starts in the following period, GC. That exchange and consumption cannot be predominant is self-evident. A finite production thus determines a finite consumption, distribution, and exchange as well as finite relations between these different moments. Admittedly, however, in its one-sided form, production is itself determined by the other moments. For example, if the market, that is, the sphere of exchange, expands, then production grows in quantity and the divisions between its different branches become deeper. This, again, implies that exchange can enhance the production of the following period, GC. Mutual interaction takes place between the different moments. 48. Temporality is essential to understand the passage above. Given a certain time period, production is prior to distribution and consumption, only what has been produced can be consumed. The former contains potentially the latter within itself. Therefore, only the former can be determinant of the latter. Distribution and consumption can temporally precede production, but this is the production of the following period. If production is temporally prior to the realization of the distribution and consumption inherent in it, within a certain period the former can only be determinant and the latter determined. The adjective ultimately implies that there are social phenomena that are determinant even if not ultimately so. In fact, the other phenomena are far from being simple copies, reactions, of the ownership relation. Given that each phenomenon is an element of society and is thus connected directly or indirectly to all other phenomena, each phenomenon, due to the double rationality it has received from the ownership relation, either directly or indirectly, through other social phenomena, is the condition of existence and/or reproduction and/or supersession of all other phenomena and thus of society. 49. This is the contradictory social content of realized phenomena, there being conditions of existence, and/or reproduction, and/or supersession of society. Through their reciprocal interaction, phenomena modify reciprocally their contradictory social content. And, since their form is the form of appearance of their content, that form undergoes a change as well. This holds also for the ownership-production- relations whose form of appearance changes due to their interaction with the rest of society, even though their social content, their double rationality, does not change. Each phenomenon's social content is specie to it because it is the result both of its determination in the last instance by the ownership relation and of its being both determinant of and determined by all other phenomena. It is in this sense that each social phenomenon is relatively autonomous from, because indirectly determined by, the ownership relation. It is only in this sense that it becomes possible to understand why society is causa sui, that is, how it can both determine itself and be determined by itself. It becomes also possible to deny the volume of social life, as the quantity of social relations, and the intensity of social life, as the number of intersections of social relations. These remarks are sufficient to take distance from both a theory that negates the mutual interconnection of all, social and individual, phenomena and focuses only on the, ultimately, determining role of the ownership- and thus production- relations and from a theory focusing only on that mutual interconnection with no ultimately determinant role for the ownership- and thus production- relations. For example, in commenting on the above quotation in which Marx states that production predominates not only over itself, but over the other moments as well, Resnick and Wolff hold that the specie sense of predominates is that of serving as the entry point and the goal point of their, GC strictly non-essentialist theoretical process. 50. The authors see social phenomena as constituting themselves in the process of mutual determination but deny any determination in the last instance. 51. The problem with this approach is that they, following Althusser, by disregarding the ultimately determining role of the ownership relation, disregard the system's tendency towards its own supersession. 52. Notice that this complex process of determination is not the whole story, because no account has been taken yet of the role played by individual phenomena in the determination of social phenomena. A complete account will be possible only in sections 3 and 4 below in this chapter. 2 objections can be leveled against this approach. First, it can be held that it is consumption relations which are ultimately determinant of production relations, because people realize their potentialities through consumption rather than through production. 53. But the point is not whether people realize their potentiality through production or through consumption. Both production and consumption are needed to realize those potentialities. The point is that a phenomenon can transfer its social content to another only if the former pre-exists the latter, see above. Given a certain time period, production is prior to distribution and consumption, only what has been produced can be consumed. Therefore, only the former can be determinant of, transfers its social content, its double rationality and thus its possibility to reproduce and/or supersede to, the latter. Distribution and consumption can precede temporally production, but this is the production of the following period rather than of their own period. Second, it is held that other exploitative relations, like racism or gender relations, have the same contradictory social content as the capitalist ownership relation. Thus it is they that could be determinant. My response is that the capitalist ownership relation is the only constant feature of capitalism, while other exploitative relations are not and could disappear without imperiling capitalism's survival. It could be replied that other exploitative relations, for example racism, can be observed under different exploitative systems, and that therefore it is racism which could be regarded as determining all these systems, including capitalism. But the point is that, if it is capitalism that we are analyzing, the focus must be on what is constant and therefore specific to that system, thus determinant, that is, the capitalist ownership relation. If it is racism that is being analyzed, it must be analyzed under different social systems. In the words of Nick Dyer Witherford, sexism and racism do not in and of themselves act as the main organizing principle for the worldwide production and distribution of goods. Key issues of sexuality, race, and nature are compelled, g.c. to revolve around a hub of proti. 54. It is thus the capitalist ownership relation that is determinant of both the reproduction and the supersession of capitalism, and thus of itself. Reproduction refers to capitalism undergoing changes while retaining its basic feature, the real ownership relation. Supersession refers to its changing radically the social content of the ownership relation, thus disappearing, possibly to be replaced by a radically different societal form. 55. It is the ownership relation that explains why capitalism can continue to reproduce itself while maintaining its exploitative nature, why it can also self-destruct, as with the prospect of nuclear wars, the destruction of our natural habitat, and so forth, indicate why it can change into a different type of exploitative society, and why it can develop into a society which is the very opposite of capitalism, one based on cooperation, solidarity, and equality as opposed to exploitation, inequality, and egoism. We can now specify in what sense social phenomena are determinant and determined. As determinant, phenomena call into realized existence the determined elements which are already present in the determinant phenomena as their potential development. In this sense, the determinant phenomena are the condition of existence of the determined ones. As determined, phenomena are the conditions of reproduction or supersession of the determinant ones. Thus, a relation of mutual determination, or a dialectical relation, is one in which the determinant phenomenon calls into realized existence the determined one from within its own potentialities through its interaction with other phenomena. Or, the determinant phenomenon calls into existence the determined one as its own conditions of reproduction or supersession. The determined phenomenon, in its turn, becomes the realized condition of the determinant phenomenon's reproduction or supersession. For example, the ownership relation calls into realized existence one of its potentialities, the accumulation of capital, and the latter becomes the realized condition of capitalism's extended reproduction. The question then is, how can the determined phenomenon be the condition of reproduction or supersession of the determinant one? Given that the determined phenomenon is potentially present in the determinant one, and given that the determinant, realized, phenomenon has a specific contradictory social content which it received ultimately from the ownership relation, if the determinant phenomenon calls into existence the determined one, it thereby transfers to it its own contradictory social content, which is modified by the contradictory social content of the phenomena with which it interacts. Due to its contradictory nature, the determined phenomenon's social content reacts upon and possibly changes the determinant phenomenon's social content so that the determined phenomenon becomes the realized condition of reproduction, or of supersession, of the determinant phenomenon. This can be stated in more traditional terms, as the negation of the negation. A contains B and determines the realization of B as its own condition of supersession. A negates itself in B, the realized negation of A. Then, B reacts upon and changes A, thus negating itself in A. However, the outcome is a new A rather than the reproduction of an unchanged A. We now have all the elements with which to consider mutual, dialectical determination in more detail. Given two phenomena, A and B, A is said to be determinant of B in the sense that A is the condition of the realized existence of B and transfers its contradictory social content to B. In its turn, B is said to be determined by A because it owes its realized existence to A. But B, in its turn, determines A because, having received its contradictory social content from A, it becomes the condition of reproduction or supersession of A. Thus, the sense in which A determines B is different from that in which B determines A. This mutual determination between the determinant and the determined instances takes place within a temporal setting. In fact, RSTA determines B and then B determines A. Reality is a temporal process of determinations in which some phenomena, the determinant ones, become actualized prior to other phenomena, the determined ones. Only previously existing phenomena can determine the actualization of other phenomena, because the latter are initially only potentially present in the former. Notice that the stress on the time dimension does not imply that all phenomena realize themselves in a temporal succession. Some might become realized together with some others, see sections 3 and 4 below. However, this does not imply that reality should be conceptualized as if time did not exist, as if everything happened simultaneously. The contraposition between a temporal view of reality and a simultaneous view of reality will play a fundamental role in the next chapter. A concise and formal representation of this process can be found in Appendix 1. Dialectical determination is usually confused with that of mutual interaction. But determination is a very specific form of interaction. It is an interaction with a very specific internal structure, that between determinant and determined phenomena. 56. Also, dialectical determination is usually confused with the relation of cause and effect, as in formal logic. The relation between formal and dialectical logic will be dealt with in section 6 of this chapter. Here, it subses to mention that, in formal logic, A and B are either the cause or effect of each other. In dialectical logic, conceived within the context of the whole, they are both determinant and determined. However, social analysis can consider only one sector of reality, no matter how large. In this case, it is possible for phenomena to be either determinant or determined, according to the section of reality and thus to the level of abstraction considered. For example, at a certain level of abstraction, if only distribution and consumption are considered, distribution determines consumption. But, at another level of abstraction, if also production is considered, distribution is itself determined by production. And, if a certain period is considered, production is itself determined by the distribution and consumption of the previous period. Distribution, being determined by production, is a condition for the continuation of the same type of production, possibly in a different form, or for its radical change in the following period. But, even if we consider a certain level of abstraction at which A is only determinant and B only determined, both A and B are both cause and effect of each other. A causes B by being B's condition of existence and is the effect of B, because B is the condition of A's reproduction or supersession. Vice versa for B, which is the cause of A, by being A's condition of reproduction or supersession, and the effect of A, because A is the condition of B's existence. For formal logic, at most, A can be the cause of B within a certain context and B can be the cause of A within a different context. But, once the context has been delimited, A can be only cause and B only effect. To the contrary, for dialectical logic, A and B are always both the cause and effect of each other. 2-3. Third principle, social phenomena are subject to constant movement and change. This principle follows from the empirical observation that reality is in constant movement. This movement can now be interpreted according to the two principles submitted above. A realized phenomenon can change only because this is potentially possible, because its potential nature changes through its interaction with other realized phenomena and thus with their potential nature, because of its potential nature and of the potential nature of the other realized phenomena it determines and by which it is determined. Without this potential reality, realized phenomena would be static, they would be what they are, but not also what they could be. Their potential nature makes possible not only their change but also delimits the quantitative and qualitative boundaries of that change. Phenomena are always both what they are, as realized phenomena, and potentially something else, in the process of becoming something else. Thus, movement is the change undergone by phenomena from being realized to being potential and vice versa, and from being determinant to being determined and vice versa. Movement has ve specific features. First, it is temporal, that is, it is a temporal succession of potential phenomena becoming realized and then going back to a potential state, and of determinant phenomena becoming determined and then going back to a determinant state. Second, it is contradictory, because phenomena, due to their inner contradictory social content, reproduce or supersede themselves and become realized or potential in a contradictory fashion. Third, movement is not chaotic, but has its own specific features, namely it takes place within the context posed by specific social and historical laws of movement. Marx refers to these laws as those that are the same under all modes of production 57, and thus as those that cannot be abolished 58. This is an ahistorical definition, no doubt correct, but of little help for an understanding of capitalism's laws of movement. It is precisely their historical and social specificity as social forms of ahistorical elements common to all modes of production that makes these phenomena essential elements for the social system's reproduction, so that their supersession is a necessary condition for the supersession of the system. 59. It is in the sense that these specific social forms of natural laws acquire the force of social laws, of laws of movement of socio-economic systems. For example, the wealth produced in any society must be distributed for that society to reproduce itself. Under capitalism, wealth is produced as surplus value in the form of money. The distribution of wealth is thus the distribution of labor's product between labor and capital as wages and prots. Due to their importance, the laws of movement set the framework within which other, non-essential, phenomena are subject to change. Other phenomena are non-essential, in the sense that their own reproduction or supersession, while contributing to the reproduction or supersession of the whole, is not essential for the reproduction or supersession of the system. Fourth, the laws of movement are tendential, the whole moves and changes in a tendential manner. We have seen that a determinant phenomenon, A, determines a determined phenomenon, B. But it can and does determine not only one but several phenomena, B and C. Given A's contradictory nature, some phenomena, B, are conditions of reproduction of A, because this is their dominant rather than their secondary feature, and some other, C, are conditions of supersession of A, because this is their dominant feature. Then, at any given moment, if B is dominant, A reproduces itself in spite of C, which is the supersessive force, that is, it reproduces itself in a contradictory way. If C is dominant, A supersedes itself in spite of B, the reproductive force. It supersedes itself in a contradictory way. However, the contradictory reproduction of A, through the dominant force of B over C, is only temporary because C, the supersessive force, eventually gains the upper hand. The same is true for A's supersession. Thus, A's contradictory movement towards reproduction or supersession is the result of contradictory forces that make A's movement oscillate between its contradictory reproduction and its contradictory supersession. In short, and this is the FTH feature, A's movement is cyclical. And the cyclical movement is made up of a contradictory reproductive phase, movement, and of a contradictory supersessive phase, movement. The alternative position that there are no objective laws of motion will be criticized and rejected in Chapter 2. At this juncture, the question becomes, why is a certain movement the tendency and another movement, to the contrary, the counter-tendency? Anticipating a result to be reached later on, for Marx, the capitalist system tends not towards equilibrium but towards its supersession. Then, in its laws of movement, the tendency must be the determined phenomenon that hinders the reproduction of the determinant phenomenon. The counter-tendency is then the determined phenomenon that favors the reproduction of the determinant phenomenon. Let us apply this principle to the three types of cyclical movements that can be discerned from a close reading of Marx's work. Consider labor mobility. At this level of abstraction, it is the determinant factor. It determines both an average wage rate, because laborers move to where, geographical areas, institutions like trade unions, etc. They are guaranteed the same rights and thus the same wage rates, and wage rates different from the average, because laborers move from, lower than, average wage rates to higher ones and, unwillingly, also in the opposite direction. The movement towards the average wage rate hinders the reproduction of labor mobility, while the movement towards wage differentials favors the reproduction of labor mobility. Thus, the former is the tendency and the latter the counter-tendency. This is an example of a cyclical movement of the RST type, because empirical observation shows the realization of both the tendency and the counter-tendency at the same time. Consider technological competition among capitals. This is the determinant factor which determines both a decrease and an increase of the average rate of T. On the one hand, technological innovations replace people with machines, thus decreasing the surplus value produced per unit of capital invested. On the other, they increase the surplus value produced. For example, if technological innovations reduce the value of the means of production, thus reducing costs and decreasing the organic composition of capital. 60. The fall in the average rate of T is the tendency because it hinders the reproduction of technological innovations. In fact, the smaller the total surplus value produced, the smaller the total surplus value available for society as a whole for new investments, technological innovations. An increase in the average rate of T is the counter-tendency. This is an example of a cyclical movement of the second type because empirical observation shows the realization of either the tendency or the counter-tendency, because it shows the alternation of the tendency and of the counter-tendency. Consider capital mobility across branches. By constantly trying to overtake each other in terms of profitability, individual capitals scatter around an average profitability level. No average rate of T is empirically observable under conditions of capital mobility because, the moment a capital moves to a different sector, its capital invested and T rate change too, thus changing the average. The average rate of T can be computed only if we assume that the movement of capital stops, but not under the conditions of its own movement. Nevertheless, the average rate of T is a realized social phenomenon, even if not observable in its movement, because, following the criterion submitted above, it is indirectly observable through the realized, movements of capital. The average rate of T is the tendency because it hinders the reproduction of the determinant phenomenon, capital mobility, and the counter-tendencies are the different T rates because they favor that capital movement. This is an example of a tendency of the third type because empirical observation shows the realization of only the counter-tendency. In the case of capital immobility, e.g. due to obstacles to capital movement, the average rate of T becomes a static quantity setting the limits to static T rates. The scatter is frozen. Without movement, there is neither a tendency nor a counter-tendency. Yet there is an average rate of T. Capital mobility is necessary to explain the movement of the average rate of T, but is not necessary to explain its static existence. The average rate of T exists independently of capital movement. But, of course, in the real world, capital is mobile even though there are obstacles to capital mobility of various kinds. 3. The dialectics of individual and social phenomena. As Engels once said, history does nothing. History is nothing but the activity of man pursuing his aims. 61. Paraphrasing Engels, we can say that social phenomena do nothing, they are nothing but the activity of people pursuing their aims. However, there is a difficulty here, the categories people or man are too generic. Social phenomena are relations and processes among people considered as members of social groups rather than in their individuality. But, in order to act, people require will and consciousness, which are attributes of individuals, not as undifferentiated members of social groups but of individuals thinking and acting as speciesi and unique individuals. How can the undifferentiated dimensions of human agents as social agents be reconciled with their individual specificity? Put differently, if social phenomena are relations and processes among real people, and if social phenomena can exist also potentially, how can real, and thus, by definition, realized, people engage in potential, formless, relations and processes? The answer hinges upon a new distinction, between concrete and abstract individuals. This distinction is implicit in Marx. Here individuals are dealt with only insofar as they are the personae cations of economic categories, embodiments of particular class relations and class interest. The individual cannot be made, g.c. responsible for relations whose creature he socially remains, however much he may subjectively raise himself above them. 62. This distinction is similar to the one Marx makes between concrete and abstract labor and plays the same fundamental role here as Marx's distinction does in his value theory. Individuals can be considered in their uniqueness, as unique individuals. As such, they are referred to as concrete individuals. But they can also be considered as possessing some common features. For example, they are all Catholic, irrespective of the speciesi, individual, forms taken by those common features, for example, somebody's speciesi way of being a Catholic. It is because of these common features that individuals are considered to be members of a certain group. From this angle, they are considered not in their individuality and specificity but as members of a group who share certain characteristics. As members of social groups, individuals are abstract individuals, since abstraction is made of their speciesi features, of their concrete forms of existence. The basic difference between abstract and concrete individuals is that the former are replaceable, on account of their common features, while concrete individuals, being unique, are not. This is in line with Marx's notion of commodities as replaceable due to their common social substance, abstract labor, as values. The commodities are expressions of the same unity, of abstract human labor. Their social relationship consists exclusively in counting with respect to one another as expressions of this social substance of theirs, which differs only quantitatively, but which is qualitatively equal and hence replaceable and interchangeable with one another. 63. In reality, individuals are always both concrete and abstract. I am a teacher in the abstract because I belong to the group of teachers and, at the same time, I am a teacher with features that are only my own. However, analytically, individuals are either concrete or abstract. If we consider their unique features, we disregard their common features, and vice versa. While concrete features differentiate, general features unify. As concrete individuals, people engage in individual relations and processes, that is, in individual phenomena. Individual phenomena depend for their inception, continuation, transformation, or termination only on the uniqueness of those individuals and on their capacity and will to engage, either freely or not, in that relation. This should not be interpreted as if other external factors did not play a role. They do, but only inasmuch as they change the speciesi and unique features of those individuals and thus of their individual relation. On the other hand, as abstract individuals, people engage in social relations and processes, that is, in social phenomena. Social phenomena are relations and processes among abstract individuals, that is, individuals seen from the point of view of some common features and, as such, replaceable in those phenomena. Thus, concrete individuals determine individual phenomena because the former, due to their specificity, contain within themselves the latter as a potentiality, thus being the latter's condition of existence. In their turn, individual phenomena are the conditions of reproduction or supersession of concrete individuals, because concrete individuals can reproduce themselves only thanks to those relations and processes. Similarly for abstract individuals and social phenomena. In individual phenomena, concrete individuals, being unique, are not replaceable. For example, two friends engage in an individual relation because they are unique, and thus irreplaceable. If a friend were replaced by another one, a relation would be replaced by another one, rather than a specific and unique individual being replaced by another one within the same relation. One can speak of friendship in general, but this is a merely verbal category that disregards the specific, irreplaceable, characteristics of each relation of friendship. It does not indicate a social relation in which friends are replaceable. In social phenomena, on the other hand, individuals are replaceable. Therefore, social phenomena can continue to exist and reproduce themselves irrespective of the concrete individuals who, as abstract individuals, carry those specific social relations and engage in those processes. The categories of concrete and abstract individuals, individual and social phenomena, are not simply categories of thought, they pertain to the same social reality. These categories and their objective basis in the fact that there are really two dimensions in social reality, that of the concrete individuals, individual phenomena, and that of the abstract individuals, social phenomena. There is no third dimension. There is no location of individuals outside these two dimensions. Individuals exist only in relation to each other, and these relations, and processes, constitute the social space. The social space is not something that exists even in the absence of social and individual phenomena. Relations and processes do not ll a social space, they are the social space. It follows that it is futile to ask whether relations and processes pre-exist individuals or the other way around. It is as futile as asking what existed before the Big Bang. Neither is the social space something static. It exists only because social phenomena exist in their mutual determination, it is an ever-changing entity. But there is mutual determination not only among social phenomena but also between social and individual phenomena. Let us see how. Similarly to social phenomena, individual phenomena are both potential and realized. Realized individual phenomena can become realized social phenomena if those individuals engaging in them become substitutable. This would be the case of two friends setting up an enterprise in which they, as economic agents, become substitutable. This implies that the realized social phenomenon, the enterprise, was already potentially present in the realized individual phenomenon, the relation of friendship, as one of its potentialities. Vice versa, social phenomena can go back to a potential state if those agents become irreplaceable. It follows that individual phenomena are potentially present in the individuals engaging in those relations and processes, and that those potential individual phenomena, upon their realization, as realized individual phenomena, become potential social phenomena, just as, for Marx, individual values are potential social values. It follows that concrete individuals are potentially abstract individuals. It is now possible to answer the question posed at the beginning of this section, namely, if social phenomena are relations and processes among real people, and if social phenomena can exist also potentially, how can real, and thus, by definition, realized people engage in potential, formless, relations and processes? The answer is that real people can engage in potential social phenomena because they, as concrete individuals, engage in realized individual phenomena which are formless potential social phenomena. A relation of friendship can originate an array of social relations and processes, that is, because concrete individuals are potential abstract individuals. These two dimensions of reality are different. What holds in one dimension does not hold in the other, due to their radical differences. However, they are related to each other, rather than being unbridgeable. The bridge is constituted by the potential aspects of individual and social phenomena. Within the dimension of individual phenomena, social phenomena are internalized by concrete individuals and become potential individual phenomena, that is, are reduced to a potential state. This internalization is part of the process of mental, knowledge, production to be discussed in Chapter 4. It is because of this, that upon their realization, these individual phenomena become potential social phenomena. Within this dimension, individual phenomena determine social phenomena because the latter are contained potentially within the former. This is the bridge from the individual to the social dimension of society. But, within the dimension of social phenomena, it is realized social phenomena that determine individual phenomena. Realized social phenomena must manifest themselves in a personal, concrete form, see point 2 below. Thus, they contain within themselves a variety of personal forms, depending upon the specific features of those individuals. Social phenomena determine individual phenomena as potential social phenomena and not in their individual specificity. And this is the bridge from the social to the individual dimension. Thus, the mutual determination, and thus connection, between realized individual and realized social phenomena takes place through their potentials. It is the realm of the potentials, rather than that of the realized, that connects the two dimensions of social reality. Some points implicitly present in the above can now be explicitly stated. It has been submitted above that phenomena are contradictory unities in determination of relations and processes. First, let us see why relations determine processes. We have seen that the criterion for attributing the determining status is that only what has already realized itself can be the condition of existence of the potentialities inherent in itself. Determination implies temporality. It follows that relations must be temporally prior to processes, if they must be determinant and processes determined. It could be argued that, for certain phenomena, it might be impossible to determine whether the relation is determinant, because the transformations inherent in that relation might start as soon as people engage in that relation. The capitalist can hire a laborer and set her immediately to work. But this disregards the fact that the capitalist is already the owner of the means of production before hiring the laborer and setting her to work. The production process presupposes as its condition of existence the ownership relation, or the laborers would not produce surplus value for the capitalist, and is the condition of further reproduction of the ownership relation. If this holds for the ultimately determining social phenomenon, it must also hold for all other social and individual phenomena. This is why phenomena are unities in determination. Given that a unity in determination can supersede itself if there is contradiction between the determinant, relation, and the determined, processes, element, a phenomenon is also a contradictory unity in determination. 2. We can distinguish among four types of transformations. A. Relational transformations, the transformation of the relation itself. B. Objective transformations, the transformations of reality outside of our perception of that transformation. C. Personal transformations, the transformations of the persons engaging in that relation. And D. Mental transformations, the transformations, production, of knowledge, which issue into the transformation of our perception of objective transformations. 64. 3. Given that, in reality, individuals are always abstract and concrete, they live in two dimensions contemporaneously. When they engage in social phenomena, they inevitably give a personal, concrete form to those phenomena. In other words, concrete individuals are the specie personae cation of abstract individuals. For example, the capitalist is nothing but the personae et capital endowed with a consciousness of its own and a will. 65. From this angle, the personal is the form of appearance of the social. The notion of capital as a process without a subject but with a purpose is nonsensical and similar to Durkheim's notion of social structure without people. If there is a purpose, there must be subjects, concrete individuals who, through their purposefulness, become carriers of either of capital's or of labor's rationality. 4. Given that we can observe a relation only by observing what people do when they engage in a process is also the specie, empirically observable form taken by that relation. As argued above, social relations are the non-observable and yet realized part of social phenomena. V. Given that relations determine processes and given that processes are transformations, that is, movement, relations determine their own movement by determining their own processes. The relation of dialectical determination developed above applies not only to different phenomena but also within phenomena, between relations and processes. 6. A process, being determined, might change either only the form or also the social content of its determining relation. In the former case, that relation undergoes a formal transformation, in the latter case a radical transformation, that is, it changes from being a condition of reproduction to being a condition of supersession or vice versa. In the former case, the relation is superseded. 7. We have seen that abstract individuals are replaceable. However, substitutability implies only the possibility to be replaced in an actually existing relation and process. An actual substitution does not have to take place. 8. The mutual interaction, determination, of realized phenomena changes their potential nature, their essence. In turn, these changes must result in changes of their form of appearance, in the species form taken by those phenomena. But these changes in their potential nature emerge in new forms of realization. 9. People's substitutability among and within processes requires standardization of tasks. Tasks should not change because of the unique features of the concrete individuals. Rather, individuals must adapt their behavior to those tasks. In a standardized process, their behavior must be standardized and coerced, it must be imposed by customs, laws, house rules, norms, and values, etc. If this were not the case, individuals could choose to perform those tasks as they wished, and the performance of tasks would depend upon the species features and willingness of individuals, that is, upon their features as concrete individuals. External coercion does not exclude psychological acceptance through internalization and thus willingness to perform coercive tasks. It is in this sense that in the social production of their life men enter into denied relations that are independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a denied stage of development of their material productive forces. 66. It is concrete individuals who enter into relations that are independent of their will, social and principally production relations, and that correspond to a denied stage of development of society. 11. Given that individuals are always both concrete and abstract, individuals as abstract individuals are the agents through whom those phenomena manifest their social content while attaching to them, as concrete individuals, their own personal meaning and purposefulness. However, this personal meaning is not the social content of those phenomena. 12. It follows that both abstract and concrete individuals possess a social nature, the former because they are the actual carriers of social relations and agents of social processes, the latter because they, due to the internalization of social phenomena, are potential carriers of social relations and agents of social processes, their potential social nature. Thus, individuals are always, and at the same time, both actual carriers of social relations and agents of social processes, as abstract individuals, both potential carriers of social relations and potential agents of social processes, as concrete individuals. And, as concrete individuals, they are always both the actual carriers of individual relations and actual agents of individual processes, along with being potential carriers of social relations and potential agents of social processes. 13. Not all realized individual phenomena become social phenomena. Only some of them become actualized social phenomena. 14. An individual relation, while presupposing the unique features of the concrete individuals engaging in it, also presupposes something those individuals have in common. If this were not the case, there could be no relation at all. A relation of friendship, for example, implies that both individuals share a need for, say, companionship. But the fact that this feature, need, is common to two or more people, or possibly to everybody, is not sufficient reason for that feature to be the basis of a social relation. That relation is individual because, for the people involved, the relation presupposes only those species individuals in their unique features, that is, because in that relation, those individuals are not replaceable. The same applies to processes. 15. the existence of certain common characteristics shared by people creates only the possibility for those individuals to become abstract individuals on the basis of those characteristics. Those features must have acquired a social significance, that is, they must be used, for whatever purpose, to any social groups. For example, in a sexist society, women are abstract individuals not because of their biological specificity but because their biological features are used in a process of discrimination against women by men, that is, because the object of discrimination are women as women and not women with their specificity and unique features. But each woman, as a concrete individual, experiences sexism in her own specificity way and is a specificity concretization of a sexist social relation. 16. It would be a mistake to assume that relations can exist without people. For example, for Durkheim, when the individual has been eliminated, society alone remains. 67. This view is based on the failure to distinguish between individual and social relations. While individual relations cannot pre-exist the concrete individuals engaging in them, social relations usually do pre-exist the abstract individuals who become their carriers. Social relations and processes must abstract from concrete individuals, but obviously imply abstract individuals, that is, individuals seen not in their uniqueness but inasmuch as they share some characteristics. These common characteristics are the basis for their being categorized into a group, thus making those individuals replaceable. The fact that individuals are substitutable does not mean that relations can exist without individuals. It is social relations, which, disregarding their concrete form of manifestation, can exist without individuals as concrete individuals. 17. A relation can be spurious. This is the case of one agent having a social relation with another who has an individual relation with the former. For example, in a relation between a charismatic leader and her followers, to the extent that the followers are substitutable, so that the movement can continue irrespective of the specific personal features of the followers. The relation is a social one. But, insofar as the leader is concerned, she is not substitutable, the movement would collapse without her, so that the relation is an individual one. 18. Relations and processes can be in a transitional state, that is, from an individual state to a social one and vice versa, or from a spurious state to either a social or an individual state and vice versa. In the example above, a spurious relation could be in a transitional state to a social one, if that social group produces a number of leaders whose substitutability might ensure continuity to that group. 19. Individuals engaging in a relation do not necessarily, and usually do not, continuously interact with each other. Friends alternate periods of contact with periods of separation, laborers work only part of the day, and so on and so forth. The actual interaction can be suspended without breaking that relation. The interacting persons agree, either formally, that is, legally, or informally, either freely or under coercion, either explicitly or implicitly, either by personal or by common consent, to resume their interaction. Their specific processes are suspended too. For class analysis and the sociology of non-equilibrium, we have seen that social phenomena can emerge both from other social phenomena and from individual phenomena. In a different manner from a potential social phenomenon that is contained in a specific realized phenomenon and which becomes a condition of reproduction or of supersession of that realized phenomenon, individual phenomena are called into existence by all the social phenomena that have gone into the concrete individual's internalization and are transferred to any individual phenomenon and, from there, to any social phenomenon. This is why any realized social phenomenon can emerge from any individual phenomenon, within the limits posed by that concrete individual's internalization, and this is why, upon their realization as social phenomena as conditions of reproduction or of supersession of any social phenomenon, they can reproduce or supersede any social phenomenon. Several points follow. I. The determinant phenomenon calls into realized existence the determined one, a. from within its own potentialities, b. in its interaction. Determination, with other social phenomena, c. as well as in its interaction with individual phenomena as potential social phenomena. 2. Social reality, seen from a dialectical perspective, is a temporal law of determining and determined contradictory individual and social phenomena, in which social phenomena continuously emerge from a potential state, as either contained in some realized social phenomena or as realized individual phenomena, to become realized and then returning to a potential state as individual phenomena, due to the contradictory social content of all phenomena. 3. The dialectical research method inquires into a social phenomenon's origin, present state, and further development within this view of reality, and b. tests the results of this inquiry in terms both of formal logic and of their class content, see sections 6 and 7. 4. The relation between the realized determinant and realized determined social phenomena is society's social structure. Continuity in social life requires types of relations and processes which are independent of, and thus both pre-exist and survive, concrete individuals. Without social phenomena, society would collapse and disintegrate. Due to the dynamic nature of determination, the social structure is not static but dynamic. Without the relation of dialectical determination among its constituent parts, society could neither continue to exist in a changed form, nor change radically, nor, possibly, cease to exist. Society's movement is the change undergone by realized social phenomena and thus by society as a whole. 68. Any contraposition between structure and movement is artificial. 6. There is thus no need, as for example in the neoliberal view, to ascribe the cohesive factor holding society together to the self-regulating and equilibrating function of the market, that is, to the fact that the market, if not tampered with, tends towards equilibrium. Reproduction is not equilibrium, neither static nor dynamic. Reproduction is a counter-tendency in which the reproductive forces dominate the supersessive forces. It is a phase of the cyclical process that tends towards supersession, see below. Supersession is the tendency and reproduction is the counter-tendency. 7. Given the two opposite rationalities emanating from the capitalist ownership relation, behavior according to capital's rationality facilitates and is a condition for the reproduction of the system. Behavior according to labor's rationality hinders that reproduction and is a condition for its supersession. The two rationalities coexist in each phenomenon and the realization of one or the other is the consequence of an internal struggle, of movement. In line with the third principle of dialectics submitted above, this movement is not only contradictory but also tendential. 8. Some social phenomena can be functional only for the reproduction of capitalism, while other social phenomena can only be for its supersession, and yet still others are amenable to their social content being radically changed through a radical transformation. Those social phenomena that cannot be radically changed can only be superseded by being reduced to a potential state, that is, to an individual state. Thus, the supersession of a realized social phenomenon is the radical transformation of its social content and, if that is not possible, its disappearance from the realm of the realized and thereby becoming an individual, that is, potential social phenomenon. Conclusions in many ways similar to those submitted here are reached by Resnick and Wolff. 69. Their work builds upon Lukács, Gramsci, and especially Althusser. Its specificity is its focus on contradiction, class, and overdetermination as the three basic coordinates of analysis. For these authors, overdetermination holds that each process is the cause and at the same time the effect of all other processes, and that processes are constituted through this interconnection. 70. This is society's dialectical movement. No process exercises any more determinant influence on the others than any of those others do on it. 71. This, the authors hold, is contrary to essentialism, the view that one aspect of capitalist society functions as an essence, that is, the determinant of the other social aspects. 72. Class is de net in terms of production and appropriation of surplus labor. 73. The fundamental class process is based on the production of surplus labor and the subsumed class processes are based on the distribution of the already appropriated surplus. 74. Finally, Contradiction arises from overdetermination, from the fact that each process is pulled and pushed in all directions with varying force. 75. It is instructive to compare these authors' approach to the one submitted in this work. Consider, RST, the differences. First, as in Althusser, overdetermination focuses on social processes as each other's condition of existence, but under-theorizes their being also each other's condition of supersession. Second, if each process is constituted by an innity of other processes with no ultimately determinant factor, one falls into innate regression. Resnick and Wolff agree that all explanations are necessarily and inherently partial and subject to innate regression. However, they hold that their theory is not an explanation but rather an intervention, or position, or story. 76. But the innate regression implied in overdeterminism applies no matter how one characterizes what an explanation is. Third, since no factor is ultimately determinant, any social process or notion of it can be the entry point into analysis. No reductionism is possible here, no ranking of the relative effectivity of one versus another process. 77. The author's preferred entry point is class as the production and appropriation of surplus labor. However, if each theory has its own entry point, and if each entry point is the conceptual tool to make sense of this innity of social processes, 78. And, furthermore, the concept that will distinctively shape the asking of all questions, 79. Then each entry point is the concept of what each theorist believes is specific to social reality. This applies also to class. But the process that is specific to social reality and from which the theorists must begin their analysis is actually the ultimately determinant process, if not in reality at least in theory. The authors are aware of this objection. If the theorist must focus on but some aspects pertinent to the explanation of any event, will not that focus amount to a kind of explanatory essentializing of those aspects? 80. Their negative answer is that this is only a momentary essentialist moment and that each subsequent essentialist moment changes the relation posed in the initial essentialism. 81. However, the essentialism inherent in the RST moment, stage of the analysis, disappears only to reappear enlarged in the next moment. A night sequence of essentialist moments is an enlarged essentialist moment. In short, Resnick and Wolff are correct in stressing that social phenomena constitute themselves, in their specificity, in their mutual interaction. But this can be combined with the determination in the last instance. Without determination in the last instance, not only can innate regression not be avoided, but also the inherently contradictory nature of social phenomena remains unexplained. In spite of these differences, the author's work is to be recommended because of a number of achievements. Among these, one should mention the rejection of empiricism, that is, the view that considers facts as conceptually neutral. 82. The stress on dialectics, even though this is synonymous with overdetermination, as the foundation of social analysis, together with the dynamic approach to social reality which is seen as a complex of continuously changing processes. 83. And the stress on contradiction as the characteristic of social processes and the concept of class as a process. 84. Moreover, there are 2 points of fundamental importance shared by the authors and the present approach. First, a non-equilibrium theory of capitalism deriving from the point that overdetermination entails rejecting order for disorder. 85. And that a deep instability describes capitalism's functioning. 86. Second, the scienticity of a partisan reading of reality due to an opposition to capital and a preference for communism. 87. Even though the authors do not connect this latter fundamental insight to the presently ongoing discussion between equilibrium and non-equilibrium Marxism. 88. Their work is a welcome departure from a formal logical reading of a theory whose vital core cannot but be dialectics. 5. A dialectics of nature? The above has dealt with the notion of dialectics, both as a view of social reality and as a method of social research. A full appreciation of this approach requires that similarities and differences be addressed with regard to Engels's notion of the dialectics of nature as well as to formal logic. This section deals with Engels's dialectics of nature, the one that follows will deal with a comparison between formal and dialectical logic. For Engels, the most general laws of dialectics can be reduced to three. First, the law of the transformation of quantity into quality and vice versa. Second, the law of the interpenetration of opposites. Third, the law of the negation of the negation. 89 These laws are reactions in thought of reality and are therefore real laws of development of nature. Valid also for theoretical natural sciences. 90 There is some correspondence between the present approach and Engels's notion of dialectics. Engels's RST law, the transformation of quantity into quality and vice versa, corresponds to the transformation of an aggregation of individual phenomena, potential social phenomena, into realized social phenomena and vice versa, see section 3. Engels's second law, the interpenetration of opposites, corresponds to the relation between determinant and determined phenomena, if the latter are conditions of supersession of the former, see section 2. And Engels's third law, the negation of the negation, corresponds to that aspect of mutual determination, see section 2, in which the determinant phenomenon calls into realized existence the determined one as its own condition of supersession, negation. The realized determined phenomenon then supersedes the determinant one, negation of the negation. In short, the determinant phenomenon negates itself into the determined one and the latter negates the former. Another possible point of convergence is the notion of potential reality. Engels does not theorize potential reality explicitly, but it could be argued that that notion is inherent in his view. Water can become steam if boiled at 100 degrees centigrade. Or, the plant, the animal, every cell is at every moment of its life identical with itself and yet becoming distinct from itself by a sum of incessant molecular changes. Even in inorganic nature, identity as such is in reality non-existent. Every body is continuously exposed to mechanical, physical, and chemical influences, which are always changing it and modifying its identity. 91. Thus, it could be submitted that, for Engels, change is due to the reciprocal interaction of realized instances, e.g. molecules, but these changes are already potentially present before their realization. In terms of the present approach, at any given moment, something is identical to itself, as a realized entity, and potentially different from itself. Although Engels's concept of the dialectics of nature has been called into question because of an inherent lack of compatibility with social reality, perspectival and processual similarities might be adduced that seem to appear between the social and natural reality. I will indicate several possible examples below. For instance, just as we do not see the objects but only the light reacted by them, we do not see relations but only the processes determined by those relations. Or, just as the force of gravity is the result of the effect of the gravitational eld upon objects immersed in it, so is the ownership relation the gravitational eld in which other relations are immersed and towards which they are attracted. Or, just as there is no absolute location of things in space, but only the relative location of objects, that is, relative to one another, in other words, just as space is the relation between dynamic objects, so there is no absolute location of individuals in the social space, but only individuals in ever-changing relations to one another. Or, most importantly for the temporalist approach to be argued for in Chapter 2, just as in nature, space and time can only be described together, in the present approach social space cannot be analyzed disjointed from time. Or, nally, just as statistical mechanics and thermodynamics allow us to make some predictions in spite of the fact that we don't know the exact movement of all the macroscopic variables, 92 forecasts in the social sciences are possible in spite of the fact that not all determinants of change are known, see section 7 below. There is, however, a fundamental difference between the two approaches. The three principles of dialectics on which this book is based differ from Engels's dialectics because they are extracted from Marx's work and thus from a class analysis of social reality and apply only to that reality, rather than to nature. Social phenomena are not only the objective transformations and the relations in which people engage when performing those transformations. They are also the knowledge, mental transformations, of those objective transformations and the relations into which people enter when producing that knowledge. Thus, knowledge has a social content, a class content. This applies to all knowledge, including the natural sciences and techniques. While there is no explicit denial of the social determination of the natural sciences in Engels, for him, natural sciences seem to develop according to their own internal logic. Progress in these sciences consists in overcoming errors and attaining an increasingly correct insight into the laws of nature. 93. This presupposes that the development of natural science is not class-determined, it is class-neutral, whereas it can be argued that, for Marx, knowledge, all knowledge, is class-determined and has a class content. The apparent advantage of grounding dialectics in nature was that socialism became grounded in the objective laws of nature, thus becoming inevitable. On the other hand, placing dialectics outside nature was, and still is, seen as subjectivism and thus an individualistic approach. 94. But there is also a third option, dialectics as a class-determined method of analysis of the social world, that is, of both the objective and the mental transformations and relations. 95. This topic will be developed in chapters 3 and 4. Here, it suffices to say that the myth of the neutrality of science has led to the myth of the neutrality of the productive forces which, thanks also to Engels, was accepted by the great majority of Marxists, including Lenin. It became possible, then, for the Bolsheviks, and for Lenin in particular, to accept the class neutrality of Taylorism and therefore of the conveyor belt. More generally, it became possible to accept the neutrality of the productive forces and hence to think that it would have been possible to build socialism by using the capitalist productive forces, that is, productive forces with a capitalist class content. Chapter 4 will develop this thesis. It is sufficient here only to mention that this was indeed the fundamental weakness of the Soviet Union and the ultimate reason for its demise. 96. The course of history might have been different had the productive forces, and thus knowledge, been seen as social phenomena with a finite class that is, capitalist, content. But a proper understanding of dialectics is essential also within the contemporary social context. Take, for example, the class content of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is founded on an economic theory that, as argued in Chapter 2, Section 6, is based on the notion of homo economicus, an economic agent whose rationality is supposed to be natural, that is, the manifestation of human nature, rather than being the embodiment of capitalist rationality. Consequently, economic policies deriving from the supposed class neutrality of economics cannot but favor capital at the expense of labor. The practical, political, and social implications of different views on dialectics are thus far-reaching and all-important. 6. Formal logic and dialectical logic. The mainstream social sciences make use of traditional formal logic. This work has set out 3 principles for the analysis of social reality from a dialectical, and hence from a class perspective. The question is whether formal and dialectical logic exclude each other or whether they can coexist. This section will consider only traditional formal logic for 2 reasons. First, this is the type of logic used in the social sciences. Second, and most importantly, for the purposes of this work, that is, the comparison between formal and dialectical logic, both types of formal logic share the same drawback, the impossibility to explain contradictions in a constructive way. For example, for Bradley and Swartz, if any proposition ascribes truth to both members of a pair of contradictories, then that proposition is one which has a contradiction within itself. 97. This applies both to traditional and to modern formal logic. Therefore, in what follows, formal logic will be taken to mean traditional formal logic. Formal logic also rests on 3 basic laws. The law of identity states that something is equal to itself, that is, A equals A. It is well known that this is nothing more than a truism. As such, it cannot generate any knowledge about A and thus about its change. The law of the excluded middle states that A equals A is either true or not true, that is, either A equals A or A is not equal to A. There is no third possibility. The law of non-contradiction states that two contradictory propositions cannot both be true. A proposition, A equals A, and its denial, A is not equal to A, cannot both be true. As just pointed out, A equals A is a truism. To be a meaningful statement, it must also be possible for A to be different from A, that is, A is not equal to A. In this case, we can inquire into the conditions for A equals A and for A is not equal to A, that is, why and how A equals A and why and how A is not equal to A. This is what dialectical logic does. For dialectical logic, A is at the same time both itself and different from itself, because of both its realized and of its potential nature. Given that both the realized and the potential are two aspects of the same phenomenon, A as a realized phenomenon is equal to itself, but at the same time is different from itself because of the potentialities it contains. 98 If AR indicates A as a realized phenomenon and AP indicates the potentials inherent in AR, A equals A because AR equals AR and at the same time A is not equal to A because AR is not equal to AP. Formal logic is blind to the realm of potentialities, so that a realized phenomenon is always equal to itself. Thus, given that phenomena change continuously because of their contradictory potentialities, change is banned from this view. Most importantly, to focus only on the realm of the realized while disregarding the realm of potentialities, that is, to state that A is always equal to A, implies a timeless dimension. The exclusive application of formal logic leads necessarily to simultaneism. In other words, a temporal approach needs dialectical logic. This allows us to distinguish dialectical contradictions from logical mistakes. Case 1. Formal logic contradictions, mistakes. If only realized reality, AR, is considered, only AR equals AR holds and AR is not equal to AR is a logical mistake. What has become realized can be only what it is, as a realized phenomenon. An 8-hour working day is just that, AR equals AR, and to assert that a working day is also not an 8-hour working day, AR is not equal to AR, is a formal logical contradiction, a mistake. Thus, in the realm of the realized, which is formal logic's only domain, 2 equals 2 and 2 equals 1 is a mistake. It follows that, since the contradiction between the realized form of social phenomena and their potential nature is disregarded, formal logic applies only to cases in which the premises are not contradictory. Case 2. Meaningless contradictions. If we consider both realizations and potentials, AR equals AR and AR is not equal to AP is a meaningless contradiction if AP is not contained as a potentiality within AR. In fact, it is meaningless to assert that a realized phenomenon is different from what it cannot potentially be. This can be the case either because AP does not exist in reality or because it is excluded by definition by AR. For example, a realized 8-hour working day cannot be different from a potential 20-hour working day because the latter does not exist, because the same forces that x the length of the working day at 8 hours cannot x it at 20 hours. For this reason, this type of contradiction cannot, by definition, explain change. This type of contradiction is meaningless from the standpoint of a theory of social change. Case 3. Dialectical contradictions. If we consider both the realized and the potential, AR equals AR and AR is not equal to AP is not a logical contradiction if a contradictory potentiality, AP, is contained potentially within AR, that is, if AP is a real possibility because it belongs to the potential realm of reality contained in AR. In this case, we have a real, or dialectical, contradiction. That a realized 8-hour working day is different from a potential 10-hour working day is a dialectical contradiction, because a 10-hour working day is a real possibility. Indeed, the same forces that x the length of the working day at 8 hours can also change it to 10 hours, thus explaining the possibility of its change. A dialectical contradiction is a contradiction between what has become and what can become, as contradictory to what has become. Far from being a logical mistake, a dialectical contradiction is what allows for, and explains, change. In dialectical logic, a temporary lack of change is explained not in terms of lack of movement but in terms of opposing forces temporarily unable to override each other, as, for example, an unchanged average rate of Pro-T is the result of the tendency being unable to override the counter-tendency, or vice versa. On the other hand, for formal logic, all contradictions are a mistake. This is different from saying that something can both be, exists, and not be, does not exist. This is not dialectical logic, but absurd nonsense deriving from disregarding the existence of the potential. Formal logic cannot explain change. Formal logic reduces to a succession of static moments what is a temporal hour of determining and determined contradictory phenomena continuously emerging from a potential state to become realized and continuously going back to a potential state. It follows that formal logic, seen from the standpoint of its class content, is ideological because it rules out dialectical contradictions, and thus movement and change. An ideology is a form of knowledge that defends, implicitly or explicitly, the interests of a class as if they were the interests of all classes, sometimes by denying the existence of classes. This is the case for formal logic as well. It was born in a slave society and was functional for the reproduction of that society. It was a static view of reality, a rationality in which radical change was absent. By extension, it was the status quo that was rational. It continued to be accepted in subsequent societies, including capitalism, because it can perform the same reactionary function in societies which, however different, share the common feature of being class-divided societies and in which it is in the interest of the ruling classes to use and foster this implicit rationalization of the status quo. This accounts for the resilience of formal logic. Formal logic is ideological not so much because of what it says but because of what it does not say. Acceptance of formal logic as the method of social analysis excludes the analysis of social change. The banning of dialectics cannot but result in a static and thus conservative view. Formal logic and dialectical logic do not complement each other, they exclude each other because of their opposing class content. On this point, the present approach differs substantially from that of Engels and of many Marxists after him. For Engels, metaphysical categories which for him are the same as the categories of formal logic retain their validity but only for everyday use. For the small change of science 99 this notion is unsatisfactory, not only because it does not provide a clear-cut principle as to when dialectical logic is applicable as opposed to formal logic. Also, and more importantly, formal logic explains neither everyday change nor the small change of science. Nevertheless, if the class content of formal logic is the opposite of, and excludes, that of dialectical logic, the principles of formal logic can and should be applied within dialectical logic as an auxiliary method because the rules of formal logic apply to the realm of the realized, which without the potentials is a static reality, and only to that realm. While exclusive focus on the realized disregards the potential and thus cannot account for dialectical contradictions, movement, and change, consideration of the realized as a partial step in the analysis is acceptable and necessary, if one chooses as a level of abstraction only the realm of the realized within a view of reality stressing both the realized and the potential. The rules of formal logic, if immersed in a dialectical interpretative scheme, do not deny dialectical contradictions, movement, and change but complement their understanding. To ban dialectical contradiction, movement, and change from analysis, as in formal logic, means to adhere to a species class content of the analysis. But to temporarily disregard these features of dialectical logic, and thus AP, to analyze separately AR equals AR and AR is not equal to AP as a technique within a dialectical framework, is methodologically possible and, indeed, necessary. A similar conclusion is reached by Zeleny in his analysis of the relation between modern formal logic and dialectical logic, in Marxian analysis, elementary induction and deduction. That is, induction and deduction as in formal logic, GC play a legitimate role insofar as one is entitled and required by the relative stability of the essence and the universal to treat that stability as XED within certain limits. 100 For example, Marx analyzes the subdivision of the working day into necessary and surplus labor time by holding the length of the working day constant. The premise is AR equals AR, that is, 8 hours are 8 hours, that is a premise that deals only with what has been realized. Thus the rules of formal logic hold. The purpose is to focus on the movement within AR, the greater the necessary labor time, the smaller the surplus labor time and vice versa. However, a full comprehension of AR requires an insight into AP, and thus into AR is not equal to AP, that is, into how the same forces that determine the subdivision within a working day of a certain length, AR, can determine also a potential change in AR. By considering the reasons why a realized 8-hour working day is different from a potential 10-hour working day, we hypothesize the possibility of a change in the length of the working day. This does not negate the results obtained by taking an 8-hour working day as a constant, but enriches the analysis by transforming that constant into a potential variable. Formal logic cannot encompass dialectical logic because the former shuns contradictions, which it considers to be mistakes. 101 But dialectical logic does encompass the formal rules of reasoning, but not formal logic with its class content, even though these rules cannot explain dialectical contradictions and thus contradictory change, that is, the change in a phenomenon's social content. To explain quantitative change within the realm of the realized, one needs the rules of formal logic and thus induction, deduction, and verication, as in formal logic. But, to explain the quantitative change arising from the contradiction between the realized and the potential, or the change in a phenomenon's contradictory social content, in short, to explain dialectical contradictions, one needs induction, deduction, and verication, as in dialectical logic. This is the theme of the next section. 7. Induction, deduction, and verication. Deduction can test whether some conclusions follow from some premises. These premises have been arrived at by a previous process of induction. This method applies to both formal and dialectical logic. However, there are fundamental differences. 7.1. The specificity of dialectical induction and deduction. This is the RST difference between formal and dialectical logic. It seems to be correct to begin with the real and the concrete, with the real precondition, thus to begin, in economics, with e.g. the population, which is the foundation and the subject of the entire social act of production. However, on closer examination this proves false. The population is an abstraction if I leave out, for example, the classes of which it is composed. These classes in turn are an empty phrase if I am not familiar with the elements on which they rest. E.g. wage labor, capital, etc. These latter in turn presuppose exchange, division of labor, prices, etc. For example, capital is nothing without wage labor, without value, money, price, etc. Thus, if I were to begin with the population, this would be a chaotic conception Vorstellung of the whole, and I would then, by means of further determination, move analytically towards ever more simple concepts Begriff, from the imagined concrete towards ever thinner abstractions until I had arrived at the simplest determinations. 102. For Marx, then, induction starts with observation, the chaotic conception of the whole, for example, population. He discerns that it would be wrong to consider population as the foundation of production. Rather, this foundation should be sought in classes. This RST narrowing of the scope of the analysis is also the RST step in the process of dialectical induction. In this process, the more complex, population as a realized phenomenon, is reduced to the less complex, classes, also as a realized phenomenon, so that the more complex, population, is reduced to a potential state contained in the less complex, classes. Or, the less complex, classes, is seen as containing within its potentialities the more complex, population. In this way, classes as a realized phenomenon are seen to contain potentially within themselves the population, thus becoming the condition of existence of the population. In reducing population from a realized to a potential state, within classes, that is, in compressing population into classes, the concreteness and complexity of the realized population is lost, because the realized population is more than realized classes. It is in this sense that the latter, classes, are a thinner concept, abstraction, than the former. Given that only what is realized can determine what is potentially existent within itself as a condition of its own existence, if the realized population is reduced to, compressed into, a potential population contained within realized classes, in this conceptual process, induction, population is determined by classes. But classes, too, are a realized phenomenon that can be reduced to a yet simpler realized phenomenon, for example, the ownership relation. Again, the more complex, classes, is reduced to a potential state contained in the realized less complex. The realized ownership relation, so that the latter becomes determinant of the former. At a certain level of abstraction of the analysis, that is to say, if a certain slice of social reality is considered, the population is contained potentially in and determined by classes. At another level of abstraction, classes are contained potentially in and determined by the ownership relation. In short, dialectical induction is a process that, through different phases, levels of abstraction, compresses the richness of phenomena into simpler, thinner states, thus reducing them to a potential state, until it reaches the ultimately determining phenomenon, the ownership relation. At this point, induction terminates and deduction begins. The excerpt above continues as follows: from there the journey would have to be retraced until I had nearly arrived at the population again, but this time not as the chaotic conception of a whole, but as a rich totality of many determinations and relations. This is what Marx calls the concrete in thought. 103. The retracing phase is the dialectical deduction, the unfolding, reconstruction in thought, of more and more concrete, detailed, and articulated notions of reality derived from their potential state. Each step in the unfolding is a temporary conclusion, but also the premise for the following step in the chain of deductions. The realized phenomenon, population, that was compressed into its potential state and made to become the potential inherent to another realized phenomenon, classes, is now unfolded from its potential state contained in the determinant phenomenon, classes, into its realized state, the realized population, the notion of population which is not chaotic any longer but structured through the process of induction and deduction. There is no chicken and egg dilemma here, for any initial observation is perceived through a previous process of induction and deduction and is unstructured, chaotic, only relative to a further conception that is the outcome of a further process of induction and deduction. The search for an observation not enunced by a previous theoretical framework, no matter how primitive, is senseless. Stated differently, to start from empirical, observed reality is not an empiricist standpoint. Marx's starting point of induction is indeed empirical reality, but there is no empiricism in his method. The reason is that the inductive phase, the observation of reality, begins on the basis of a previously developed theoretical conception, in Marx's case, a class analysis, which is the outcome of a previous phase of deduction. If Marx begins with the real concrete, empirical observation, he begins with an observation which has already been layered through a previous process of induction and deduction. It might be useful to recall that the notions developed in the process of induction and deduction, knowledge formation, are not a reaction in thought of objective reality, but class-determined conceptualizations. 7.2. Contradictory premises. The second difference is that, in formal logic, the premises should not be contradictory. If they are so, the conclusions cannot but be ambiguous and undetermined. For example, we shall see in Chapter 2 that technological innovations can both increase the surplus value produced, for example, if they decrease the value of the means of production per unit of capital invested, and decrease it, for example, if they replace people with machines, given that only human labor can produce value and surplus value. From this contradictory premise, it is impossible for formal logic to conclude unambiguously whether the new value produced increases or decreases as a result of technological innovations, so that the movement of the average rate of Pro-T is seen as indeterminate. On the other hand, dialectical logic deduces from this contradictory premise a tendential, not an indeterminate, movement, a movement exhibiting tendencies and counter-tendencies, a contradictory movement. This is not a logical mistake but a rendition of a real contradictory movement. The same holds if we start from two mutually contradictory premises. This does not imply that deduction, as in formal logic, should be discarded. It allows us to distinguish correct from incorrect statements about social phenomena if only non-contradictory premises are considered, that is, if they are separated from their movement and change and thus from the contradictory relations with other phenomena. For example, if only the premise of labor reduction is considered, the average rate of Pro-T can only fall as a consequence of labor-saving technological innovations. Within this partial approach, deduction as in formal logic applies. However, it is only one aspect of the analysis of tendential and contradictory movements. In formal logic, results following from contradictory premises are called paradoxes. For example, John is a New Yorker. John says that all New Yorkers are liars. If John is telling the truth, all New Yorkers are liars including John, who however tells the truth. Thus, John both tells the truth and lies. This conclusion follows from contradictory premises. 48 Chapter 1. 7.3. The scope of the premises. The third difference concerns the scope of the premises. Deduction, as in formal logic, requires the explicit enunciation of all the premises that are needed in order to necessarily reach an unambiguous conclusion. This is impossible in dialectical logic, and more generally in the social sciences, because all elements of reality are interconnected. 104 For example, in considering the movement of the rate of Pro-T, one has to choose among a vast array of real contradictory causes, the premises that can explain contradictory movements. Then, one models in thought the real, contradictory, and tendential movement. And, nally, one decides which of the premises is the tendency and which premises are the counter-tendencies. If the result explains the movement in its characteristic features rather than in all its aspects, the test is successful. The aim is a theory with explanatory power, logically consistent and evidentially correct. There will be other factors affecting that particular tendential movement. But they can be ignored if the test is successful in the above-mentioned sense. This allows us to forecast the repetition of the movement in its characteristic features as long as those premises are unchanged. This answers the objection that it is impossible to know that an event will recur in the future simply because it has taken place in the past. This position makes forecasts impossible. 105. Just as induction and deduction differ in the two approaches, so does the very cation of what has been induced and deduced. Elements of knowledge should be tested in terms both of theory and empirically. Consider RST empirical, evidential, very cation. It refers to the empirical consistency of factual data with the knowledge, for example, theory, being tested. Empiricism holds that theories should be tested on the basis of neutral data. This view clashes with the thesis held in this work that all elements of knowledge are socially, class-determined and have thus a class content. Neutral data, in the sense of being worked out outside theories and thus with no social content, do not exist. This implies that a theory can be empirically tested only on the basis of the data it itself produces and that data collected and manipulated within a different theoretical framework, different in the sense of a different class content, are, by definition, inconsistent with that theory. But this conclusion would seem to clash with the fact that different theories can use the same quantitative methods and collect the same quantitative data not only to substantiate their own validity but also to invalidate alternative theories. This dilemma can be solved on the basis of what was said above on the relation between formal and dialectical logic. Quantitative methods, such as mathematics and statistics, are specie forms of formal logic. Therefore, they can measure quantitative change, but can neither measure qualitative change, since it is impossible to measure quantitatively a change in the class content of knowledge, nor explain quantitative and qualitative change. Taken in themselves or within the context of formal logic, they imply a non-contradictory reality void of a qualitative dimension, in terms of social content, and thus not subject to qualitative change. This is their social content. However, as argued above, they can be used as subsidiary tools within dialectical logic, and thus can be used within dialectical, class verication. In fact, quantitative methods and data can be subsumed under dialectical verication to analyze only the quantitative change of realized reality, to stop, as it were, for a moment, reality's movement to gain a better insight into its inner working. This is quite different from vanishing from verication society's contradictory movement and change, as formal logic does and as exclusive focus on quantitative methods and data implies. It is the disregard of this fundamental difference that creates the illusion of the class neutrality of quantitative methods. The question is not one of a different use of the same, socially neutral quantitative methods. There is no third, neutral, rationality from which neutral elements of knowledge, including quantitative methods and data, can be derived. Rather, like all elements of knowledge, quantitative methods and data acquire their class content according to the wider body of knowledge within which they are devised and developed, according to whether they are elements of formal or of dialectical logic, verication. Within one context, they emerge as aspects of a static reality, in the sense that only quantitative changes are allowed. Within another context, they are aspects of a dynamic, contradictory reality in which changes in the social content of phenomena are focused upon. Within one context, they are constituted as elements of capital's rationality, within another of labor's rationality. Different theories can produce the same quantitative results, but their qualitative, social content is different according to the class content of the framework within which they originate and are used. This is why the same quantitative results can be used both to verify the theories within which they emerge, so that only the data worked out within a theory can be used to verify that theory, and to debunk theories with different social contents, because those data, even though quantitatively the same, have acquired a social content different from that of the theory to be debunked. To refuse this view means to deny the class character of social reality, to avoid choosing sides. Consider next theoretical consistency, verication. If the rules of formal logic, rather than formal logic itself, that is, the social content deriving from exclusively focusing on realized reality, are used to analyze the realized aspects of reality as a technique subsumed within a dynamic view encompassing the existence of both potentials and realizations, the theoretical verication of an element of knowledge is both in terms of the rules of formal logic and of dialectical logic, in terms of that knowledge's social content. Neither the rules of formal logical verication nor dialectical class verication is sufficient, both are necessary. From the point of view of labor, knowledge should be both internally consistent in terms of the rules of formal logic and consistent with labor's rationality. It follows that, whenever the rules of formal logic cannot decide among contradictory elements of theories, all of them internally logically consistent, it is the social class content that decides. Let us take 3 examples. First, different initial premises lead to different results. If both are valid in terms of formal logical deduction, the premises and results should be chosen that tie into labor's rationality. A pertinent case is the substitution of the premise from which some results have been deduced with another premise with a different social content. For example, we shall see in Chapter 2 that Occascio's critique of Marx's law of the tendential fall of the proletariat is invalid because that critique is based on a notion of labor as a cost, while, for Marx, labor is indeed a cost for the individual capitalists but is also, and above all, the only value-creating activity. A capitalist's replacement of labor by machines is indeed cost-reducing for that capitalist, but it decreases at the same time the surplus value produced, thus decreasing the average rate of Pro-T. In the former case, Ocasio, technological innovations lead to economic growth, in the latter case, Marx, to economic crises. In the latter case, tendential fall in the average rate of Pro-T and thus tendency towards crises and supersession. Labor's struggle is the conscious manifestation of the system's objective tendency towards its supersession. In the former case, tendency towards growth, that struggle lacks an objective basis and thus becomes voluntaristic wishful thinking. Thus, the notion of labor as a cost re-x the interests of capital, that of labor as the only value-creating activity re-x the interest of labor. In spite of the fact that both views are internally consistent in terms of formal logic, it is the notion of labor as the only value-creating activity that should be chosen by labor because it is this view that re-x the interests of labor, the liberation from capital's yoke. Second, the same premise, S, can lead to a result that is consistent in terms of the rules of formal logic but contradictory in terms of class content with the more general theory of which it is an element. In this case, it is the social content of the more general framework that determines the social content of those elements of knowledge that are encompassed within it, and that would be contradictory to it within a different class context. For example, the initial premises that all Caucasians are equal and that Caucasians are superior to other races can lead to a view stressing solidarity among the member of a racist group, possibly in order to dominate and oppress other racial groups. The view stressing solidarity within that racist group cannot be considered to be an expression of labor's rationality, because its social content is given by the broader, racist, theory within which that view is held. It is the solidarity functional for the abolition of exploitation, rather than for its reproduction in new forms, that is an expression of labor's rationality. More generally, given a theory, the social content of the new elements of knowledge should be consistent with the social content of the more general theoretical framework. A test of theoretical consistency of a new element of knowledge within a broader theoretical frame fails if the former carries a social content different from that of the latter. Third, some premise, S, can lead to a result that is amenable to be interpreted in two contradictory ways. This is the case of the premise that only labor creates value, from which it can be deduced that technological innovations can either increase the average rate of Pro-T or decrease it, see the RST case. In terms of the rules of formal logic, there is no reason to adjudicate the role of the tendency to the decrease in the average rate of Pro-T and of the counter-tendency to its increase or vice versa. But, in terms of the result's class nature, it is the fall in the average rate of Pro-T that should be seen as the tendency for the reason submitted in the RST case. More generally, at each stage of the process of induction and deduction, it is possible that elements of knowledge with a certain social content are allowed into a more general theoretical perspective with a different social content. It is through this contradictory process that the outcome, the new element of knowledge, derives its contradictory social content. Chapter 2. Debates. 1. Recasting the issues to understand the crisis from the perspective of Marx's labor theory of value requires that his theory be shown to be valid and internally consistent. But, since its appearance, and especially after the appearance of the third volume of Capital, Marx's theory has been the object of sustained attacks aimed at showing its logical inconsistency. The critique has centered upon four issues: abstract labor as the only source of value, the materiality of abstract labor, the law of the falling rate of Pro-T, and the so-called transformation problem. These are crucial areas of Marxist theory. If the critiques are proven to be correct, there would be no sound platform on which to build a truly radically alternative view of capitalism and thus of its tendency towards crises and its own supersession. This is the vital question underlying the issues discussed in the following four sections. The debate on the four aforementioned issues has been lively. However, there is a crucial dimension which has been disregarded by both sides. The focus has been mainly on the quantitative and formal logical aspect of the issues. But, as argued in Chapter 1, formal logic cannot explain qualitative, radical change. And this is the limit of the debate. Looking back, this limit has been a necessary evil. Marx's critics have used the rules of formal logic and mathematical tools to support their arguments. It has then been necessary to use the same rules and tools to rebut the critique. But this is no longer sufficient. To provide a complete proof that there is no inconsistency in Marx, one has to use Marx's own method, the dialectical method, of which the tools of formal logic are an aspect, and thus the class-determined perspective, as highlighted in Chapter 1. This chapter will argue that Marx's theory is based on a view of reality whose essential coordinates are time, temporalism, and non-equilibrium. It requires the use of the dialectical method of social inquiry, which is sufficient to rebut the critiques which are based on an opposite view of reality, one in which time is banned, simultaneism, and the economy is in, or tends towards, equilibrium. This latter argument rests exclusively on formal logic. The twofold aim of what follows is not only to show Marx's internal consistency, by adopting the temporalist, non-equilibrium approach, but also to argue that, in the debate between the two camps, the dialectical view of reality has been lost. In other words, both approaches suffer from a common constraint, the exclusive reliance on, the rules of, formal logic. In terms of formal logic, there is general agreement that an interpretation that is logically consistent in its own terms, logically valid, for short, should be preferred to one that is not. There is no agreement, however, on which interpretation to choose from in cases where two or more interpretations derived from opposite postulates are equally logically valid. In this case, the debate has not produced a commonly agreed selection criterion. Purely in terms of formal logic, no reason has been advanced as to why one approach, the temporalist, non-equilibrium approach, or the simultaneist, equilibrium approach, should be chosen rather than another if both lead to opposite and yet internally consistent interpretations. The cause of this indeterminacy is to be found in formal logic, which is implicitly based on methodological individualism, which implies that everybody is free to choose whatever theory she likes, while dialectical logic perceives the class determination and thus the class content of postulates and theories. From this perspective, it is the class content that functions as the criterion on the basis of which to choose. In other words, if, and this is the essential condition, participation in the debates is meant to be an aspect of the development of a theory representing and defending the cause of labor, the selection criterion, as argued in Chapter 1, should be whether the different postulates and the interpretations deriving from them are an instance of a wider theory of radical social change. In Debates 55. Short, the criterion should be an interpretation's class content. If the NAL aim of the debate is to contribute to labor's liberation from capital, this challenge cannot be avoided. If that is not the aim, the debate is not worth being pursued and should be left to idle academic disputations. The debate, then, should change focus, from exclusive reliance on formal logic to reliance on dialectical logic, of which the tools of formal logic are one aspect. It is time to move on. The debate has to shift grounds, from a restricted focus to a wider view, from formal logic to dialectical logic, from disregard of, to emphasis on, the different interpretations' class content. Let us then consider the four aforementioned areas of debate. To abstract labor as the only source of surplus value. That abstract labor is the only source of value and surplus value is the fundamental assumption of Marx's economic theory. First, why should laborers create surplus value? The objection most often heard is that there is no reason to exclude the means of production and the capitalists from being the producers of surplus value. Concerning the means of production, the argument can be split into two variants. The more extravagant one holds that the means of production can produce surplus value in the absence of laborers. For example, Dmitriev claims that it is theoretically possible to imagine a case in which all products are produced exclusively by the work of machines, so that no unit of living labor, whether human or of any other kind, participates in production, and nevertheless an industrial Pro-T may occur in this case under certain conditions. This is a Pro-T which will not differ essentially in any way from the Pro-T obtained by present-day capitalists using hired workers in production. 1. Basically, the argument is that, in a fully automated system, a certain input of machines can create a greater output of machines, or of other commodities. In this case, Pro-T and the rate of Pro-T would be determined exclusively by the technology used, productivity, and not by, abstract, labor. If 10 machines produce 12 machines, the Pro-T is 2 machines and the rate of Pro-T is 2/10 equals 20%. This approach is stillborn because of the logical inconsistency deriving from the impossibility to aggregate different use values, e.g. machines, into a homogeneous quantity. Money could not perform this aggregating function because it would represent different use values rather than something they all have in common, and that makes comparison possible. The discussion could stop here. But let us proceed. Here, value stands for the monetary expression of, quantities of, use values produced by machines. This has nothing to do with Marx's notion of value, which is the monetary expression of abstract labor expended by laborers. The argument that value can also be created by machines and that this disproves Marx's value theory could not be more wide of the mark. This view is logically inconsistent both in its own terms, due to the problem of aggregation, and as a critique of Marx's labor theory of value. An apparently more plausible argument could be the following: given that, obviously, both labor and machines are needed to produce machines, it seems reasonable to postulate that value is created by both labor and machines. But, one would have to explain why, as just shown, if machines without living labor cannot produce value, in Marx's sense, they can produce value, or a part of it, in combination with living labor. Second, even if machines could create value, this value would be use value rather than value as the outcome of humans' abstract labor. This implies the problem of aggregation mentioned above. Third, if machines can create value, so can an infinity of other factors, animals, the forces of nature, sunspots, etc., and the determination of value becomes impossible. This implies also the impossibility of a theory of distribution, of prices, relating production to distribution. One would then have to fall into the subjective theory of prices, based on demand and supply, with the theoretical consequences highlighted in section 6 below. Fourth, the same objections against machines creating the value of the product apply to the machines transferring their value to that of the product. In fact, they would transfer their use value, and this would immediately crash against the problem of the aggregation of different use values. Thus, the means of production neither create nor transfer their value to the product. Fifth, there are consequences in terms of the class content of the theory that are of the utmost importance for labor. In this connection, it might be useful to recall that, in Marx, machines do not create value. Rather, concrete labor transfers the value of the machines, and, more generally, of the means of production, to the product. Why? If labor is always both abstract and concrete at the same time, thus if the commodity has, always both value and use value at the same time, value is incorporated in the use value of the commodities. Then, if the means of production are consumed and thus lose progressively their use value through concrete labor, they lose at the same time also the value incorporated in their use value. And, if the use value of the means of production is transformed into the use value of the product, the value of the means of production is not lost but is transferred by and through concrete labor to the product. The difference between the thesis that machines create, or transfer, their value to the product and Marx's thesis that concrete labor transfers the value of the means of production to the product becomes clear if we consider Marx's critique of Senior's last hour. Suppose a working day of 8 hours and that the value produced is 80 C plus 20 V plus 20 S equals 120 V, where C is constant capital, V is variable capital and S is surplus value. Then, the rate of Pro-T is 20 S/100, C plus V, equals 20% and the rate of surplus value is 20S/20V equals 100%. For Marx, each moment of the 8 hours of concrete labor transforms the use value of the means of production and transfers the value of the means of production, ADC, to the product. At the same time, each moment of the 8 hours of abstract labor creates new value, which, in this example, is subdivided in equal parts between capital and labor, the RST 4 hours for the laborers, 20V, and the last 4 hours for the capitalists, 20S. The rate of surplus value is 100%. If the working day decreases to 6 hours and if wages do not fall, V equals 4, the surplus labor time falls to 2 hours and the rate of surplus value falls to 2/4 equals 50% from 100%. Consider now senior's argument. In the RST 4 hours, labor creates the value of the machines and, in the 2 remaining hours, it creates the value of the means of consumption. If the working day is reduced from 8 to 6 hours, the surplus value falls to 0 instead of 2 as in Marx, given that 2 hours are needed to produce the wage goods, and the rate of surplus value falls to 0 instead of 50% as in Marx. 2. The ideological function of rejecting the distinction between concrete and abstract labor, that is, of considering an undifferentiated notion of labor, becomes then clear. It hides the true rates of exploitation and their horrible effects on the working class. As Marx exclaimed, Dante would have found the worst horrors of his inferno surpassed in this manufacture. 3. But there is another fundamental reason for rejecting the notion that machines create value. In order to comprehend it more clearly, let us anticipate some elements of Marx's theory of crises to be expounded later on in this chapter and the following chapters. For Marx, the means of production do not create value. However, they increase human productivity and thus the output per unit of capital invested, while decreasing the quantity of living labor needed for the production of a certain output. Given that only labor creates value, the substitution of the means of production for living labor decreases the quantity of value created per unit of capital invested. Since value, in the approach criticized here, would be produced by both machines and labor, the same quantity of value would be produced by a unit of capital invested, irrespective of the relative percentage weight of machines and labor. For this approach, 90% machines and 10% labor would create just as much value as 10% machines and 90% labor, so that 90% machines would create more value than 10% machines. In Marx's theory, on the contrary, 90% machines and 10% labor create much less value than in the opposite case. It follows that, in the former case, lower pro-tier rates and thus crises are not originated by a decreased production of surplus value due to less living labor employed, whereas for Marx this is indeed the case. In the former approach, labor shedding and productivity increasing technological innovations leave the production of value unchanged, so that the greater the capital invested the greater the production of value. In the latter approach, Marx, the greater the capital invested by introducing labor shedding and productivity increasing means of production, the greater the fall in employment, the less the value produced and incorporated in a greater quantity of output. In the former approach, technological innovations lead to economic growth. In the latter, they lead tendentially to crises. Given that labor shedding and productivity increasing technological innovations are the motor of capitalism's dynamic, for the former approach capitalism tends towards growth and reproduction while, for the latter, Marx, it tends towards crises and its own supersession. If one holds that the economy tends towards growth and thus towards its own reproduction and that crises are only temporary interruptions of this growth, the counter tendencies, one deprives the working class of the objective basis of its struggle. This stand makes the struggle of the working class not only a pure act of voluntarism, because it is contrary to the objective movement of the economy, but also irrational because it aims at doing away with a rational system, a system that tends towards growth and equilibrium. This is capital's view. On the other hand, the thesis that the system tends towards crises and thus its own supersession not only grounds labor's struggle on sound, objective foundations, because this struggle is in accordance with the real, objective tendential movement, growth is then seen as the counter-tendency, but is also rational because it aims at doing away with an irrational, exploitative, and destructive system. Only a view stressing the capitalist economy's objective tendency towards its own supersession can provide an adequate basis for labor's cause. The thesis that machines create value is then contrary to labor's interests. Admittedly, this is a class-determined stance. But a view of society tending towards equilibrated growth and reproduction, or a view incapable of discerning the tendency from its counter-tendency, as in the case of many Marxists, see below, is equally class-determined and thus carries a denied class content, a content inimical to labor, whether the individual theorists are aware of it or not. The second candidate for the role as producer of value besides the laborers is the capitalists. Capital and labor would receive their share of their joint product. Income differentials between capital and labor would be explained in terms of the capitalists' higher skills, greater responsibility, reward for risk-taking, and so forth, something, by the way, that makes it hard to explain why some managers' income is thousands of times higher than that of an unskilled or even a skilled laborer. As for the capitalists' responsibility, the fate of the enterprise is just as dependent on the capitalists as on the laborer's responsibility. With regard to rewards for risk-taking, there is no empirical work whatsoever establishing a correlation between these two factors. And, as for the capitalists' higher skills, it cannot be denied that the capitalists, and thus the top managers and the whole bureaucratic structure that serves the interests of the capitalists, wield power over the laborers, and that they see to it, either by force or by persuasion, that the laborers obey. The former, if they must force the latter to labor, cannot themselves labor. There is no way I can force somebody to labor and at the same time labor myself. The capitalist as such must perform the function of capital, which Marx calls the function of control and surveillance. Thus, inasmuch as they perform the function of capital, the capitalists cannot produce value. As a variation on the theme, managerial theories hold that value, understood by these theories as the monetary expression of use value, is produced by both the capitalists as the organizers of the production process and by the laborers. Marx agrees but adds that, when performing this function, the capitalists are part of the collective laborer because they organize the labor process. But the capitalists also perform another function, the function of capital, the extraction and appropriation of surplus value. When performing this function, they do not produce but rather expropriate and appropriate surplus value. When they perform one function, they cannot perform the other. 4. 3. The materiality of abstract labor. For Marx, abstract labor is the expenditure of human labor power in the abstract. 5. It is the substance of value and is the expenditure of human energy irrespective of, abstracting from, the concrete, specie forms it takes, concrete labors. Concrete labor creates their distinctive character and makes them into concrete use values to be distinguished from others. 6. Since labor is always and at the same time both concrete and abstract, value is contained in the commodity as use value before it realizes itself as exchange value, that is, before the commodity is sold. At present, the proponent of the opposite view is Chris Arthur, the major exponent of the value form approach. 7. Arthur rejects this notion of abstract labor and thus Marx's labor theory of value. My position is quite different from that of the orthodox tradition, which sees labor creating something positive, namely value, then expropriated. 8. The author submits two critiques. 3.1. Arthur's RST critique. The RST objection is that concrete labor cannot be reduced to abstract labor. Arthur quotes the following passage from the Grundrisse. This economic relation of production, GC, develops more purely and adequately in proportion as labor loses all the characteristics of art, as its particular skill becomes something more and more abstract and irrelevant, and as it becomes more and more a purely abstract activity. A merely physical activity, activity pure and simple, regardless of its form. 9. This is a misreading of Marx. Marx's argument is clear: inasmuch as capitalism develops as a particular mode of production, labor becomes more and more a purely abstract activity. A merely physical activity, activity pure and simple, regardless of its form. 10. In other words, labor as a purely physical activity regardless of its specie forms, or abstract labor, emerges with the onset of capitalism and asserts itself as capitalism becomes the dominant mode of production. Arthur misreads this quotation as if Marx were dealing with the process of the descaling of concrete labors and as if this were to culminate in abstract labor. But this is simply mistaken. Abstract labor emerges because general exchangeability requires a rod with which to measure exchange ratios. For these ratios, the specie features of commodities and thus the skills needed to produce them are irrelevant. 11. If Arthur's interpretation were correct, Marx would have made a conceptual mistake because descaling, no matter how extreme, cannot cancel all concrete qualities so that deskilled labor can never be abstract as such. 12. But it is Arthur who makes a conceptual mistake by attributing to Marx the view that concrete labor can be reduced to abstract labor. Marx could not be clearer: as use values, commodities are, above all, of different qualities, but as exchange values they are merely different quantities, and consequently do not contain an atom of use value. 13. The rejection of Marx's notion of abstract labor on these grounds is thus unwarranted. 3.2. Arthur's second critique. Let us next consider Arthur's second critique, that abstract labor lacks direct empirical evidence. The natural body of the commodity under this description, that is, as a use value, GC, is clearly a substance present to inspection. To speak of value as a substance, by contrast, could be taken as highly objectionable. From the time of Samuel Bailey's attack on Ricardo, such a view has been rejected, other than by Marx, in favor of an account in which there is no value substance, and insofar as it appears as a property of commodities, something they have, this has been analyzed as a purely relational property identical with value in exchange and accordingly label 14. The argument seems to be, use values can be seen to exist in their materiality before exchange, but the same cannot be said of value. If value had, a material substance before exchange, it would have to be empirically observable during or at the end of the production period. Since this is not the case, Arthur holds, one can justifiably call into question the materiality of abstract labor and thus the material existence of value before exchange, before it appears as exchange value in its money form. At least 3 counter-arguments can be mentioned. First, material existence does not require observability. Think of electricity. Arthur would have to explain why this is a requisite in this particular case. Second, if concrete and abstract labor are 2 aspects of the same human activity, that is, of labor, a proposition no value form theorist calls into question, to the best of my knowledge, and if concrete labor is a material substance existing before exchange, why is it not the same for abstract labor? Third, aside from these 2 objections, it can be shown that abstract labor and thus the substance value, can be observed to be a material substance expended during production and thus existing materially before exchange. 15. If this is the case, what can be observed at the moment of exchange is the social form of existence of that pre-exchange material substance, namely abstract labor. The following argument cannot be explicitly found in Marx. However, it is inherent in and consistent with his work, as the following quotation shows. What Lucretius says is self-evident: nil posse creri de nihilo, out of nothing, nothing can be created. Creation of value is transformation of labor power into labor. Labor power itself is energy transferred to a human organism by means of nourishing matter. 16. This is a description of human metabolism, a notion well known to Marx and Engels. The concept of metabolism was already widespread within biology, chemistry, and physiology at the time they, that is, Marx and Engels, GC, were writing, and was used by many other thinkers with whom they were familiar, including Liebig, whose influence on Marx and Engels's work was much more profound. 17. The human metabolism shows that people, irrespective of their differences, produce the same type of energy and thus consume the same type of energy, no matter which specific activities they engage in. More specifically, the human metabolism is a two-stage process. In the anabolic phase, human energy is produced in the form of calories eaten and stored. There are, of course, differences between the organs and functions of different individuals, but these differences do not affect the general, common way in which we all produce energy in the aforementioned form. This stored up energy is nothing else than our labor power, the capacity to transform both the reality external to us and the knowledge of this outer world. This phase is followed by the catabolic phase, the use of the stored energy. This use or expenditure cannot but be the consumption of the same type of energy, calories. Both the storage and the expenditure of human energy, of calories, is a material process. The storage is the transformation of nourishing matter into calories and thus in labor power, and the expenditure is the transformation of labor power into labor. Being a material process, it is also a real process. The expenditure of human energy is measured in medicine by referring to the basic metabolic rate, that is, the amount of energy or calories the body of an average individual sitting and at rest burns to maintain itself in its resting state. For example, the direct calorimetry method involves placing a person in an insulated chamber. As the person's body heat is released, it raises a layer of water surrounding the chamber, and this allows scientists to measure the temperature. A kilocalorie, kcal, is the amount of heat it takes to raise the temperature of 1 liter of water by 1 degree Celsius. In this manner, one can calculate the number of calories a person expends. Various types of activities use different quantities of energy as shown by tables of metabolic rates. This is commonly done by sports institutions. For example, in 10 minutes, 227 kilocalories are needed to run at 8 km per hour, 225 of the same kcal to play squash, 116 of the same kcal to windsurf, etc. Human energy in the abstract does exist, is material, and its expenditure can be measured. It is because of the aforementioned reasons that abstract labor is a real process, in the sense of a physiological process, 19 a material process, 20 the expenditure of the same type of human energy in the abstract. As Marx says, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power, in the physiological sense, and it is in this quality of being equal, or abstract, human labor that it forms the value of commodities. 21 Abstract labor is a purely abstract activity, a purely mechanical activity. A merely formal activity, or, what is the same, a merely material stoffage activity, activity pure and simple. 22 Or, labor power is the energy transferred to a human organism by means of nourishing matter. 23 The observation of the expenditure of calories during production is the observation of abstract labor. If one wanted to, one could measure a laborer's physical fatigue or the consumption of calories while at the same time observing her producing a specific use value, that is, engaging in concrete labor. Denial of the existence of the material substance of value is simply incompatible with modern medical science. Therefore, it lacks the scienticity needed by labor for its struggle against capital. Some might agree, but object that what we see is abstract human labor, the substance of value, and not value itself. However, if the substance of value can be observed to exist materially and therefore can be measurable before exchange, it can safely be concluded that value also exists materially and is measurable before exchange, whether value is observable or not. Milios asserts that value is determined by abstract labor. But abstract labor is not an empirical magnitude that can be measured with a stopwatch. It is an abstraction constituted, that is, acquiring tangible existence, in the process of exchange, which does not take place just in the mind of the theoretician. 24 The above shows that this assertion is unfounded. Marx's assertion that social labor time exists in these commodities in a latent state, so to speak, and becomes evident only in the course of their exchange. 25 Far from rejecting the material and quantiable nature of abstract labor, supports this thesis because latent in Marx means potential, as argued in Chapter 1. By holding that the difference between values and prices, of production, is a difference between two incommensurate and hence not comparable entities which are, however, integrated in a notional link connecting causal determinations, values, and their forms of appearance, prices, and by stressing that at certain points in Volume 3 of Capital, especially when dealing with the transformation of values into prices of production, Marx distances himself from the implications of his own theory, incommensurability between value and price, making quantitative comparisons between values and production prices. 26 Milios discovers yet another theoretical ambivalence in Marx. But this supposed ambivalence derives from the unfounded principle that values and prices are quantitatively not comparable. If values are potential prices, that is, if prices are values after redistribution, the ambivalence fades away. See section 5 of this chapter. The thesis defended by Milios that the transition from values to production prices is conceptual, not quantitative, is yet another way to solve a non-existent problem. Whether value form theorists are aware of it or not, the denial of the material existence of abstract labor, or, more precisely, of the material existence of the abstract labor embodied in a commodity before that commodity's exchange and therefore also after exchange, clashes with the reality of the human metabolism. If the original aim of the value form approach was, under the neo-Ricardian attack, to avoid the transformation problem by denying the existence of value before its exchange, the strategy has misread. The value form approach, to be credible, must show that the human metabolism does not exist or that it can be justifiably assumed not to exist. Marx's premise, upon which Capital rests, that abstract labor is the expenditure of human energy irrespective of the species, concrete, activities carried out, stands RMLY with both feet on sound scientific, theoretical and empirically observable ground. At this juncture, three crucial points should be stressed. First, the argument concerning the real, material existence of abstract labor as the expenditure of homogeneous, undifferentiated human energy as measured for example by kcal is not meant to reformulate Marx's analysis of value simply in terms of the expenditure of human energy in the abstract. There is no question here of energy reductionism. But it should be stressed that abstract labor does imply the expenditure of human energy in the abstract and that, therefore, it is both material and measurable. 27 However, abstract labor, while having a metabolic dimension, the expenditure of human energy in the abstract, is not reducible to that dimension only. Abstract labor is the social dimension of that metabolic process and therefore value is the social evaluation of the expenditure of human energy. For example, the same amount of calories can be expended in an hour by a skilled as well as by an unskilled laborer. Yet the value created by the former is greater than that created by the latter because society's previous labor and thus society's previous expenditure of human energy needed to form the former's labor power has been greater than that needed to form the latter's. This does not mean that if the creation of a skilled laborer's labor power has cost twice as much as that of an unskilled laborer, the former laborer creates necessarily in an hour double as much value as the latter. It all depends on the social valuation of different types of labor power at the moment the laborer expends her labor power. For example, a certain skilled laborer's labor power might be devalued because, due to technological improvements, that labor power might now cost less to be produced than it had cost previously, or a certain type of skilled labor might have become useless or less desired, or the value of the unskilled laborer's labor power might have risen, etc. The relation between the value of different levels of skilled labor power and unskilled labor power depends on their social valuation. In an hour, a skilled laborer produces a socially determined multiple of the value created by an unskilled laborer. But, given a certain social valuation of a skilled labor, 2 hours of expenditure of human energy in the abstract by that skilled laborer produce double as much value as 1 hour. The same holds for unskilled labor. Thus, the aim of the argument submitted here is not to reduce abstract labor, and thus value, to an ahistorical metabolic process. Rather, the aim is to rebut the critique concerning Marx's notion of abstract labor and to argue that this metabolic dimension is perfectly consonant with the architecture of Marx's value analysis, in that it provides the material and thus the objective substratum of a social process. It follows that, if human energy in the abstract is both material and quantiable before exchange, so must be its social evaluation and thus abstract labor and thus value. Without this material and objective dimension, the value of commodities becomes arbitrary, it lacks an objective basis for its quantitative determination. Value form theory, in whatever variation, cannot explain why more intensive labor creates a measurable multiple of less intensive labor or why skilled labor creates a measurable multiple of unskilled labor. As Burkett and Foster put it, Marx and Engels's approach was both historical and metabolic. While incorporating energetic factors, it also recognized the irreducibly material, including biochemical, and irreducibly social character of human production. 28. The physiological and material expenditure of undifferentiated human energy does not imply that this material expenditure excludes the production of knowledge and thus human consciousness. The expenditure of material, undifferentiated human energy encompasses the working of the whole human body, that is, it comprises the physiological expenditure due to the working of the human brain as well. The material expenditure of human energy is not equivalent to manual labor or to any other such concept that excludes brain work. I know of no passage where Marx holds a notion of a machine-like type of material expenditure of undifferentiated human energy as if it excluded the working of the brain and thus the production of knowledge. And this is certainly not the thesis of this work. Abstract labor can be expended both in material labor, production of material objects, and in mental labor, production of knowledge. 29. Third, the expenditure of undifferentiated human energy is common not only to all people but also to all people in all societies. In this sense, it is transepochal. Nevertheless, its discovery as a transepochal phenomenon is socially determined and its practical significance, as abstract labor and thus as the substance of value, is socially specie. It is perhaps not by chance that studies on the human metabolism started in the 17th century with Sanctrius, 1561–1636, just as it might not be by chance that Sanctrius wanted to apply the principles of mechanics to the problems of health and sickness. In his book Ars de Statica Medicina, 1614, which was translated into English during the 18th century, he reports experiments in which he weighed himself in a chair suspended from a steelyard balance, before and after eating, sleeping, working, making love, fasting, deprived from drinking, and excreting. He found that by far the greatest part of the food he took in was lost from the body through perspiratio insensibilis, perspiration which, contrary to sweat, cannot be perceived by our senses. 30. The reason why abstract labor is socially relevant as the substance of value only under capitalism is that, in a society in which the different products of labor, use values, must be exchanged, there must also be a feature common to all different concrete labors. This is abstract labor. Far from being a metaphor, the existence of abstract labor in all modes of production is a socially determined real abstraction, in the sense that it is a notion abstracted from a real process, the undifferentiated expenditure of human energy in the capitalist production process, and then applied to all societies. An analogy can be drawn with the way Marx conceptualizes the laws of motion. They are the same under all modes of production. 31 and thus cannot be done away with. What can change in historically different circumstances is only the form in which these laws assert themselves. 32 Similarly, it can be said that the expenditure of undifferentiated human energy is the same under all modes of production and cannot be done away with, yet it is its historical and social specificity that counts. Thus, there can be no question that value does have a material substance before exchange abstract labor. Yet Arthur holds that Marx held contradictory views. Arthur mentions the following quotation from Marx: "Not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commodities as values." Arthur reads this quotation as if Marx contradicted himself, as if, for Marx, abstract labor were not the conceptualization of the material substance of a social process. But this is not the case. What Marx says is that not an atom of the matter of use values enters into the objectivity of commodities as values. In fact, the text continues in this: "At the objectivity of commodities as values, GC is the direct opposite of the coarsely sensuous objectivity of commodities as physical objects, that is, as use values, GC. And further, we may twist and turn a single commodity as a use value, GC, as we wish, it remains impossible to grasp it as a thing possessing value. And nally, as exchange values commodities, GC are merely different quantities, and consequently do not contain an atom of use value." 33. Let us read Marx's text further. If, however, we bear in mind that the value of the commodities has a purely social reality, and that they acquire this reality only insofar as they are expressions or embodiments of one identical social substance, viz., human labor, it follows as a matter of course, that value can only manifest itself in the social relation of commodity to commodity. 34. This passage has been read as if Marx, by stressing the purely social character of value, denied the materiality of abstract labor and thus of value. The critics think they have found yet another logical inconsistency in Marx. In reality, what Marx means and cannot but mean is that the materiality of abstract labor is purely social because it acquires social significance only under capitalism. Outside of capitalism, abstract labor is not value. It is the social setting that confers the quality of being, creating, value to abstract labor. But this does not deny the materiality of abstract labor and the possibility of it being quanti-ed. Value is the specie social dimension of a material and quanti-able reality. It is neither only physical, irrespective of the social relations within which it is produced, nor only social, irrespective of its materiality, it is both. 35. 3.3. Two more value form approaches to abstract labor. There are other angles than Arthur's own from which the value form approach denies materiality to abstract labor. Here, I shall focus on two other value form theorists. Patrick Murray's position is, in many ways, close to mine. I share with this author a range of concepts relating more or less directly to the question of the materiality of abstract labor, such as the rejection of the thesis of the neutrality of the forces of production, 36, along with the view that, for Marx, value was only a natural substance, 37, and what Murray calls the Rubin dilemma, that is, that it is not possible to reconcile a physiological concept of abstract labor with the historical character of the value it creates. 38. I also agree with Murray that Marx's theory of value is nothing but his theory of the distinctive social form of wealth and labor in capitalism. 39. That Marx's notion of value is purely social, but, for me, in the sense specified above, that capital begins with commodity capital and surplus value producing capital. 40. That the commodity is the right starting point for Marx's capital. 41. And that value is not fully actualized in production but rather requires that the commodity be sold, but, in the sense of my own perspective, whereby the value contained is a quantity that must realize itself through exchange, as a modi-ed quantity. Moreover, Murray distinguishes among, a, the general concept of labor, which concerns the essential features of any actual act of human labor, 42, b, the general concept of abstract labor, which is the pure expenditure of human energies, 43, and, c, the concept of practically abstract labor, that is a historically specie abstract labor, the only type of value-producing labor under capitalism. 44. Categories, b, and, c, correspond broadly to my categories of transhistorical abstract labor, both objective and mental, and of capitalist abstract labor respectively. However, there is a fundamental difference. For Murray, general abstract labor is nothing actual. 45 To treat commodities as if they embodied abstract labor is to refer a distinction of reason. It is to treat an analytical abstraction as if it picked out some actual, natural, or natural-like property of a product. 46 Murray's general abstract labor, then, lacks materiality and is not contained in the commodity before exchange. What, then, exactly is abstract labor for this author? As Murray puts it in a private communication, my abstract labor does lack materiality. Value is an objective property of the commodity. But this objectivity is a purely social reality and immaterial. However, there must be potential value or else there would be nothing to be validated or realized in exchange. This potential value is concrete value that must be validated as abstract labor through exchange. To have value-producing labor, the social validation of concrete labor must involve a social practice, exchange in the market, that actually treats concrete labor as abstract. In short, by being exchanged on the market, concrete labor becomes abstract. This position is far from Marx, from his view of the twofold nature of the process of production itself, which, on the one hand, is a social process for producing use values, on the other, a process for creating surplus value. 47 Use values acquire a social nature in production before this social nature manifests itself in exchange. The social nature of the production of use values is that they are produced, 1. By the non-owners of the means of production who, under developed capitalism, are not the individual but the collective laborer, that is, the whole of the laborers producing a use value through the articulation of the different tasks needed for the production of that use value. 2. For the capitalist who, under developed capitalism, is the appropriator, of surplus value extracted by a complex bureaucracy of many individuals, each performing a different aspect of the work of exploitation, what Marx calls the work of control and surveillance. Of course, those use values must be sold, but this only realizes what is potentially present in them, their use for the purchasers. The use value of a commodity does not serve its end, does not begin to function until the commodity enters the sphere of consumption. So long as it is in the hands of the producer, it exists only in potential form. 48 In short, for Marx, both use values and value exist before, but must be validated, realized, through exchange. For Murray, and more generally for the value form approach, use values are validated as value through exchange. Lack of conformity with Marx is, in and of itself, no reason for rejection. There are, however, 3 reasons why Murray's approach is untenable. The first is that it is impossible to treat concrete labor as if it were abstract labor. Concrete labors are, by definition, different and they cannot be treated as equal, exchanged, unless there is something that homogenizes them before they can be exchanged. This is abstract labor. In other words, labor must already be abstract for it to be treated as abstract. Like the neo-Ricardian approach to be discussed in section 5 below, this approach crashes up against the incommensurability problem. It is precisely because of this problem that Marx introduced abstract labor at the level of production. Second, for Murray, use values are validated as values through and at the moment of exchange, so that concrete labors are transformed into abstract labor, value, also through and at the moment of exchange. However, at the moment of exchange, the use value of the commodity sold is null. The commodity sold has no use value for the seller for the simple reason that the seller cannot use it any longer. Exchange would conjure up value out of nothing. 49 Third, if concrete labor is created in production and thus is both material and embodied in the product before exchange, a non-contentious point, and if abstract labor is socially validated concrete labor in exchange, then the substance of abstract labor, use values, is both material and embodied in the commodity before exchange, contrary to Murray's stated position. The second value form author to be discussed here is Michael Heinrich. This author builds his argument without any reference to Hegelian dialectics. Heinrich is to be commended because of his rejection of an equilibrium approach 50 and because of his insistence that production and realization form a unity, a whole. But Heinrich, too, is critical of Marx. His starting point is that the notions of value, value form, and money are ambivalent. 51 More specifically, one can nd in capital elements of two distinct approaches to value. The substantialist theory of value focuses on the value of the single commodity and the labor contained in it. This value is socially determined only inasmuch as it is socially necessary labor. But, in the substantialist approach, value seems to have nothing to do with other commodities, it exists as a kind of independent substance inside the single commodity. Combined with this substantialist view on value, there is thus a naturalist view of abstract labor, a notion of abstract labor in the physiological sense. Heinrich submits that the substantialist/naturalist approach does not break with classical political economy. Such a break requires a non-substantialist theory of value and an anti-naturalist determination of abstract labor. From this perspective, value depends not only on a social substance, it depends also on a substance that cannot exist in a single commodity and that is not determined by production alone. It follows that value can only exist if there is an independent and general form of value, money. These are the main contours of Heinrich's argument. Problems arise within it because commodities are not produced in isolation. Therefore, capitalist abstract labor and value exist in a single commodity, before exchange. A single commodity is a fraction of the whole. If the whole has a certain characteristic, so does a part of it, given that both are the product of the same undifferentiated human labor under the same capitalist production relations. Money is the necessary form of existence of capitalist abstract labor and value. What is missing not only in Heinrich but in all participants in the value debate, both on the value form side and elsewhere, is Marx's dialectical view of social reality, the view of social reality as a temporal law of contradictory phenomena changing from being determining to being determined and vice versa and continuously emerging from a potential state to become realized and going back to a potential state. What is missing is the view of social phenomena as both realized and potential, as both determinant and determined, and as subject to constant movement and change. The consequences arising from the lack of these distinctions is exemplified by the statement that value cannot exist in a single thing and is not determined by production alone. While it is true that production and distribution, circulation, form a whole, it is production that is determinant vis-a-vis distribution, because only what is produced can determine what is distributed and because the social character of production determines the social character of distribution, see Chapter 1. It is in this sense that production and distribution form a unity, a contradictory unity in determination. It follows that individual value does exist in a single commodity but only in a potential state, as a potentially realizable value before realization and thus before its value contained is redistributed through and at the moment of sale. This is the transformation procedure, or the price-forming process to be discussed in section 5 below. The phantom-like actualization of value as presented in the value form approach is nothing more than its redistribution through exchange. It is the quantitatively realized value by each commodity that is determined by both production and distribution in their contradictory relation. As for money, Heinrich holds that in the traditional Marxist view, the main thing was to show that the value of a commodity is dependent on the amount of labor embodied. Money only counts as means of circulation. 52 This traditional Marxist view is a straw man. No serious Marxist would determine the value of a commodity only in terms of the value contained within it. This is certainly not Marx's theory, which is based on the dialectical relation between production and distribution. On the other hand, Marxian value theory is not a monetary theory of value, if this is meant to be a denial of the physiological, material nature of abstract labor and of the fundamental principle, a common sense principle, that only what exists potentially can become realized. I agree with Heinrich that Marx's work is incomplete, that it is the result of a long process of self-clarification and that it can be interpreted in different ways. This, however, does not imply necessarily that it is internally contradictory or ambivalent, especially on questions of such fundamental importance as those discussed here. And, in any case, the point is whether an interpretation is available that unites apparently contradictory statements into a coherent whole. This is indeed the case with the notion of abstract labor submitted here. There is thus no reason to introduce other notions of abstract labor if these notions create logical contradictions in Marx's theory. 3.4. The inconsistencies of the value form. A few inconsistencies have already been pointed out in the three value form theorists just discussed. Let us now provide a more complete and systematic assessment by considering once again Arthur's work. 3.4. 1. Abstract labor. As was seen above, for Arthur, abstract labor, in Marx's sense, does not produce value since there is no value in production yet. However, capital does not produce value either. Capital's work of exploitation cannot be abstract. I never argued it is abstract. 53. In a previous critique, I wrongly stated that, for Arthur, capital produces value. 54. It should be said, however, that my mistake was not without justification. As Arthur concedes. It seems that the point causing difficulty here is that I have not sufficiently made clear that I attribute to capital as a social form the positing of the product of labor as value. A related point is that although I slip into the standard terminology by speaking of the creation and production of value, I reject any analogy here with material production. 55. However, in his recent book, Arthur repeats, quite confusingly, that to be the source of new value is to be that out of which capital creates value. 56. Notice also that the question as to whether capital creates value or not in production is eluded rather than answered by using the vague term posits, that is, capital AFRMS, the existence of value in production. For Arthur, if capital does not create value, it posits value in production. More specifically, concrete labor becomes socially posited as abstract in virtue of its participation in the capitalist process of valorization. 57. Because it is exploited by capital. And why is this so? The reason why concrete, GC labor is properly conceptualized as abstract within the capital relation of production, GC, is that industrial capital treats all labors as identical because it has an equal interest in exploiting them regardless of their concrete specificity. 58. Thus, by subjugating concrete labors to exploitation irrespective of their specificities, capital treats them as equal and thus posits them as abstract. 59. This view is odd on at least three accounts. First, as mentioned in discussing Murray, to treat concrete labor as if it were abstract does not mean that the former becomes the latter. Due to the incommensurability problem, labor must already be abstract for it to be treated as such. Second, suppose it were possible for capital to treat different use values equally in the process of exploitation, thus erasing their specificities. In this case, given that concrete labors are such in virtue of those specificities, what would be left would not be abstract labor as a pure form devoid of content, but rather nothing would remain. Abstract labor as pure form, exploitation without the object exploited, is augment of the imagination, a metaphor lacking substantiation in reality. Third, in spite of an equal interest in exploiting different use values, it is not possible for capital to treat different use values equally in the process of exploitation. It is certainly true that capital has an equal interest in exploiting all different concrete labors irrespective of their specificities. But this does not imply that it exploits them equally. There is no general, equal way to carry out what Marx calls in Capital, Volume 3, the work of control and surveillance, a way to control and keep laborers under watch that is indifferent to the object of surveillance. Concrete labors are, by definition, different. If they are different, each one of them is exploited in its own specific, different way. There are as many works of control and surveillance as there are concrete labors. The caretaker and the engineer working under capitalist production relations are both exploited. but the way the former is exploited differs from how the latter is exploited. Arthur might assert that, if all concrete labors are exploited by capital, they acquire a common characteristic which abstractly negates all difference of use value between commodities and thereby declares them all identical as values 60. But capital's practice shows that the opposite is true, that the work of control and surveillance can only be concrete and differentiated, in spite of capital's equal interest in exploitation, that it is not possible for capital to treat different use values equally in the process of exploitation, and that, therefore, capital's exploitation cannot declare use values as equal, as abstract labor. Capital's actual practice, the reality of capitalist exploitation, can only reaffirm the differences between the objects of its exploitation. On this account as well, Arthur's approach cannot theorize abstract labor in production. Carchedi's proof that the labor of supervision is concrete only 61 far from being irrelevant is precisely the crux of the matter. But abstract labor is constituted in the capitalist relation as well as in commodity exchange 62. In Arthur's words, it is the exchange abstraction itself that, GC posits value 63, or, even more clearly, only the very fact of being exchanged unites the commodities generally 64. Two objections can be raised here as well. First, on the one hand, concrete labor becomes socially posited as abstract in virtue of its participation in the capitalist process of valorization 65. On the other, it is the nature of commodity exchange which abstracts from the entire substance of use value. 66. If these two notions are unrelated, Arthur has a problem. If they are related, how are they related? Arthur does not pose this question, let alone answer it. 67. The problem is magnified by the introduction of money. Arthur holds that money does not merely solve the quantitative problem of providing a measure common to values, it solves the qualitative problem of establishing the very commensurability of commodities through relating them to each other as values 68. Which aspect of the quantitative commensurability of use values is expressed by money? The fact that they are all equally subjected to exploitation or that they are all produced for exchange. Second, this position forecloses a price theory. As Arthur explains, there is no such thing as intrinsic value, only conjunctural correlations of different amounts of use value 69. But, then, any exchange ratio goes, including the exchange of a transatlantic ship for a pencil. Exchange ratios are simply shaped by external conditions 70, and no explanation is offered of their level or of the relative stability of prices. More than a theory of exchange ratios, this is an open admission of the inability to provide such a theory. Even a price theory based on the interplay of supply and demand, in spite of its numerous contradictions, see section 6 below, is superior to this determination of exchange ratios. 3.4. 2. Concrete labor. The difference between Arthur and Marx does not concern the notion of concrete labor. Rather, divergent views emerge concerning the assessment of its role in the production process, especially in the complex and fragmented production process. For Marx, as the commodity is immediate unity of use value and exchange value, so the process of production, which is the process of the production of commodity, is the immediate unity of process of labor and process of valorization. 71. Then, the labor process is the transformation by the laborers of use values into new use values through their concrete labor, through the specie form of their activity, and the surplus, value-producing process, the valorization process, is the process through which the capitalists force the laborers to labor for a time longer than that needed for the reproduction of their labor power. As the capitalist production process increases in complexity and is segmented due to the technical division of labor, the individual laborer develops into the collective laborer, and a directing authority is needed in order to secure the harmonious working of the individual activities. A single violin player is his own conductor, an orchestra requires a separate one. 72. And, Marx adds, if, then, the control of the capitalist is in substance twofold by reason of the twofold nature of the process of production itself, which, on the one hand, is a social process for producing use values, on the other, a process for creating surplus value, in form that control is despotic. 73. In other words, on the one hand, the labor process must be coordinated. The function of coordination and unity of the labor process is part of the function of labor even though carried out in a despotic form. On the other hand, the function of capital, the work of control and surveillance, is performed not any longer, only, by the capitalist but by a bureaucratic structure, going from the top managers to the RST line supervisors, that performs that function on behalf of and for the benefit of the capitalist as the appropriator of surplus value. An industrial army of workmen, under the command of a capitalist, requires, like a real army, of sirs, managers, and sergeants, foremen, overlookers, who, while the work is being done, command in the name of the capitalist. The work of supervision becomes their established and exclusive function. 74. Put simply, the same person who is a coordinator of the labor process may be a worker. It does not matter that she coordinates the production of use values in a despotic way, as long as her task is part of the production of those use values, and also an agent of capital if she carries out the work of control and surveillance, without being necessarily a capitalist. The genuine, specie function of capital, is the extraction and, GC appropriation of unpaid labor. 75. It is here that the difference between Marx and Arthur emerges. While the notion of use value is the same in Marx as in Arthur, the question as to who creates use values is answered in two radically different ways. For Marx, the work of coordination of the labor process is part of the labor process itself, that is part of the function of labor, of the collective transformation of use values. Therefore, for Marx, neither the capitalist, as the appropriator of surplus value, nor the agents of capital, the expropriators of surplus value, perform the function of labor. Capital does not produce the commodity, labor does. For Arthur, on the other hand, since all laborers, GC contribute piecemeal to the process of production, the whole is not constituted as their productive power but as that of the capital hiring them. This means not only that each individual does not produce a commodity but that since the collective laborer is set up under the direction of capital it is hard to say that the collective does either. It seems more reasonable to say that capital produces the commodity than that labor does. 76. Or, the commodities are taken as products of capital. 77. Arthur quotes Marx to the effect that capital necessarily produces commodities, produces its product as commodities, or it produces nothing. 78. Taken out of context, it would seem that, for Marx, it is capital, rather than labor, that produces the commodity. But a cursory glance at Marx's text shows very clearly that here capital is used by Marx as a shortcut for capitalist mode of production. This quotation is preceded by the sentence, "It is only on the basis of capitalist production that the commodity RST becomes the general form of the product." 79. And is followed by the sentence, "Therefore, that the value of the commodity is determined by the socially necessary labor time contained in it, RST come to be realized with the development of capitalist production, that is, of capital." 80. Thus, it is the capitalist mode of production and not capital, as opposed to labor, that produces commodities. But, be that as it may, the point is not whether Arthur is in conformity with Marx. The point is whether Arthur's alternative approach is free from inconsistencies. Since, as seen above, capital does not produce the value of the commodity, it posits, it affirms the existence of that value by equally exploiting concrete labors. The statement that capital produces the commodity can only be understood as capital producing the use value of the commodity, its empirically observable form. Arthur can hold this position because he departs from Marx's analysis of the production process on a sine qua point, the work of coordination and unity of the labor process. More specifically, Arthur, a. ignores the fundamental distinction between the function of capital and the function of labor, b. fails to see that the capitalists, and other agents of capital, can perform this double function, that is, that as coordinators of the labor process they are part of labor, and as supervisors and controllers of the same process they are part of capital, even if these two functions might be combined in the same person, and, c. therefore mistakes the despotic form of that aspect of the function of labor, coordination and unity of the labor process, for an aspect of the function of capital. What conclusions follow from this stance? First, if the individual laborers participate in the labor process, even though piecemeal, it would seem reasonable to conclude that the commodity is the product of the joint effort of capital, because it coordinates and unites labor, which, for Arthur, is the function of capital, and of labor. But this would contradict the assertion that it seems more reasonable to say that capital produces the commodity than that labor does. Second, Arthur, on the one hand, holds that labor does not produce the commodity, 81, while holding, on the other, that workers can produce more than they consume and, hence, there is a surplus product, 82. This is an inconsistency here. Third, if the laborers do not produce the commodity, they labor but do not produce. The capitalists do produce the commodity by coordinating the labor process. However, qua capitalists they do not labor, 83. They produce but do not labor. It follows that commodities are produced, by capital, but that they are the result of nobody's labor. 3-4. 3. Exploitation in production. Let us now consider Arthur's notion of exploitation. The author distinguishes between exploitation in production and exploitation in distribution. In Arthur's conception, laborers are exploited in production, in the sense that they are forced to labor through the expropriation of their productive powers. The relation between the expropriation of productive power and the extraction of labor is unclear. I think it can be stated as follows. First of all, since, for Arthur, the whole, that is, the commodity as a whole, GC, is not constituted as the laborers, G.C. productive power, but as that of the capital hiring them, 84. The laborers' productive power would seem to be the capacity to produce not single parts of the commodity but the whole of the commodity. If so, then labor is expropriated of its productive power. In the sense that the work of coordination and unity of the labor process has become a part of the function of capital, rather than being, as in Marx, a part of the function of labor, and thus performed by capital. It is through the work of coordination and unity that, surplus, labor can be extracted from the laborers. The above remarks have shown the inconsistency of this approach. Aside from this, there are two dimensions in Arthur's notion of exploitation in production, the qualitative and the quantitative. Qualitatively, here is a close connection between abstract labor and alienated labor. 85. Quantitatively, since the laborers labor the whole of the working day for capital, exploitation comprises the whole of the working day, not just the so-called surplus labor time. 86. This implies that the distinction between necessary labor and surplus labor is obliterated and that it is impossible to distinguish between them ex ante. 87. However, the quantity of value can be measured, irrespective of what goes to capital and what goes to labor. The magnitude of value is determined by the socially necessary exploitation time, 88. In other words, by the socially necessary work of control and surveillance. Two objections can be made against the notion of socially necessary exploitation time, SNET for short. First, it has been shown that if concrete labors are different, so must be the work needed to control them. It is thus impossible to compare quantitatively different works of control and surveillance and thus to end a SNET. Second, even if the SNET were a viable concept for the measurement of the value created, the notion of SNET as a measure of value clashes head-on with the contrary notion that value can be measured by the socially necessary labor time, SNLT for short, only because capitals are inherently time-oriented in virtue of their form is the measure of such amounts of labor the amounts of labor extractable, GC socially necessary labor time 89. This point seems to have escaped Murray, for whom Arthur attributes the quantitative determination of value. 2. Socially necessary, abstract labor. 90. Bidet seems to think that, for Arthur, value is determined by the SNLT, socially necessary labor time, which, in its turn, is determined by class struggle. 91. Neither author sees the contradiction between SNLT and SNet. Murray accepts Arthur's words at face value, Arthur's RST notion just renames alienation, while the second doubles back to the traditional conception. 92. Murray thus misses the point that Arthur's notion of exploitation in distribution is incongruous with his view of the production of both use values and value. The same point escapes also Hunt. 93. The question remains, which one determines the magnitude of value, the SNLT or the SNet? 3-4. 4. Exploitation in distribution. The second notion of exploitation is in distribution. This arises from the discrepancy between the new wealth created and the return to those exploited in production. 94. For Arthur, those exploited in production are the laborers. But the laborers neither create the use value of the commodity, capital does, by coordinating and unifying their activities, nor the value of the commodity, their labor is the source of value, but does not create value because value is posited by capital through their exploitation. But, if the laborers create neither value nor use value, no wealth can be returned to them. If commodities as use values are received by labor, it is labor that receives a part of the use values created by capital, that is, it is labor that exploits in distribution. If commodities as value are received by labor, it is again labor that exploits capital because it is capital that posits the concrete labor which has gone into those commodities as abstract labor through the work of control and surveillance. In short, given Arthur's theory of the production of value and use values, exploitation in distribution leads to the notion that capital is exploited by labor. 3-4. 5. Conclusions. To conclude, Arthur's position can be summarized as follows. The commodity as a use value, in its empirical concreteness, is the result neither of the individual laborer's labor nor of the collective laborer's labor. Rather, it is the capitalists who, by coordinating and organizing the labor process, seen as a function of capital, are the creators and the producers of the commodity as a use value. As for value and surplus value, labor does not produce them either. Rather it is capital, which, even though not producing them, posits the laborer's concrete labor as abstract, as value, because it equally exploits it irrespective of the specificity of the concrete labors. Finally, exploitation in production is similar to alienation and can be measured by measuring the socially necessary exploitation time. Exploitation in distribution is the return of the wealth to the exploited. The discussion above has highlighted the many internal inconsistencies of this approach and has also argued that Arthur's theory shares with the other value form theories the implicit and unconscious assumption that the human metabolism does not exist. But this aside, for Marx, the laborers are the protagonists because their labor, under coercion, produces both the use value of the commodities and the surplus value contained in them. In Arthur's approach, on the other hand, the laborers have become the servants of a production process originated and directed by capital. 95. So that labor is reduced to a resource for capital accumulation. 96. Capital is the subject of valorization even if valorization depends on labor being exploited. I cannot but repeat my conclusions in my 2003 critique of Arthur. In spite of its laudable intentions, the new dialectics renders a better service to capital than capital's own ideologues. It gives away the most precious legacy Marx left us, the ability to see reality from the perspective of labor as the protagonist, as the producer of wealth and value, a perspective which, contrary to what is held by the new dialectics and the concomitant value form approach, is grounded in a logically coherent, and as yet unsurpassed, economic theory of capitalism. Moreover, aside from Arthur, all the value form theorists share a characteristic feature, the belief that value and surplus value come into existence only at the moment of realization. Consequently, production and the realization of value and surplus value are collapsed into each other and time is wiped out. This is the notion upon which the value form's critique of Marx is built. In short, to be able to criticize Marx, and, as we shall see below, to avoid the so-called transformation problem, this approach chooses a view in which production and realization are simultaneous. 97. The theoretical consequences will become clear in the next sections. Here, suffice it to mention that a reality in which time does not exist is a static reality, and that all theorizations of reality in which change is banned cannot but be functional to the interests of capital rather than of labor. For the tendential fall in the average pro-tier rate, ARP, in Marx's theory, new means of production, that is, innovations, increase labor's productivity, de net as units of output, use values, per unit of capital invested, in a given period of time, the increasing productivity of labor is expressed in the increasing amount of raw material converted in, say, 1 hour into products, or processed into commodities. 98. But, at the same time, they usually replace people with means of production. The economy's organic composition of capital, that is, the proportion of constant capital, invested in means of production, to variable capital, invested in labor power, and thus of machines to laborers, rises. If less labor power is employed, less, surplus, value is created by the innovating capitals. But this smaller quantity of, surplus, value is embodied in a greater quantity of use values, units of output. The economy, as a whole, produces more use values but less, surplus, value. The average rate of pro-T falls. The latter, as we shall see, is a tendential movement interrupted by periods of rising average pro-stability. This is the contradictory outcome of technological innovations and, at the same time, the ultimate cause of economic crises. Chapter 3 will develop a theory of crises built on this fundamental aspect of the capitalist economy. Before this task can be attempted, however, the thesis of the tendential fall in the average rate of pro-T has to be evaluated in the light of recent critiques. 4.1. The multiplicity of the average pro-tier rates. The calculation of the average pro-tier rate, to be theoretically significant, must be a mathematical rendition of a real economic process. It is usually thought that this real process is the movement of capitals from low pro-stability to high pro-stability branches and the concomitant tendential equalization of the different pro-tier rates. This approach is vulnerable to the objection that, with the rise of monopolies and thus with the barriers to entry they pose, the real grounds for the calculation of the average pro-tier rate are lacking. There would be a multiplicity of pro-tier rates, an average for the free competition sector with no barriers to capital entry, and one or more pro-tier rates for each monopoly. The law of the tendential average pro-tier rate would not hold any more for the economy as a whole. However, the significance of this calculation is that it indicates whether the total surplus value produced rises or falls relative to the total capital available for investment, because this is the indicator of the economy's state of health. From this perspective, it would make no difference how many rates of pro-T there are in reality. But, actually, there is a tendency towards only one average rate of pro-T even in the absence of capital movement. The cause of this tendential equalization is technological competition. Each time ARM in the free competition sector introduces a new technology, it increases its productivity, output per unit of capital invested, while reducing the surplus value created, due to the replacement of labor power by means of production. Its greater pro-tier rate is made possible by the appropriation of surplus value from the rest of the economy due to the price system. If that RM's greater output can be sold at a price such that extra surplus value is appropriated, the economy's purchasing power is shifted to that RM not only from that capital's competitors but also from the rest of the economy. The purchasers will spend more for the innovator's product and less for the rest of the economy's output. If this different allocation of purchasing power affects also the demand for the monopoly's output and debates 87. Thus its pro-stability, the innovator appropriates surplus value both from the free competition sector and from the monopoly sector. In their turn, the innovator's extra pro-Ts are eroded as soon as the new techniques are introduced by the technological laggards. Technological competition tends to equalize the pro-T rates of both sectors. In any case, less surplus value is produced percentage-wise by the innovator and the rate of pro-T for the economy as a whole falls. The calculation of the average pro-T rate is thus theoretically warranted and indeed necessary to understand the movement of the economy, be it monopolistic or not. 4.2. The logical inconsistency critique. This stance has been criticized on two accounts. First, the debate has focused on the Ocasio theorem. 99 Ocasio argues that capitalists introduce new techniques not when they raise the productivity of labor but when they decrease the costs of production. 100 If real wages are held constant, the average rate of pro-T must necessarily rise, contrary to Marx. 101 More specifically, Ocasio's cost criterion states that, if the physical inputs are multiplied by their monetary prices, holding wages constant, lower costs due to increased productivity must increase monetary pro-Ts. 102 This is contrary to Marx. Let us see why. In line with the examples usually provided by Marx's critics, let us assume an economy producing only one commodity, such as corn. For the sake of argument, let us disregard that there is, at the very least, also another commodity, labor power. Corn is the input and the output as well as the only means of production and of consumption. Let U be a unit of use values, physical commodities and labor, which is seen here as concrete labor, M a unit. Directly necessary to produce a unit of the kth commodity, Qj denotes the ratio of the price of the jth commodity, P, J to the wage rate, W, and tau K denotes the amount of labor directly necessary to produce a unit of the kth commodity. 88 Chapter 2. Of money, M the total quantity of money in circulation, holding the velocity of circulation constant, pi m the average rate of pro-T in money terms, pi u the average rate of pro-T in physical terms, p the price per unit of output, c, v, s constant capital, variable capital, and surplus, value, and T0, T1 and T1, T2 two successive production and distribution periods, where the end of the RST period coincides temporally with the beginning of the next one, but the addition of an intermediate period would not change matters. M, P, and output refer to the end of each period. Take the period T0, T1 RST. Suppose that, at T0, the initial point of T0, T1, 80 U equals 80 M, as means of production, plus 20 U equals 20 M, as wages, are invested. At T1, the end point of T0, T1, an output equal to 120 U is produced. Pro-Ts in physical terms are 20 U, and pi U equals 20%. Suppose that at T1, M equals 120. Then the unit price is 120 M/120 U equals 1, pro-Ts are 20 M, and pi M equals 20%. Pi M equals pi U because the price of the inputs purchased at T0 has been arbitrarily set equal to 1, which is also the price of the outputs at T1 by assuming M equals 120 M. Notice that, here too, the incommensurability problem makes it necessary to assume one and only one commodity, such as corn. As soon as the example, or theory, is extended to more than one commodity, the whole construction becomes useless because undermined by the impossibility to compare different use values. Ocasio's approach and thus critique of Marx is built upon quicksand. The discussion could end here. It is however instructive to proceed and analyze Ocasio's arguments. Suppose that at T1, as the beginning of T1, T2, productivity increases. More means of production and less labor power are used. The output per unit of capital invested rises, that is, unit costs in physical terms decrease, consonant with Ocasio. Suppose that instead of 80 U plus 20 U, as at T0, the initial point of T0, T1, 90 U plus 10 U are employed. The assumption is that each worker receives the same quantity of corn as before. Thus, 10U indicate a labor force that has been halved relative to 20U due to higher productivity. The output rises to, say, 200U pro TS in physical terms are 200U 100U equals 100U and pi U equals 100%. However, if at T2, M equals 180, P equals 180/200 equals 0. 9, pro TS in money terms are 180, 100 equals 80 and pi M equals 80/100 equals 80% 100%. If M equals 30, P equals 30/200 equals 0. 15M, the output is sold at 15 times 200 equals 30M and capital suffers a loss of 100, 30 equals 70M. Contrary to Ocasio, prices have fallen, but pi M has fallen too, rather than rising, while pi U has risen. Lower costs do not necessarily result into higher money pro TS and pi M does not necessarily track pi U. Whether the Ocasio theorem holds or not depends on how M changes between T1 and T2. This is squarely contrary to Ocasio's claim that a price fall, cost reduction, leads necessarily to an increase in pro TS, wages being constant. In its original formulation, which is the one invoked by Marx's critics, the theorem is invalid. Notice that these results depend crucially on a distinction between the initial and the NAL moment of the production period, that is, on a temporal perspective. Nevertheless, Ocasio's theorem can be rescued if two additional assumptions are added. These are not contrary but complement the original ones and therefore do not introduce an element of internal inconsistency. One is to let the quantity of money vary with the variations in the physical output. The price paid for internal consistency is the extremely limited application that makes the theorem practically useless. For Marx, value is the monetary expression of abstract labor, that is, of exchange value, not of concrete labor, that is, use values. Money is labor time in the form of a general object, or the objecti-cation of general labor time as a general commodity. 103 Thus, the quantity of money must rise or fall if value, rather than use values, rises or falls. Now, in discussing the dynamics of the average rate of pro T, Marx assumes the value of money as constant throughout. 104 This would seem to limit the scope of the approach, just as in Ocasio's hypothesized case. But this is not so. Whether the quantity of money rises or falls, inasmuch as labor is shed due to new technologies, the average rate of pro T falls in value terms and, sooner or later, it falls also in money terms. Greater money rates of pro T in the presence of decreasing value rates of pro T denotes only an inationary process. More specifically, as we shall see in Chapter 3, Marx has a theory of crises, while Ocasio does not. The other assumption would be to value the inputs at the price they would have when the output is sold, at T2, rather than at the price actually paid for them when they are bought, at T1, and enter the production process. 105 The prices of the inputs and of the outputs are made to coincide because they are computed simultaneously at the end of the period, at T2. Given that, at the end of the period, the price has fallen, as a consequence of the increased productivity, the inputs are devalued retroactively not as a consequence of a real process but simply to make accounts square. In the example above, from a temporal perspective, if M equals 30, the capitalist suffers a loss of 70M. But, if the inputs, 90U plus 10U, are valued not at the price they have actually cost at T1, 100U times 1 equals 100M, but at the price they would cost if they were bought at T2, 100U times 0.15 equals 15M, then pi M equals 15/15 equals 100%. Prices fall and pi M rises to the level of pi U, conforming with Ocasio. But the accounts square simply because time has been cancelled. Moreover, due to simultaneous valuation, pi M is unaffected by the level of prices, as long as input and output prices are determined simultaneously, so that only physical quantities determine the pro T rate. This is the physicalist approach. It follows that, to obtain the desired result, Ocasio would have to explicitly pose as its premise the simultaneous valuation of inputs and outputs. But this premise is posed neither by Ocasio nor by those who defend its validity. 106 Nevertheless, let us grant that this assumption is made. In this case, Ocasio is internally consistent. It can hardly be seriously held that an approach that jettisons value and time, even if internally consistent, can be seen as an internal critique, a refutation, of Marx's law. Yet this is what the critique boils down to. 107 Ocasio's theorem is then not an internal critique of Marx but an alternative theory to Marx's. But, is it a valid alternative, a theory functional for the liberation of labor? In Ocasio, the quantities of the inputs multiplied by their prices are a cost and the labor necessary to produce a certain commodity is also a cost. 108 Thus, Ocasio's perspective is that of the capitalists, for whom both the labor contained in the commodities inputs and the new labor added are exclusively a cost. Clearly, if costs are reduced and wages are unchanged, pro-TS must rise. Ocasio's critique, by seeing labor as a cost, the capitalist's point of view, disregards Marx's absolutely essential assumption that labor is the only creator of value, the laborer's point of view. 109 To show that Marx's law is logically inconsistent, Ocasio would have had to use Marx's own assumption. Since creating factor less living labor might mean lower costs, and thus higher pro-TS, for the capitalists introducing labor shedding and productivity increasing technologies, but it means also less new value and surplus value produced by them and thus, exclusively on this account, a lower average rate of pro-T. The technological innovators do indeed realize a higher rate of pro-T but, if they have produced less, surplus, value, cateris paribus their higher pro-T rate can be realized only at the expense of, that is, by appropriating the surplus value produced by the other producers who have not yet introduced those labor shedding and productivity increasing technologies. This happens through the price mechanism. Assuming an unchanged total purchasing power, the greater combined output must be sold for a lower unit price. The innovators, by selling their greater output for the same unit price as that of the technological laggards, whose output per unit of capital invested is lower, realize a greater surplus value per unit of capital invested, a greater rate of pro-T, at the cost of the laggards. 111 The two major conclusions reached above are, a. That Marx's law is internally consistent if labor is seen not only as a cost but also and above all as the only value-creating activity, b. That Ocasio's theorem is internally inconsistent due to the incommensurability problem, and c. Given that, for Ocasio, labor is seen only as a cost, Ocasio is premised on an assumptions alien to Marx's law and thus cannot hold as a critique of Marx's law. But suppose, for the sake of argument, that Ocasio's theorem were internally consistent. Would it then be a valid alternative to Marx's law? Ocasio's last-ditch effort would be to concede that costs are the monetary expression of abstract, instead of concrete, labor. This would resolve the incommensurability problem, but it would mark the end of the physicalist approach. Would this mode-et approach be a valid alternative to Marx's law? The answer is negative. In this revised Ocasian approach, value would be the monetary manifestation of the abstract labor contained in the physical output, but, in a different sense from Marx, abstract labor would be only a cost. Thus, if the physical output grows as a result of productivity increasing technologies, and if the quantity of money also grows proportionally, the average rate of pro-T and thus the economy grow too. On the contrary, in Marx's approach, labor shedding and productivity increasing technologies lead tendentially to economic crises because abstract labor is the source of value, because the technological innovator decreases her own costs of production but also, at the same time, the surplus value she produces. Given that these technologies are the motor of capitalism's dynamic, for Ocasio capitalism tends towards growth and reproduction while, for Marx, it tends towards crises and its own supersession. In terms of formal logic, both approaches are internally consistent. Two opposite initial assumptions lead to two opposite conclusions. How, then, do we choose between these two opposite theories? As mentioned above, according to their class content. Only Marx's theory identifies capitalism's tendency towards its own supersession and thus grounds labor's struggle in that objective tendency. 4.3. The indeterminateness critique. The rejection of the Ocasio theorem, both as a critique of, and as an alternative to, Marx's law is necessary but not sufficient. Marx's law must also be shown to be immune from a second line of critique, indeterminateness. If this cannot be shown, the discussion above becomes irrelevant. What would be the relevance for the collective laborer of proving that the average rate of pro-T can fall if it cannot be proved that it must fall and that this fall is the tendency rather than the counter-tendency? The objective basis upon which to base labor's struggle would be negated. Chapter 1 has distinguished among three types of tendencies. Here, we deal with the second one, whose specificity is the alternation of the tendency and of the counter-tendencies, that is, the realization at any given time of either the tendency or the counter-tendencies. We have seen that the average pro-T rate tends to fall due to the reduction of the surplus value created, itself a consequence of the introduction of labor shedding and productivity increasing new technologies. This fall is tendential because it is held back and delayed by a number of counter-tendencies. The alternative manifestation of the tendency and counter-tendencies is perceived by formal logic as an indeterminate movement. From a formal logic perspective, there is no reason to think that the average rate of pro-T must fall, since it now falls and then rises. Nor can it be argued that the downward movement is the tendency and the upwards movement is the counter-tendency. These are the limits of formal logic. As argued in section 7 of chapter 1, for formal logic, all contradictions are simply mistakes. This applies not only to the conclusions but also to the premises. The reason is that deduction, to reach non-contradictory conclusions, must start from premises that are not mutually contradictory. But, for Marx, the premise needed to explain the movement of the average rate of pro-T is contradictory because labor shedding and productivity increasing technologies expel labor, thus decreasing the value produced, but, for example, can also decrease the value of the means of production. Given the cheaper constant capital, proportionally more variable capital is invested and more, surplus, value is produced per unit of capital invested, so that the average rate of pro-T can rise in the next period. Thus, if the premise is contradictory, the conclusion that the rate of pro-T can both increase and decrease is no logical mistake but, rather, follows logically from the initial premise, from a premise that accounts theoretically for a real contradiction. This does not mean that the rules of formal logic should be discarded. They allow us to distinguish correct from incorrect statements about social phenomena, but only if non-contradictory premises are considered, see section 6 of chapter 1. Formal logic cannot explain contradictory movement. Given that the average rate of pro-T has both an ascending and a descending phase, if the two trends are explored independently, each is seen as being caused by non-contradictory factors. For example, given only the premise of labor shedding, the average rate of pro-T can only fall. Within this partial and static approach, the rules of formal logic apply. However, they are only an auxiliary device in the analysis of contradictory movements. To understand the contradictory movement of reality in its many-sidedness, a different logic is needed. Dialectical logic, on the other hand, explains dialectical contradictions, those between realized and potential aspects of reality, and are thus inherent to its contradictory nature. These contradictions manifest themselves as tendential movements, movements in terms of tendencies and counter-tendencies. It is empirically observable that the movement of the average rate of pro-T is cyclical, that is, from peak to trough and then again to peak. Let us call these two movements the downward cyclical movement, or downward trend, and the upward cyclical movement or upward trend. We also observe that, within these two trends, the movement is only temporarily stopped or reversed. This is due to negative factors that exert a downward pressure within the upward trend and to positive factors that exert an upward pressure within the downward trend. In short, if the downward trend is actualized, the upward trend is potentially present within it and manifests itself as a temporary reversal of the trend. The same applies to the upward trend. At any intermediate moment between the peak and the trough, some positive factors can stop or reverse the course of the trend, but only temporarily, as long as the average rate of Pro-T has not reached the trough. At any moment within this movement, it is impossible to forecast whether the average rate of Pro-T will actually fall or not relative to its previous level. However, as empirical observation shows, the downward trend proceeds by its own course and reaches the trough in spite of all the positive factors which have temporarily obstructed it. These positive factors cannot prevent the average rate of Pro-T from falling relative to its previous peak. How can this be explained? Why can the positive factors not prevent the average rate of Pro-T from falling relative to its previous peak? These positive factors are the counter tendencies, but it is premature to refer to them as counter tendencies at this stage of the exposition because it has not been shown yet that the falling movement is the tendency. Let us consider 4 positive factors. Take, RST, the increase in the extraction of surplus value. As laborers are replaced by means of production, less surplus value is produced and the average rate of Pro-T falls ceteris paribus. This can be countered through a greater extraction of surplus value. First, the length of the working day may rise. However, Marx stresses that this compensating mechanism has certain insurmountable limits, given that laborers, even if they could live on air, cannot work longer than 24 hours a day. 112. To this it can be added that there is also another limit, that is, what is deemed to be socially unacceptable given the power relations between capital and labor. If the length of the working day reaches the biologically or socially determined limit, the average rate of Pro-T starts falling. Second, the same applies to increases in the intensity of labor. They too come up against biological and/or socially determined limits. Third, the costs of producing the wage goods and thus value of labor power might fall due to labor shedding and productivity increasing technologies. The average rate of Pro-T rises on this account. But, here too, the value of labor power can decrease up to a certain point, be it determined biologically or socially, whereas there are no bounds in productivity increases in that branch. The interplay between innovations and increased exploitation explains both the indeterminateness within the downward cycle and the determinateness of this cycle. These positive factors can hold back the fall in the average Pro-T rate only temporarily. If the fall is the tendency, something which will be argued below, then they are counter-tendencies. A second positive factor is the cheapening of the elements of constant capital, for example the means of production. Let us examine the production of the means of production. The critic's argument is as follows. Consider an initial situation, call it period 1, such as ADC plus 20V plus 20S equals 120V. Consider next an increase in productivity in this branch accompanied by the shedding of labor such that 90C plus 10V plus 10S equals 110V. Call this period 2. New technologies in period 2 reduce the rate of Pro-T from 20% to 10% because less labor power is employed and thus less surplus value is produced, together with a percentage increase in constant capital. However, the concomitant increase in productivity reduces the value of the means of production as the output of period 2 and thus of the same means of production as the inputs of the next period, period 3. The rate of Pro-T at the end of period 3 can rise to the level of the rate of Pro-T in period 1, 20%, according to how much the productivity in this branch has increased and thus according to the size of the decrease in the value of the means of production. If the increase in productivity is such that the value of the means of production falls to the level at which 10V can be set in motion by 40C, then 40C plus 10V plus 10S equals 60V and the rate of Pro-T is 10/50 equals 20%. The increase in productivity and concomitant fall in the value of the means of production have raised the level of the Pro-T rate from 10% to its level prior to the introduction of the new technologies, 20%. Notice that this is always possible because, as the value of the means of production decreases, i.e. as they approach zero, the rate of Pro-T approaches the rate of surplus value, which is always higher than the rate of Pro-T. If the value of the means of production to be set in motion by 10V falls below 40, the rate of Pro-T rises above the level prior the introduction of the new technologies, 20%, if it falls to a level above 40, it rises but does not reach 20%. Thus, whether the rate of Pro-T at the end of period 3 has climbed back to its level of period 1 or not depends on whether the technological innovations introduced at the beginning of period 2 have generated a sufficient increase in productivity and therefore a sufficient decrease in the value of the means of production as the output of period 2 and thus as inputs of period 3. The course of the rate of Pro-T is indeterminate. If this were the whole story, the critics would be right in considering the outcome and thus the law as indeterminate. We would not know whether the fall in the Pro-T rate prevails over its rise, that is whether the rise is the tendency and the fall the counter-tendency or vice versa. Unfortunately, in dealing with this question, Marx considers the positive effects on the rate of Pro-T of the cheapening of constant capital due to increased productivity as a counter-tendency, but does not clarify the reasons why. Yet it is possible to submit a reason perfectly consistent with, because implicit in, Marx's theoretical framework. Let us examine the most favorable case for the critics, that, at each wave of technological innovation, the decrease in the cost, value, of the means of production is sufficient to, more than, compensate the combined negative effect on the average rate of Pro-T of a higher constant capital and of a lower surplus value percentage-wise. In this case, technological innovations increase rather than decreasing the Pro-T rate, as in the numerical example above. But this is impossible. The reason is that with each wave of new techniques, while the constant capital decreases due to the cheaper means of production, the labor power and thus the new, surplus, value created decrease as well, in such a measure that the decrease in the cost of the means of production cannot compensate the lower surplus value. In fact, at the limit, the means of production might cost nothing but, if the labor power employed is also reduced to zero, there are no Pro-Ts and thus no Pro-T rate. And, if it tends to zero, the Pro-T rate must be decreasing. The critic's argument is invalid and the numerical example made above illustrates a long-run economic impossibility. In other words, it is an example of an episode unwarrantedly extrapolated to a law of development. The effect of the cheaper means of production on the average rate of Pro-T is a counter-tendency that can only delay but not avoid the tendential fall. It might be objected that the stronger capitals can increase their scale of production because the cheaper means of production allow them to employ more labor power with the same constant capital. They can absorb the labor power thrown out by the bankrupt capitals. In the example above, the value of the means of production set in motion by 10V drops from 90 to 40. These 90C can then be used to employ 22.5V instead of 10V. Again, this is the most favorable case for the critics, since we assume that no capital lies unused, that all constant capital can be set in motion at the new, higher Pro-T rate. However, this increasing capital concentration affects positively the mass of surplus value produced, but, given the rate of exploitation, does not increase the rate of Pro-T. 10/40 equals 22.5/112.5 equals 20%, and further leaves it exposed to the corrosive effect of technological developments. A third positive factor is given by a different type of cost-reducing technologies. In a different manner from labor-shedding and productivity-increasing technologies, which produce more physical output with the same costs, only the relative weight of constant and variable capital changes. These types of cost-reducing technologies produce the same output with lower costs. For physicalism, there is no difference between these two types of technology, as they cannot but increase the average rate of Pro-T. However, in value theory, a distinction must be made between which costs are reduced. If the cost of constant capital falls, production costs less, the average rate of Pro-T rises. If cost reduction concerns labor power, we have two subcases. First, less labor power per unit of capital is employed and thus variable capital falls. If the rate of exploitation is unchanged, surplus value falls. The share of constant capital rises and the average rate of Pro-T cannot but fall. But, if cost reduction is due to the same quantity of labor power being paid lower wages, surplus value increases proportionally. The average rate of Pro-T increases. Given that these technologies can either increase or reduce the average rate of Pro-T, for the sake of argument here only those cost-reducing technologies that increase the rate of Pro-T will be considered, that is, those technologies that use less, costly, means of production per unit of capital invested or less costly labor power, lower wages, for the same kind of labor power. The reason why this type of cost-reducing technologies cannot hold back the fall in the average rate of Pro-T is that, while the output of the labor-shedding and productivity-increasing technologies rises, the output of the cost-reducing technologies remains unchanged. It follows that the capitalists using the former technologies can sell more outputs per unit of capital invested than the capitalists using the latter technologies. Under the assumptions of price equalization within sectors and that only the surplus value produced in a sector can be redistributed within that sector, 113 the former capitalists appropriate value from the latter. The more the labor-shedding and productivity-increasing technologies are introduced, the more the capitalists applying them appropriate surplus value from the capitalists using cost-reducing technologies, and the more the latter capitalists must reduce the cost of the means of production and of labor power in order to counter the loss of surplus value. However, while the costs of these two inputs have a limit, hypothetically zero if the capitalists could pay nothing both for the means of production and for labor power, the increase in productivity of the labor-shedding and productivity-increasing technologies is, in principle, unlimited. At a certain point, the capitalists using this type of cost-reducing technologies will be unable to further reduce those costs, will suffer losses and will either be forced out of production or have to adopt the labor-shedding and productivity-increasing technologies. At that point, the average rate of Pro-T must fall. The interplay between these two types of technologies accounts both for the indeterminateness within the downward cycle and for the determinateness of the downward cycle itself towards a decreasing average rate of Pro-T. Of course, a capital can use both types of techniques. But this does not affect the argument. Here, too, these types of technologies can hold back the fall in average Pro-T only temporarily. They, too, are therefore counter-tendencies. Fourth, the credit system can play a positive role in general Pro-T but only by creating titious capital. The self-expansion of capital based on the contradictory nature of capitalist production permits an actual free development only up to a certain point, so that in fact it constitutes an imminent fetter and barrier to production, which are continually broken through by the credit system. 114 Fictitious capital will be a major theme in Chapter 3 below. There, it shall be seen that credit and speculation can only retard the explosion of the crisis but cannot avoid it forever. They, too, can be considered a counter-tendency. To sum up, in spite of their different modus operandi, these four categories of positive factors, which have been called prematurely counter-tendencies because no argument has been submitted yet as to why the negative trend is the tendency, share a common feature. The more these positive effects try to hold back the negative effect of the labor-shedding and productivity-increasing technologies, the weaker they become, because they approach the limit beyond which they cannot go. Before reaching that limit, they can only temporarily halt or reverse the downward movement within the upward cycle, but, when they reach that limit, the downward cycle sets in. The downward cycle asserts itself in spite of the contrary, positive, factors. If, and this has yet to be argued for, the former is the tendency, the latter are the counter-tendencies. As Marx puts it, the tendency is only delayed, checked, partly paralyzed, retarded, not done away with, but simply impaired in its effect by the counter-tendencies. 115 There are, of course, other factors affecting that particular tendential movement. Given the interconnection of all elements of reality, many more factors play a role in the movement of average pro-stability. The choice made to leave them out of consideration is just if the basic traits of the movement considered have been explained. This allows us to forecast the repetition of the movement as long as these factors and their interplay do not change. The above explanation of the cyclical movement could be accepted, but nevertheless, it could be argued that it is the upward trend that is the tendency and that the downward trend is the counter-tendency which cannot hold back the manifestation of the tendency. This is the equivalent of orthodox economics' thesis that the economy tends to grow and that this growth is interrupted by periods of crises. This conception has already been addressed above. If one assigns the status of tendency to the downward trend, from peak to trough, one subscribes to a notion of capitalism as a system tending towards crises, a movement only temporarily interrupted by a contrary movement within the business cycle. The system lacks an inherent tendency towards growth and equilibrium. This view provides an objective rationale for labor's struggle. If, on the other hand, one assigns the tendential status to the upward cycle, from trough to peak, one subscribes to a notion of a system tending towards growth, full employment and, within the context of simultaneism, equilibrium. This cyclical movement is only temporarily interrupted by the downward movement within it. In this view, labor is deprived of the rationale for its struggle. As mentioned above, it is the class content of these two opposite views that decides the issue. It is for this reason that, contrary to the commonly accepted notion in economic theory that the economy exits crises through more capital accumulation, growth, and so on, for Marx the system regenerates itself in a destructive way, it tends towards its own catharsis, the destruction of excess, because less productive, capital, under all circumstances. The balance will be restored by the destruction of capital to a greater or lesser extent. 116 It is the destruction of capital that gets the system going again. After this destruction has taken place, growth can resume. But it should be noticed that the destruction of capital that makes recovery possible is not so much that caused by technical obsolescence but, rather, the destruction of capital as social relations which results in the diminished production of surplus value due to unemployment. 117 There remains a last point, that the law cannot predict actual falls in the rate of pro-t. This is indeed the case, as mentioned above, but only within trends. This is both in line with Marx's text and theoretically and logically consistent with his approach. The law explains why the average rate of pro-t must eventually fall to a trough, thus unleashing economic crises. After having reached that point, the average rate of pro-t starts climbing again to a peak, in spite of temporary reversals within this ascending trend, thus temporarily overcoming the tendential, downwards, trend. Having reached a peak, it starts anew to descend. The law's purpose is not to forecast, at any given moment, whether the average rate of pro-t falls or rises relative to its previous level, the movements within the trend. Rather, the law is meant to explain why the capitalist economy tends cyclically towards crises, in other words why it falls cyclically relative to its previous peak, and why this downward cycle rather than the opposite upward cycle is the tendency. Far from being theoretically indeterminate, the law sketches the broad lines of capitalism's development, it accounts for the succession of cycles, and it explains capitalism's objective tendency towards its own supersession. 118. 5. The transformation problem. The debate around Marx's transformation procedure has become one of the most obscure in the literature. This is unfortunate because Marx's transformation procedure is nothing else than his theory of distribution and thus of prices. If this can be shown to be internally inconsistent, as the critics hold, then it is the whole of Marx's theory that is called into question, given that the current period's production depends upon the previous period's distribution. It follows that all the specific and fundamental features of Marx's theory are challenged, from exchange value to exploitation and the theory of crises. The unnecessary recourse to mathematical techniques makes it difficult, if not impossible, for the interested reader to follow the discussion, thus leaving the to the specialists. This is something that should be avoided, given the aforementioned importance of the issue. The critique focuses on the difference between values and prices. Let us then, RST, set out clearly what they are and how they differ. The individual value is the labor time that the article costs the producer in each individual case. 119. It should be distinguished from the market value, the individual value of the commodities produced under average conditions of production, average efficiency, in each sector. Both the individual and the market value are values contained or embodied in the commodity before realization. The value realized by a commodity upon its sale is called its price. The production prices are the value tendentially realized under the assumption that the rates of Pro-T are equalized among branches. The market prices are the value actually realized by those commodities when the rates of Pro-T in the different branches differ according to the Pro-T actually realized. Price is the monetary expression of abstract labor, under capitalist production relations. Schematically. Table 1. Value contained and value realized, prices, in Marx value before realization, or value contained value after realization, or prices. Individual value, market value, production price, tendentially realized, market price, actually realized. Given that realization takes place through the sale/purchase of commodities, abstract labor must manifest itself as money. This holds for value both before and after realization. In order to grasp this, let us anticipate a point of cardinal importance for the temporal approach to be argued for below. The value realized by a commodity as an output of a certain period, that is, its production or market price, is the same, by definition, as the individual or market value of the same commodity as an input of the following period. Thus, not only the values realized by the commodities as outputs of one period, but also the value of the same commodities as inputs of the following period, are expressed in money terms. There is nothing unclear about the value of a commodity being, GC expressed in its price before it enters into circulation. 120. The value of the commodity output before realization, its value contained, is the price paid for the inputs, plus the surplus value. The latter can be monetarily quantified before exchange, because we know the price paid for labor power and the rate of surplus value. This is why Marx is perfectly right and consistent in referring interchangeably to value as abstract labor and money. It is thus mistaken to consider value as labor and price as money, just as it is mistaken to think that, in Marx, there are two different and separated systems of accounting, one in terms of labor and the other in terms of prices. Table 1 above distinguishes between actually and tendentially realized values, that is, prices. The latter are the values that would be realized if all, average, producers realized the average rate of Pro-T. There are two reasons for computing the average rate of Pro-T and thus production prices. The RST is that the rate of Pro-T for the whole of the economy, the general rate of Pro-T, is the thermometer of the economy. In fact, as the economy proceeds towards the crisis, the general rate of Pro-T falls, thus indicating a decreasing production of surplus value, even though some capitals might increase their rate of Pro-T at the expense of other capitals. After the crisis, the average rate of Pro-T rises again, see Chapter 3 below. Notice that, just as social relations are not directly observable but can be observed indirectly through the processes determined by them, see Chapter 1, Section 2.1, so it is also the case that, under conditions of constant capital movements across branches and constant introduction of new technologies within each branch, the average rate of Pro-T is also a tendency that is not directly observable because, every time a capital moves to a different sector or it introduces a new technology, it changes its value composition and thus it changes the average Pro-Tability. Nevertheless, this tendency is a realized phenomenon because it is an average of realized Pro-T rates. It is indirectly observable through the constantly changing Pro-T rates of the individual capitals constantly seeking the highest expedient Pro-T rates. Notice also, that the average rate of Pro-T refers to the productive sectors of the economy and not to both the productive and the unproductive sectors. As Chapter 3 will argue, The unproductive sectors pro-TS are not produced in those sectors, but are an unaided measure of the pro-TS appropriated from the productive sectors. The second reason is that Marx's transformation procedure, which, as argued below, is free from problems, is simply the redistribution of the surplus value produced at the moment of purchase/sale and thus through exchange. Given a certain total quantity of surplus value at any given moment, this redistribution depends upon the price at which the output is sold. One can assume the actual prices, the market prices. However, one can also assume the production prices, the prices at which each branch realizes, or would realize, the average rate of pro-T. The advantage of using the production prices is that we abstract from the seemingly chaotic movement of the market prices. This assumption is further justified by a real movement, the movement of capitals towards the highest possible area of profitability. It is just this movement that justifies the hypothesis of an average rate of pro-T. In fact, given a certain quantity of value and surplus value produced, if low profitability capitals move to higher profitability areas, the latter's supply increases and the former's supply decreases. Prices and thus pro-TS fall in the high profitability area and rise in the low profitability area. The outcome is not a general rate of pro-T equal to that of the highest profitability capitals, areas, as sometimes suggested, but, rather, an average pro-T rate. 2 points follow. First, the average rate of pro-T is not an equilibrium point, because it is immediately upset by further technological innovations that change the organic composition of capital and thus the average pro-T rate. An average pro-T rate is inconsistent with equilibrium. A temporal sequence of production prices, average pro-T rates, is not a sequence of equilibrium points, because tendentially each point is at a profitability level lower than the previous one, due to labor shedding and productivity increasing technologies. Rather, within such a sequence, average pro-T rates are signposts towards the crisis. This does not exclude equilibrium at the level of prices and thus of exchange, that is, the equality of demand and supply if all products were sold at their production prices. It is in this sense that Marx refers occasionally to equilibrium at the level of exchange. But equilibrium at the level of exchange hides a profound disequilibrium at the level of the production of surplus value and thus hides the economy's march towards crises. Second, production prices cannot become manifest as such, but are nevertheless realized phenomena. It is thus warranted, to rebut the critiques, to assume that the new period starts with the production prices rather than with the market prices of the outputs of the previous period. But, of course, one can just as well start with the market prices. On the basis of the above, let us now consider Marx's transformation of values into prices. 5.1. The transformation procedure in Table 2 below, both Sector 1, the producer of means of production, MP, and Sector 2, the producer of means of consumption, MC, are represented by a modal producer. 121 Let I and O indicate inputs and outputs respectively, so that, for example, MPI stands for the means of production as inputs and let T1, T2, and T3 indicate different and successive moments in time. We consider RST the use value aspect and focus initially on columns 2, 4, and 7. We assume simple reproduction, that is, all the surplus product is consumed by the capitalists so that no surplus product is reinvested. The procedure would not change in expanded reproduction, that is, if a part of the surplus product were reinvested instead of being consumed unproductively by the capitalists. At T1, Column 2, Sector 1 starts the production process with 60 MPI plus 40 MCI and, at T2, it has produced 140 MPO, Column 4. Similarly, Sector 2 starts its production process at T1 with 80 MPI plus 20 MCI and, at T2, it has produced 120 MCO. The 140 MPO are purchased only by the capitalists while the 120 MCO are purchased both by the capitalists and by the laborers. Point T2 is the endpoint of period T1, T2. As an initial assumption, to be relaxed shortly, T2 is also considered to be the starting point of T2, T3, column 7, in other words, there is no time lag between the end of one process and the beginning of the next one. Then, the same commodities as outputs of T1, T2 become immediately the inputs of T2, T3. The 140 MPO are purchased as inputs at T2 by Sector 1, 60 MPI, and Sector 2, 80 MPI. Thus, at T2, all means of production are purchased in the same proportions as at T1, the beginning of T1, T2. The 120 MCO are purchased by the laborers of both sectors, 40 MCI in Sector 1 and 20 MCI for Sector 2, and by the capitalist, 40 MCI in Sector 1 and 20 MCI for Sector 2. This follows from the assumption of a rate of surplus value of 100%. In Sector 1, the capitalists pay the laborers 40 V1 and extract and appropriate 100% of 40 V1, 40 S1. Similarly, in Sector 2, the capitalists pay a wage of 20 V2 and extract and appropriate 100% of it, 20 S2. At T2, all the means of consumption are again used by the laborers in both sectors as at T1, and the rest is consumed unproductively by the capitalists. Let us now consider the value aspect. We assume that 1 unit of abstract labor, value, is represented by 1 unit of money, so that, as mentioned above, the following gers can be read, as in Marx, both as money and as labor dash, or value dash, quantities. 122 Each sector invests a certain quantity of money as constant capital, C, to buy means of production, and as variable capital, V, to buy the laborers' labor power and forces the laborers to produce surplus value, S, so that the total value of the output in each sector is C plus V plus S equals V. Column 3 gives the value invested at T1 as well as the value produced during T1, T2 by both sectors, 140 V1 and 120 V2. At T2, the producers of MPO and MCO sell their products at their market price. These commodities are bought by other producers as MPI and MCI of the next production period at the same prices. If the same commodity is bought and sold at the same time, it must be bought and sold for the same price. The transformation is thus, RST of all, the redistribution of the value contained in the outputs if the value represented by their market price does not coincide with their value contained. This is column 5, where, for example, Sector 1 sells its MPO at 150 V1. Given that the total value realized cannot exceed the total value contained, Sector 2 must sell its MCO at 110 V2. There is thus a transfer of value equal to 10 V from Sector 2 to Sector 1, that is, Sector 1 realizes 10 V more than the value it produces at the expense of Sector 2. The new production period begins with means of production and of consumption whose value is 150 MPI and 110 MCI. This computation implies the RST principle of dialectics set out in Chapter 1 above, namely that phenomena are always both realized and potential. If the value contained in the outputs, 140 V1 and 120 V2, is realized as 150 V1 and 110 V2, the former set of values realizes itself as the latter set of values. The value contained in the output, 140 V1 and 120 V2, is potential value and the price is value realized. The quantitative transformation rests on a qualitative, dialectical, transformation from potential to realized quantities. But the reverse is also true. If those outputs enter as inputs in the next production process, the value realized by them as outputs of T1, T2, 150 V1 and 110 V2, becomes again the potential value of those same commodities as inputs of T2, T3. This means that the initial assumption in Table 2 that the values contained in the MPI and MCI at T1 are 60 plus 80, C and 40 plus 20, V implies a previous production period, T0, T1 not shown in Table 2, whose MPO was sold at 140 V1 and whose MCO was sold at 60 V2. 123 This is the RST point at which dialectics comes in, the transformation of potential into realized and back to potential values. This is not only an application of the RST principle of dialectics as set out in Chapter 1. It is also consonant with Marx. The value of the means of production is determined not by the labor process into which it enters as a means of production but by that out of which it has issued as a product. 124 However, suppose the price of cotton to be one day 6 pence a pound, and the next day, in consequence of a failure of the cotton crop, a shilling a pound. Each pound of the cotton bought at 6 pence, and worked up after the rise in value, transfers to the product a value of 1 shilling, and the cotton already spun before the rise, and perhaps circulating in the market as yarn, likewise transfers to the product twice its original value. 125. This would seem to contradict the quote that the inputs add to the labor time contained in the products only as much labor time as they themselves contained before the production process. 126 If a commodity/input has an original value of €6, how can it transfer €12 to the product after its price has doubled? This can only be the case if it transfers €6 of its own value plus €6 of the value of other commodities. That this is what Marx had in mind is supported by his approving quote of the 18th-century Italian economist Pietro Verri to the effect that all the phenomena of the universe, whether produced by the hand of man or indeed by the universal laws of physics, are not to be conceived of as acts of creation but solely as a reordering of matter. 127 Suppose a commodity A is sold as an output at the end of T0, T1 at €6. This is its price as an output of T0, T1 but also its value contained as an input of T1, T2. At T1, A enters the production period T1, T2 as an input of another commodity, B. As far as the price structure of B is concerned, at T2 the producer of B realizes the individual value of A, or the value contained in A. This is the value it had at T1 as an input of T1, T2, that is, €6. Suppose now that A doubles its price during T1, T2 and suppose that, at T2, the price of A that rules the market is €12. Then, the producer of B will want to charge, as far as A is concerned, €12. If the purchasers of B are willing and able to pay an extra €6, they will have less purchasing power for other commodities. The producers of those commodities will have to lower their prices by that much. This is consonant with the following: although the inputs, GC entered the labor process with a denied value, they may come out of it with a value that is larger or smaller, because the labor time society needs for their production has undergone a general change. 128 Here, too, the theoretical foundation is provided by dialectics. The value of the input A at T1 is only potential because A realizes its value, in a possibly modi et quantity, at T2, when B, of which A is an input, is sold. This holds also if the output of the previous period, A, is not sold immediately upon being completed or, even if immediately sold, it lays unused for some time before entering the production of B. The value realizable by A, the socially necessary labor, might change during the period it is not sold or used. The value A transfers to B is the value it realizes when it is sold as an output of the previous period. The value realized by B on account of A can be different. The loss or gain of the producer of the output B using that input A is then given by the difference between the value realized by A when it is sold as an output of the previous period and the value it has when it enters the production of B plus the difference between this value and the value A realizes when B is sold. It follows that the complete transformation must take into account not only the redistribution of surplus value contained in the output but also that of the value of the inputs. It also follows that, if capitalists who are more productive than the average in their sector realize more than the average rate of Pro-T and vice versa for the less than average productivity capitalists, the surplus value produced is redistributed among all producers, but in such a way that only the producers who adopt the average technique at the moment of their product's realization receive the average rate of Pro T. 129. Marx provides the example of a capitalist using a gold instead of a steel spindle. Only the capitalists using a steel spindle, the average technique, realize the average rate of Pro T. The capitalist using a gold spindle realizes less than the value of the spindle transferred to the product. The difference is appropriated by the producers. Using the average technique, steel spindle. While the average rate of Pro T is computed by dividing at T2 the total surplus value produced during T1, T2 by the total capital invested at T1, that is, invested both by average and non-average producers, the production prices are computed by adding this average Pro T rate to the average value of the inputs at T1, which is why the average rate of Pro T is tendentially realized only by the average producers. This is Marx's procedure. This procedure has been criticized on two accounts. They are the backwards ad infinitum critique and the price inconsistency critique. 5.2. The backwards ad infinitum critique. We have seen that, in order to compute the production price of this period's outputs, we must know the individual value of this period's inputs. But they are the production price of the previous period's outputs that, in their turn, depend upon the individual value of their inputs. Supposedly, we are trapped in infinite regression. This is the backwards ad infinitum critique. 130. This approach, the quest for the origin, is absurd because it would make any science impossible. Moreover, to posit the value of the inputs at the beginning of the period as given can be theoretically just-ed. The solution hinges on the principle that the value realized is not simply the social evaluation of the expenditure of physical human energy in the abstract. It is its social evaluation when the output is sold. Seen from this perspective, there is no need to regress infinitely in time. One step backward in time is sufficient. Suppose we want to calculate the abstract labor, value, contained in the means of production, for example a machine, entering the T1, T2 period at T1. We can do that only if we start our computation in T0, T1, the period preceding the present one. We can count the hours of labor needed to produce that machine during T0, T1. This is new labor, necessary labor plus surplus labor. The quantity of money paid as wages and Pro Ts corresponds to this quantity of labor. Suppose that wages and Pro Ts amount to 40,000 euros and that the hours of new labor are 200. The ratio 200/40,000 equals 0.005 indicates that 1 euro represents 0.005 of 1 hour of new labor. Given the inherent homogeneity of both money and value as abstract labor, the same ratio applying to the new labor can be applied to all the labor realized by the sale of that machine. If the machine is sold at T1 for 60,000 euros, by applying that ratio we obtain the social valuation, 300 hours, of the abstract labor, value, realized by that machine when it is sold as an output at T1. This is also the labor contained in that machine when it enters as an input in the next production period T1, T2. The individual value of the inputs of T1, T2 is thus obtained not by endlessly counting the hours of past labor but through a social valuation of past labor at the end of the previous process, T0, T1. Both the value of the inputs and of the outputs can be expressed in monetary terms. Starting from T1, T2, the labor value of the output of T1, T2 is also the labor value of the input of T2, T3, and therefore stepping back in time is no longer needed. Notice that the double transformation of more skilled into less skilled labor and of more intense into less intense labor need not concern us here because, if money prices, wages and Pro Ts, represent value realized, they represent the hours of labor realized whatever the internal structure of those hours of labor, that is irrespective of whether they have been hours of labor of a certain intensity and skill or not. 5.3. The price inconsistency, circularity, Critique. Even though Arst critique was put forward by von Bohm-Bawerk 131 shortly after the appearance of Capital, Volume 3, by far the most influential attack on Marx's transformation procedure has been mounted by von Bortkowicz's 132, which was brought to the modern readership's attention by Sweezy 133 to exemplify. In Table 2 above, the value of the MPO is 140 but their production price is 130. Similarly, the value of the MCO is 120 but their production price is 130. The capitalists sell their MPO at 130 but must buy MPI for a value of 140 to start the new production process on the same scale. The purchasing power needed to buy those 140 MPO is insufficient to start a new process. Similarly, the capitalists sell the MCO at 130 but both capitalists and laborers buy MCI for a value of 120. There is excess purchasing power. Simple reproduction fails, or so it seems. The reason is that, supposedly, in Table 2 the inputs are bought at their value contained but sold at their production price. If this were the case, it would be a glaring contradiction because, if the inputs of a process are also the outputs of another process, the same commodity must be bought by the purchaser and sold by the seller at the same price, value. This is the price inconsistency critique. It follows that if prices cannot be derived from values, there is supposedly in Marx a value system in which the value of the outputs is determined by the value of the inputs, column 4 in Table 2 above, along with a price system in which the production prices of the outputs are determined by the production prices of the inputs. Consequently, there is a dual system in Marx. It also follows that there are two rates of Pro-T. In the words of Steedman, Marx assumes that S/C plus V is the rate of Pro-T but then derives the result that prices diverge from values, which means precisely, in general, that S/C plus V is not the rate of Pro-T. 134 in Table 2 above. The value system gives an average rate of Pro-T of 30%, inputs and outputs are valued at their value. But, if the inputs are valued at the production prices, the MPI are devalued to 130/140 equals 0. 9,285 so that Sector 1 invests 60 times 0. 9,285 equals 57. 72 and Sector 2 invests 80 times 0. 9,285 equals 74. 28 in MP. Similarly, the MC are revalued to 130/120 equals 1. 0833 so that Sector 1 invests 43. 33 and Sector 2 invests 21. 67 in MC. These would be the production prices of the inputs. Thus, the price system would be the one in Table 3 below. Now, the average rate of Pro-T is not 30% anymore, as in the value system, but 65/195 equals 33. 33%. The inputs are bought and sold either at their value or at their production price, but not at both. This is the price inconsistency critique. Firstly, we must note that the critique rests on a theory whose foundation is hopelessly inconsistent. This system is based on commodities seen purely as use values and thus as the outcome of purely concrete labor. For Steedman, the rate of Pro-T and all process of production can be determined without reference to any value magnitude. 135 value is thus redundant. But concrete labors are incommensurable. Steedman is aware of the difficulty. His answer is all summations of labor time are summations of quantities of abstract labor. 136 But this is a glaring contradiction. If abstract labor is needed for commensurability purposes, it is not redundant. Until this contradiction is solved, the Neo-Ricardian approach is based on quicksand. While it pretends to see the mote in Marx's eyes, it does not see the beam in its own. Second, the critique is based on a confusion that, even though elementary, has held sway also among Marxist authors. The inputs MPI are bought and sold at T1 for 140 and the outputs MPO are bought and sold at T2 at 130. The inputs and outputs of a production period are two different commodities bought and sold at two different moments at two different prices. This, in essence, is the temporalist approach. The same for MCI and MCO. By holding that the MPI are bought at 140, their value, and at the same time sold as MPO at 130, their price of production, the critics discover a contradiction. To escape this contradiction, they submit that the prices of the inputs and of the outputs should be determined simultaneously through a system of simultaneous equations 137. In so doing, time is wiped out. But then, if realization is instantaneous, if time does not exist, production must also be atemporal, that is, the inputs must be the same commodities as the outputs. The inputs of one period become the outputs of the same period. 138. The postulate on which the critique rests and builds its simultaneous price determination is a reality without time. This implies equilibrium. Clearly, Marx's supposed inconsistency is surreptitiously created by injecting the atemporal assumption into an approach that, like reality, oozes with time. This inconsistency disappears if time is reintroduced in the analysis, that is, if 2 points are kept in mind. Consider the means of production, the same holds for the means of consumption. First, given T1, T2, at the moment of the MP's purchase/sale, T2, their price as MPO of one period, T1, T2, become their value contained as the MPI of the following period, T2, T3. If the end of one period coincides with the start of the following period, T2, the same commodity has, at the same time, both a price, that is, a value, actually or tendentially, realized as the MPO of a period, T1, T2, and a value contained, a value not yet realized, as the MPI of the following period, T2, T3. Second, the means of production bought and sold at T2 and means of production bought and sold at T3 are not the same commodities, even if the latter were perfect copies of the former. Different commodities bought and sold at different times need not have the same value and price. 139. Such simple considerations are sufficient to make the circularity critique fail. Marx is said to have been conscious of having made a mistake and that he did not correct it. We had originally assumed that the cost price of a commodity equaled the value of the commodities consumed in its production. But for the buyer, the price of production of a specie C commodity is its cost price. There is always the possibility of an error if the cost price of a commodity in any particular sphere is identi-ed with the value of the means of production consumed by it. Our present analysis does not necessitate a closer examination of this point. 140. Moment of sale. For the buyer, the same commodity is the input that enters the new production process also at T2. Then, the production price becomes the individual value of the same commodity A as an input of T2, T3. What Marx says is that it would be an error to compute the cost price of B on the basis of the individual value, rather than the production price, of A as an output of T1, T2. This does not concern Marx here because he is interested in the production price of B, so that the production price of A and its difference with its individual value can be taken as given. 141. The internal consistency of Marx's transformation procedure can be defended with different arguments from those used above. For example, Moseley argues that the main point to emphasize here is that Marx's key concept of capital is de net in terms of money, not in terms of labor time. Marx is not talking about the labor time embodied in the means of production, or the means of subsistence thrown into and withdrawn from circulation. 142. These quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given. 143. The aggregate money capital is assumed to represent a finite quantity of abstract social labor. The precise quantity of abstract social labor represented by a given quantity of money depends on the value of money, that Marx also took as given. 144 Constant capital is the money capital invested to purchase means of production, whether or not this quantity of money capital is proportional to the labor time embodied in the means of production. 145 Similar considerations hold for variable capital. Moseley is to be commended for his effort to show that Marx's transformation procedure is free from internal contradictions. He rightly points out that capital, volume I, is about the production of surplus value, and capital, volume 3, about its distribution. This is why the constant capital at the start of the transformation can be taken as given. However, in his article from 2000, Moseley's approach is awed by a different form of inconsistency. The cardinal feature of his interpretation is not that the starting point is money, which is assumed to represent value. Rather, it is the qualication as to whether or not this quantity of money capital is proportional to the labor time embodied in the means of production, that is, whether it is its individual value or its production price. It follows that Marx did not fail to transform these inputs because the inputs do not have to be transformed, instead they remain invariant. 146 This interpretation retains the distinction between individual value and production price, only we do not know which one is the value of the inputs when they enter the production process. The problem here is that, if the outputs are valued at their production prices, the same commodities as inputs must also be valued at their production prices. The individual value, that which has to be transformed into a production price, becomes redundant. But the redundancy of the individual value is inconsistent with the qualication as to whether or not this quantity of money capital is proportional to the labor time embodied in the means of production, because this qualication admits the existence of individual values and therefore implies their difference with production prices. It might be for this reason that, in his 2008 article, Moseley discards the notion of individual value as a real, existing quantity and submits that the inputs enter the production process at their production price. Why is this so? Because, Moseley submits, while in capital, volume I, Marx assumes as a RST approximation that the inputs are valued at their individual values, in capital, volume 3, Marx provides a more complete explanation, that is, that the inputs are valued at their production prices. 147 The transformation, thus, is not any more a real process, a redistribution of the value of the inputs. The transformation is simply a question of approximating a more precise concept. What changes is the explanation. 148 This is a radical reformulation of Marx's problematic. It reintroduces a contradiction between volume I and volume 3. But this contradiction disappears if the production price of an output is considered to be also the individual, not transformed value of the same commodity as an input of the following period. However, Moseley chooses a different approach. At RST site, it might seem as if Moseley's approach were consistent with a temporalist approach. In fact, if the outputs of the previous period are valued at their production price, and if those outputs are the inputs of the following period, then the inputs are also valued at that production price. However, consider a T1, T2 period. In conformity with Moseley's interpretation, at T1 a certain machine enters the production process at its production price. This is the value it transfers to the product. Suppose now that the production price of that machine changes between T1 and T2. Suppose it falls because of changed technologies that reduce the labor time needed on average to produce it. There are two possibilities. It can be assumed that the value transferred to the output is the production price the machine had at T1 and that the value realized due to the employment of that machine is the production price that machine has at T2 when the output is old. The producer has employed a machine whose value, production price, at T1 is higher than the average at T2. The producer loses the difference to the purchasers of the output. In this case, the production price of the input at T1 has been transformed at T2. But, then, it is incorrect to call the value of the machine at T1 its production price, because, at T1, that value has still to be transformed. That value is transformed at the time of the sale of the output of which that machine is an input and is therefore its individual value. The notion of individual value re-emerges necessarily after having been banned. Alternatively, it can be assumed that the value transferred to the product is the production price of that machine at T2, that is, its replacement value at T2. In this case, that machine does not have two values, the individual value at T1 to be transformed into its production price at T2. Rather, it has only one value, at T2, and this is the value it transfers to the product. In this case, the production price of the inputs is determined simultaneously with the production price of the output, and one falls into a simultaneous approach, with the consequences highlighted above. The consequence of discarding the notion of individual value and of retaining only that of production price is simultaneism. There is a point at which Moseley seems to discuss the transformation of the individual value of the means of production into their production prices. In discussing XED capital goods, Moseley notes that the money recovered from the depreciation component of all capital goods is used to purchase the subset of newly produced XED capital goods 149 supposedly. In this case, two different bundles of XED capital goods are exchanged for one another 150 since different goods exchange at the same production prices, and since different goods have been produced with different organic compositions, there is an exchange of different quantities of labor embodied, transfer of value. This implies that there is a transformation of individual values into production prices. The notion of individual value emerges again. Moseley's interpretation has been criticized by Ravignani, but from a different, neo-Ricardian, perspective. Contrary to Moseley, Ravignani argues that Marx takes as the starting point of his analysis not the money quantities but the physical quantities of the means of subsistence and of the means of production, and then derives the constant and variable capital, money quantities, from these physical quantities. Both authors can produce textual evidence to support their interpretation. This is not without reason, given that Marx starts from the value embodied in the means of production and of consumption, and thus from the money expression of those physical quantities, as in Table 2 above. The alternative between Moseley's interpretation, on the one hand, and Ravignani's interpretation, on the other hand, is thus false. The relevant passages can be thought to be ambiguous 151 only because the two opposite interpretations capture only one aspect of Marx's theoretical richness 152. But this aside, Ravignani's critique is misdirected because it does not get to the heart of Moseley's position. The specificity of Moseley's position is not that constant and variable capital are given, rather, its core feature is the denial that the value of the inputs needs to be transformed. The critique, however, is the logical extension of the physicalist nature of the neo-Ricardian theory. The inconsistencies and adverse ontological features of this theory have been pointed out above, especially the incommensurability of different use values and the theorization of capitalism as an equilibrium system. Finally, it could be held that the analysis of a static, atemporal situation can be the starting point for a more realistic analysis based on time. But this is inadmissible. One can start from a simply a depiction of reality in order to proceed to a more and more complex and realistic one, but on condition that each further step should retain the basic, fundamental assumptions upon which the previous stage of research rested, rather than on their rejection. In other words, the further made assumptions should not coincide with the initial ones. If, at a later stage of the analysis, one rejects those initial assumptions and replaces them with other, incompatible ones, one rejects the previous analysis, the more simply ed one, and creates a disjuncture rather than a bridge between the different stages of the analysis. If one starts from a static analysis based on simultaneism, one should proceed to a dynamic analysis also based on simultaneism. If this cannot be done, the analysis of a static situation is severed from, and becomes useless for, further analyses of real, dynamic situations, because the initial postulate of an absence of time coincides with the further postulate of the existence of time. Either one postulates time or one does not. It follows that a timeless dimension cannot be the starting point of an analysis of reality, because it denies reality, time, rather than distilling from it its most pregnant aspects and using them as the starting point of the inquiry. 5.4. Reproduction prices and simple reproduction. Let us now see how, contrary to the critics, the production prices of the outputs are consistent with the requirements of simple reproduction. 153. Consider again Table 2 above. At T2, the unit production price of the MPO is 130/140 equals 0. 9,285 80 MPO are bought as MPI by the capitalists of Sector 2 at the unit production price of 0. 9,285 and 60 MPO are bought as MPI by the capitalists of Sector 1 at the same price. All MPO are sold at the unit production price. Similarly, the unit production price of the MCO is 130/120 equals 1. 0.83340 MCO are bought by the laborers of Sector 1 and 20 MCO are bought by the laborers of Sector 2 at the unit price of 1. 0.833. The values spent for the MPO and MCO needed to start a new cycle at T2 are. With this 34. 05 plus 30. 95 equals 65V, the capitalists of the two sectors can purchase 65/1. 0.833 equals 60 MCO. Thus, 140 MPO are supplied and demanded at their production price, and the same holds for the 120 MCO. All output is sold at its production prices and simple reproduction is ensured. Notice that the capitalists of Sector 1 receive 30. 95/1. 0.833 equals 28. 6 means of consumption instead of 30, and that those of Sector 2 receive 34. 05/1. 0.833 equals 31. 4 means of consumption instead of 30. The difference with the simultaneous approach is that these production prices apply to the MC and MP as inputs of the following period rather than of the same period. 154. 5.5. Simple reproduction with production prices and purchasing power parity. One aspect remains to be considered. In Table 2 above, there are two sectors, one producing means of production, MP, and the other producing means of consumption, MC. In it, all MP are exchanged for MC and vice versa. But, at a lower level of aggregation, some MP will be exchanged with MP and some MC will be exchanged with MC. Sector 1 exchanges internally 60 MP for a value of 60 C1 and buys 80 MC from Sector 2 by selling 80 MP for a value of 40 V1 and 40 S1, for a total value of 80. Sector 2 exchanges internally means of consumption for a value of 20 V2 and 20 S2 and buys means of production from Sector 1 by selling 80 MC for a value of 80 C2. As Marx discovered in Capital, Volume 2, the condition for simple reproduction is then C2 equals V1 plus S1. If products are exchanged at their values, a value of 80 is exchanged for a value of 80. This concerns intersectoral exchange. However, if 80 MP are exchanged for 80 MC at their production prices, by selling its 80 MP, Sector 1 receives 74. 288 from Sector 2 but needs 86. 664 to buy 80 MC. It lacks a value of 12. 376. Conversely, Sector 2 has a value of 12. 376 in excess. The purchasing powers of the two sectors, the value obtained by each sector through the sale of its commodities and available for the purchase of the other sector's commodities, do not coincide. Simple reproduction with prices of production would seem to be inconsistent with the purchasing power needed for intersectoral exchange. But this is not the case. If the problem changes, the conditions must change too. For the purchasing powers to be equal, the capital invested to produce MP and MC for intersectoral exchange must be equal. In this case, the same pro-rate on the same capital gives the same value realized and thus the same purchasing power. This is the case in Table 2 if all commodities are exchanged intersectorally. In that case, both the 140 MP and the 120 MC exchanged intersectorally are produced with a capital of 100, but not if we assume that only 80 MP are exchanged for 80 MC, because those 80 MP and 80 MC require different quantities of capital for their production. Thus, Table 2 is unsuited to exemplify the case at hand. A different numerical example is thus required, one in which the same capital is invested in both sectors for intersectoral exchange. If the further assumption is made that capitals producing for intersectoral exchange cannot produce for intrasectoral exchange, the average rate of Pro-T is the same for the whole of the economy only under the assumption that the average capitals producing for intrasectoral exchange use the same organic composition of capital as that of the capitals producing for intersectoral exchange. 5.6. Negative values. Consider the case of an economy in which 10 bushels of seed corn, input, are planted by farmers who perform a certain quantity of labor. Owing to a drought, only 9 bushels of corn, output, are harvested. For simultaneism, given that the price, value, at the beginning of the period is equal to the price, value, at the end of it, the output is worth less than the input. In this case, labor subtracts value instead of adding it. Kleman objects to this conclusion because, in terms of Marx's value theory, abstract, labor added must increase the value produced. The output, 9 bushels, is worth more than the input, 10 bushels. 155. Actually, both positions are erroneous. In Marx's theory, abstract labor creates value if as concrete labor it transforms use values into new use values. If concrete labor destroys use values, abstract labor cannot create new value, it destroys the value contained in the seed corn. This would be the case mentioned by Baron of a bakery paying a worker to add chemicals to the dough in order to increase the bread's perishability, thus destroying a part of the bread's use value. 156. This is what I have called value-destroying labor. 157. The case mentioned above is similar, only that the destruction of value is achieved by nature rather than by laborers. The abstract labor gone in the corn destroyed by the drought has been destroyed and cannot create value, which is why, if nature destroyed all corn, one would be left without value, no matter how much labor the production of that corn had cost. 5.7. The hidden dimension. Dialectics is the hidden dimension that both makes Marx's transformation procedure intelligible and constitutes it as an element of a theory of radical social change. Consider RST the dialectics of the relation between abstract labor and value. If the capitalist production process has been started but is not yet finished, the laborers are performing abstract labor and are thus creating the commodity's value embodied. However, that abstract labor is not yet realized value, it is, rather, value in formation, potential embodied value, because the commodity itself, not being finished, is being created and thus it exists only potentially. 2. If the production process is completed and thus the commodity is finished, but not yet sold, the abstract labor which has gone into it becomes the value contained or embodied in it, whose material substance is abstract labor. Since a commodity must be sold in order to realize its value contained is also its potential realized value. 3. When the commodity is sold, the value embodied in it becomes realized value, either tendentially or actually realized value, whose substance is the value contained in it. 158. The labor embodied determines the value realized, because the former calls into existence the latter from the realm of its potentialities and because the latter reacts upon the former but in the following period. 4. Since commodities are produced in order to be sold for money, the labor value realized, labor price, becomes itself a substance that takes necessarily the monetary form of value. Money is the form of existence of, and thus represents value. The realized value, price, of the output becomes the non-realized value, or value contained, or potential realized value of the same commodity as an input of the following period. Here, too, the former determines the latter for similar reasons. 6. Finally, this potential value becomes again realized when the following period's output containing that input is sold. Here, too, the same reasons hold. It is from this point that the cycle of determination starts again. The transformation seen as a dialectical process is a temporal succession of transformations, from potential to realized values and vice versa, and from determinant to determined values and vice versa. Dialectics is the necessary qualitative dimension that accounts theoretically for the quantitative transformation. The transformation seen as a dialectical process is thus an instance of the dialectical view of social reality as a temporal law of determining and determined contradictory phenomena continuously emerging from a potential state to become realized and then going back to a potential state in a cyclical and tendential movement towards capitalism's supersession. It is a manifestation of the class-determined view of social reality. It is thus perfectly consistent with Labor's worldview. As argued in Chapter 1 above, dialectics does not reject but makes use of the tools of formal logic. From the perspective of temporalism immersed in dialectical logic, Marx's theory is perfectly consistent. This shows that temporalism is the principle upon which that theory rests and that simultaneism, even though internally consistent, is foreign to it. A simultaneist critique is an internal critique neither of temporalism nor of Marx. Simultaneous theories are not an improvement of Marxism, but, rather, they represent different theories with their own class content. As argued above, simultaneism implies equilibrium and thus a view of the economy tending towards its equilibrated reproduction. From this angle, the capitalist economy is an inherently rational system and any attempt to supersede it is irrational. That is simultaneism's social content. Temporalism, if immersed in a dialectical context, reaches the exactly opposite conclusions. The economy is in a constant state of non-equilibrium and tends towards its own supersession. From this perspective, capitalism is inherently irrational and any attempt to supersede it is rational. It is from this perspective that the four above issues have been analyzed. From this perspective, the choice between temporalism and simultaneism turns out to be the choice between formal logic on the one hand, and dialectical logic on the other. This is much more than a personal preference, it is a class-determined choice based on a class-determined principle. If one is interested in radical change, one should choose temporal dialectics. This is the real sine qua non of the dialectical, and thus temporalist, approach. 159 Both temporalism and simultaneism should move on from being only a critique and counter-critique of each other, applying only formal logic to the issue of consistency, towards showing how their view of consistency ties into a wider theory of radical social change, thus grounding the choice of their initial postulate into Labor's perspective. Neither of the two camps has done this, and this has been the limit of the debate, on both sides. The time has come to change course and the challenge is to overcome this limit. This chapter has attempted to do that on the basis of a dialectical method of which temporalism and thus non-equilibrium is an integral part. It is only a beginning. 160 It is to be hoped that simultaneist authors will accept the challenge and show how their approach to the issue of consistency based on simultaneism and equilibrium is an aspect of a broader theory furthering the liberation of labor. Regarding both approaches, what Marx once said holds: hic rotus, hic salta. 6. The alien rationality of Homo economicus. The sections above have argued that Marx's theory is irreconcilable with the static notion of a reality in which time is banned and equilibrium rules. Since this notion is that upon which orthodox economic theory, in its many manifestations, is based, the argument above comes down to the irreconcilability between Marxist economics and orthodox economics. But are these two opposite approaches equally internally consistent in their own terms? Of course, orthodox economics claims to be free from internal contradictions. The character in charge of showing that this is the case is Homo economicus, the RST acquaintance of every student of economics. This section will show that it is the rationality of Homo economicus and thus of orthodox economic theory, rather than Marx's own, that fails the test of formal logic. the only mode of reasoning it knows. According to the dominant economic theory, of which neoliberalism is an offspring, the capitalist economy, if let free to function unencumbered, tends naturally towards equilibrium. This tendency is based on homo economicus, the rational being par excellence. This rationality can be exemplified by the supply and demand curves. If the demand for a good rises, its price rises, and vice versa. If the supply of a good rises, its price falls, and vice versa. It follows that the two curves have different slopes, one has a rising slope, the other a falling slope. Therefore, they can intersect, thus seeing the equilibrium price, that is, the price at which demand and supply coincide. This is the alpha and omega of homo economicus rationality. 161. This theoretical setting can be criticized on several grounds. However, the critique should be accurate. For example, it has been said that this rationality very Kantian is, at the same time, an element of a theory for today's world. The ball is now in Mahon's court and in the court of Marx's critics as well. 161. For the sake of simplicity, I deal only with partial equilibrium theory. For a more complete treatment which includes the problem of general equilibrium, see Carchedi 1991. Is egoistic because individuals maximize their own welfare independently of the others, as if they were monads for whom society does not exist. 162. This is not quite correct. Homo economicus is an egoist because he is rapacious and exploitative, qualities which do presuppose the existence of other people as well as his interest for those people. Let us take only one example, the behavior behind the demand curve. If the demand for a good rises, that is, if those who do not have that good have a greater need for it, those who do have that good take advantage of the situation, the greater need, and raise that good's price. Homo economicus maximizes not independently of, but at the cost of, the others. He is an egoist because he exploits the needs of others. The objection can be raised that, in reality, economic agents can, and do, behave differently, that is, altruistically. But the orthodox economist can easily refute this critique by subsuming altruism under egoism. If individuals maximize their pleasure by acting altruistically, they do not give up their egoistic rationality. However, aside from the obvious ideological advantage for capital of subsuming altruism under egoism, there are at least two reasons to reject this option. First, if human beings are both egoistic and altruistic, if they maximize their welfare by behaving both egoistically and altruistically, and, if this maximization is rational, then they are always rational, no matter what they do. If there is no longer any irrationality, the notion of rationality becomes meaningless and one ends up by explaining nothing. Secondly, an altruistic behavior is inconsistent with the larger theoretical setting. An altruistic behavior would lower, rather than increasing, prices if needs, demand, rise in order to make possible the satisfaction of those greater needs. But such a behavior implies that the demand curve can have both an upward and a downward slope. There is no guarantee any longer that it can intersect the supply curve. In this case, the whole neoclassical construction, including the notion of equilibrium, would collapse like a house of cards. Altruism is logically inconsistent with neoclassical theory, they exclude each other. Thus, egoism is the only behavior consistent with neoclassical theory. What is the empirical evidence that human beings actually behave like Homo economicus? Aside from some exceptions which, with some goodwill, could be disregarded, the amount of deviant behavior is enormous. There is a whole range of goods, such as status goods and national goods, whose demand can rise if their price rises and fall if their price falls. While the former category might be quantitatively relatively unimportant, the same cannot be said of the latter. Already in the 1990s, the national markets were FTY times bigger than the export of goods and services. Or, to mention another example among many, at the beginning of the 1990s, the 100 biggest pension funds of the USA, Japan, and Europe were managing 1/3 of the world's income. Not bad for an exception. But this is not all. The behavior of demand is strongly influenced by the economic cycle. For example, in the upward phase, capitalists increase their purchases of means of production and labor power even though their prices rise. In the downward phase, they can decrease their demand even if prices fall. The same holds for consumption goods. It follows that all goods, from consumption to investment goods, from natural to status goods, can behave as presupposed by Homo economicus or not. Therefore, a huge slice of reality is irrational for Homo economicus and thus cannot be explained in terms of the theories based upon him. Moreover, the slope of the demand curve is indeterminate and the notion of equilibrium, in exchange, unfounded. But there is more. The slope of the demand curve, and thus the rationality of Homo economicus, cannot be empirically tested either. If I want to know how a person's demand for a good changes as a result only of a price change, I must assume the ceteris paribus condition, that is, that this person has the same interest, preference, for that good after as well as before the change. In other words, my preferences must not change in that time period or I will not be able to test whether and how my demand changes as a result of only that price change. But we cannot be sure that this is the case, that is, the hypothesis can be tested only if we assume a reality without change, that is, without time. Marshall was aware of this. We do not suppose for time to be allowed for any alteration in the character of tastes of the man. 163 If the theory must be testable, it is irrelevant because it has to rule out time. If time is introduced into the analysis, the theory ceases to be testable. In terms of Popperian methodology, to which orthodox economics adheres, the theory is pure metaphysics. Moreover, the consequences in terms of class content of a theory based on the presupposition of the absence of time, and thus of equilibrium, have been made clear above. But there is still more. Homo economicus is not only egoistic and rapacious, he is also arrogant. He asserts that his rationality is nothing less than the manifestation of human nature. The hypothesis that human nature is egoistic is based on a skillful ideological move. This is more easily seen if one considers marginalist theory. This theory rests on the notion of decreasing marginal utility, that is, the decreasing satisfaction the consumer derives from the consumption of an extra unit of a certain good. In equilibrium, the ratio between the marginal utility and the price must be equal for all goods. Then, if the marginal utility of a good rises, more is demanded of that good. But, at the same time, the ratio between that marginal utility and that price rises too. To re-establish equilibrium, its price must also rise. The same goes for a fall in marginal utility. Three features stand out. First, demand hinges upon the utility derived from the consumption of an extra unit of a good, that is, demand falls because of increased satiety, even if satiety increases at a decreasing pace. Second, a comparison between utilities implies that they are related to prices, that is, prices do not indicate purchasing power but are simply the factor which makes comparison possible. Third, it is on the basis of the comparison between these ratios that both the shape of the demand curve, that is, the egoistic and rational nature of economic agents, and equilibrium are founded. This theory can be criticized on several grounds. Here, it suffices to stress its class content. If demand decreases with increasing satiety, the movement of demand is biologically, rather than socially, determined. It is with regard to this trait of human biology that the egoism inherent in the demand curve is founded. But this explanation of demand is class determined. It rejects the view of those very few for whom purchasing power is no problem, for whom the limit to their consumption is only their satiation, rather than the view of the working class and of by far the greatest majority of the world's population, whose purchasing power is insufficient, even though the quantification of insufficient varies from situation to situation. For them, If the price of the goods they need increases, their demand can fall, but this fall is due to the decreasing purchasing power, value, left, given their limited and more often than not absolutely insufficient income. If this is the case, both the shape of the demand curve, people's behavior, and its theorization, its reaction of human rationality, are socially, class-determined. Marginalist theory superimposes the view of the super-rich, and thus of capital, upon that of the rest of the world's population. The power of this ideology is that it tells a lie which seemingly corresponds to our daily experience. The consequences are far-reaching. The rational, that is, exploitative and egoistic, behavior of Homo economicus, as depicted in the demand function, is determined by capitalist society and is functional for the reproduction of this society. There is nothing rational about this behavior, except that, under capitalism, people learn to be, and are obliged to be, egoistic. From Marx's perspective, human nature is neither egoistic, as the critique of Homo economicus' supposed egoistic rationality shows, nor altruistic. Human beings tend to the maximal realization of their potentialities, which can be realized only within a specie social setting where the ownership and thus the production relations are determinant, see Chapter 1, Section 2 above. Consequently, they can strive towards their full development either together with, or at the expense of, each other. This is the choice, and this is the difference between capitalism and socialism. A notion of socialism in which scarcity has become less acute or even conquered does not capture the truly radical difference inherent in this change. The reason why this change is possible is that human beings are formed by the contradictory social relations in which they are born and through which they develop, something which, as shown in Chapter 1, Section 3 above, does not exclude but requires their individuality as concrete individuals. Under capitalism, egoism is functional for the reproduction of the system, altruism, in the sense of cooperation, solidarity and equality, is functional for its supersession. In this society, one can be an egoist or an altruist, in various degrees, simply because the social relations within which individuals are born and raised are contradictory, because the system, being based on contradictory social relations, creates the conditions for its own reproduction as well as for its own supersession. The legitimacy of the capitalist system is based on a purportedly exploitative and egoistic human nature, so that this egoistic and exploitative system is supposedly the most suitable, and thus the most rational, to be justified in terms of this very nature. Any other system, such as a communist one based on cooperation, solidarity and equality, becomes then irrational because it is contrary to this supposed human nature. But, if one acknowledges that Homo economicus is a creature of the capitalist system and that he re-acts the essence of this system, his legitimacy simply vanishes. Homo economicus turns out to be nothing more than an ideological construction. Even an apparently harmless choice, as the use of a Latin term, has an ideological allure because it tends to suggest that the last stage of human evolution is not Homo sapiens but Homo economicus. Capitalism can be defended on other grounds. For example, as Milton Friedman suggested, orthodox economic theory can be defended not on the grounds of its realism, but rather because of its forecasting power. This is not only a recognition of the lack of realism, and thus impotence, of the theory, it is also its own methodological own goal. In fact, the forecasting power of Homo economicus is nil. As seen above, Homo economicus forecasts the behavior of the economic agents in cases when they behave so and fails to forecast such behavior in all other cases. These latter instances are so many and are, indeed, so important that they could just as well be the rule rather than the exception. But this is not the main point. The point is that, even if the forecast is correct, for example, a price rise as a consequence of a rise in demand, Homo economicus has no valid explanation of it because the explanation is based on a supposed ahistorical egoistic human nature. If the explanation is lacking, the occurrence is a chance event. The same holds for the so-called exceptions. As for the relationship between the realism of the assumption and the validity of a theory, we have seen in Chapter 1, Section 7 that the crucial point is the method of abstraction. In a sense, all theories are based on assumptions that are not realistic, because they are extreme simplifications of reality. Consequently, the problem as to whether a theory is realistic or unrealistic depends on the type of assumptions on which it rests. There are two types of assumptions, both of which are different and opposite from each other because they have been reached through two different and opposite methods of abstraction. There is a type of assumption formation that allows us to build a realistic theory because the assumptions to be found there represent the endpoint of a process of abstraction of the essential and determinant characteristics of the segment of reality that one wants to analyze. This is Marx's process of induction discussed in Chapter 1, Section 7. The notions reached through this process are, so to speak, an extract of reality that contains the other, more concrete and detailed aspects of reality. The process of deduction, discussed in Chapter 1, Section 7, starts from these notions and proceeds backwards, from higher to lower and ever lower levels of abstraction. This method allows for the possibility of reaching a more and more realistic, concrete, view of reality, what Marx calls the concrete in thought. If, on the other hand, one starts from assumptions which are not realistic because reality has been irremediably eliminated from them, the theory based upon them cannot but be separated from reality by an unbridgeable gap. This is the case of Homo economicus, whose theoretical existence, whose testability, depends upon the absence of time. Once time is introduced into the analysis, Homo economicus has no reason to exist any longer because his existence and testability depends on this very absence. All the theories, and not only the neoclassical one, whose basis is Homo economicus are characterized, whether they are aware of it or not, by the fundamental assumption that time does not exist. But, once this assumption is made, it cannot be dropped and one is trapped in a model, or notion of reality, that is anything but real. The fundamental conclusion within this context is that, in the absence of time and therefore of change, society and thus the economy are in a state of equilibrium. Equilibrium and timelessness thereby presuppose one another. Chapter 3. Crises. Section 4 of Chapter 2 above has sketched some of the essential elements of a theory of crisis based on the tendential fall of the average pro-tier rate. The following sections will deal with this topic in greater detail by examining the present crisis. What is RST required is an evaluation of the most essential theses that purport to reveal its causes, consequences, and possible remedies. There are alternative explanations. One alternative explanations the RST holds that the crisis has originated in the financial/speculative sphere, due to extremely high levels of debt, rampant speculation, a permissive monetary policy, the loosening of rules governing borrowing and lending due to deregulation, and so on. In short, the crisis is the outcome of policy mistakes. The implication is that the crisis could have been avoided if different policies had been chosen. For example, Robin Blackburn states that the source of the problems which surfaced in 2007, though some had warned about them years earlier, did not lie only in the U.S. deficits or the Fed's easy money policy. It also lay in an institutional complex and a string of disastrous incentives and agency problems riddling an overextended system of financial intermediation. The obvious question is, since crises are a recurrent and constant given of capitalism, if crises were merely due to the policymakers' mistakes, why would these mistakes be recurrent and constant? If crises were epiphenomena, why would they recur regularly? Why would their amplitude grow to such a scale that they nowadays affect the whole of the world? Why would they accompany the introduction of capitalism whenever and wherever it penetrates and changes other modes of production? Why cannot policymakers learn from their mistakes? Obviously, there must be some structural reasons that prevent them from learning from their past mistakes, that is, that force them to continue making these very mistakes. A second thesis, one that is presently enjoying wide currency within the left, is underconsumption. In this view, crises are caused by a long-term fall in wages against a rise in labor's productivity. In the words of Ullman, the workers can buy ever smaller portions of what they themselves produce, leading to periodic crises of overproduction/underconsumption. 2. As for the present crisis, the underconsumptionist thesis holds that the cause of crises has been a long-term fall in wages. Lower wages, it is submitted, instead of increasing the rate of ProT, cause it to fall because of failed realization, RST, in the consumer goods sector and from there to other sectors. This is so because, in underconsumptionist fashion, the economy is driven in the last instance not by the movement of the average rate of ProT but by aggregate demand. This is demand for consumption goods by consumers, for investment goods by the capitalists, and for both types of goods for public expenditure by the state. The argument is that the demand for consumer goods is the crucial element. A fall in the demand for consumer goods provokes a chain reaction, because the demand for the means of production needed to produce those consumer goods falls as well. This fall, in its turn, provokes the fall in the demand for means of production needed to produce those means of production. If wages decrease, a part of the consumption goods, and thus of the investment goods, cannot be sold and capital suffers a loss. Consequently, the average rate of ProT falls. Lower wages are thus the cause of the crisis. Lower wages, in their turn, have been the result of neoliberal policies. If correct, this thesis would be a powerful critique of neoliberalism. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Marx had invalidated this thesis already in the second volume of Capital by noticing that it is sheer tautology to say that crises are caused by the scarcity of effective consumption. That commodities are unsaleable means only that no effective purchasers have been found for them. But if one were to attempt to give this tautology the semblance of a profounder justification by saying that the working class receives too small a portion of its own product and the evil would be remedied as soon as it receives a larger share of it and its wages increase in consequence, one could only remark that crises are always prepared by precisely a period in which wages rise generally and the working class actually gets a larger share of that part of the annual product which is intended for consumption. From the point of view of these advocates of sound and simple, common sense, such a period should rather remove the crisis. 3. That crises are preceded by a period of high wages and thus of relatively high consumption and realization of commodities was true in Marx's times as it is nowadays. In the high-growth period following post-World War II, wages grew at a sustained pace. As Table 1 below shows, in the U.S. wages grew by 2.5% annually from 1967 to 1973. After that year, suddenly the U.S. economy started to experience increasing difficulties and the rate of growth of wages fell substantially, with the exception of the 1995 to 2000 quinquennium, until it became negative in the 2000-4 period. If the minimum wage can be seen as a proxy for the value of skilled labor power, Table 2 indicates a rise in that value only in the 1989 to 2000 period and a fall before and after that period. For the whole 1967 to 2005 period, the value of labor power falls by 25.7%. Empirical observation, however, is insufficient to definitively reject a theory. The underconsumptionist thesis, if wrong, should be rejected on theoretical grounds. Marx was obviously aware of the possibility that not all the output produced could be sold. The entire mass of commodities must be sold. If this is not done, the laborer has been indeed exploited, but his exploitation is not realized as such for the capitalist. The conditions of direct exploitation, and those of realizing it, are not identical. The RST are only limited by the productive power of society, the latter by the proportional relation of the various branches of production and the consumer power of society. 4. If commodities are unsold, capital suffers a loss and the average rate of ProT falls. Could lower wages, then, reduce the average rate of ProT and act as the cause of crises? The average rate of ProT rises with a rise in surplus value and falls with a rise in the organic composition of capital, the ratio of constant to variable capital, per unit of capital invested. 5. If wages are reduced, Pro-Ts increase and the average rate of Pro-T rises. This is always the case for the individual capitalist. It applies also to the economy as a whole only on one condition, that the commodities not purchased by labor, due to lower wages, are purchased by capital, thanks to higher Pro-Ts and thus to higher purchasing power. It is capital's purchasing power that ensures the realization of the commodities, not purchased by labor in case of wage reductions. Therefore, if capital lacks sufficient purchasing power, some commodities will not be sold. A loss follows. Let us see what the consequences for the average rate of Pro-T are. Let us consider the most favorable case for underconsumptionism. Suppose that all the commodities not purchased by labor cannot be purchased by capital either. Labor's purchasing power falls by the amount of the wage cut, and this is a loss for the producers, capitalists, of wage goods. This wage cut is then the maximum loss for capital due to lower wages. The extra surplus value accruing to capital due to lower wages is cancelled because the commodities, being sold neither to capital nor to labor, represent a loss. The laborer has been indeed exploited, but his exploitation is not realized as such for the capitalist. Gain and loss cancel each other out, and the numerator, the surplus value, returns to its pre-wage cut level. As for the denominator, the capital saved thanks to lower wages is idle capital. Given that the rate of Pro-T is computed on all the capital available for investment and not only on the capital actually invested, the denominator is unchanged and the average rate of Pro-T returns to its pre-wage cut level. However, if some of the goods not purchased by labor are purchased by capital, an assumption consonant with a positive conjuncture, the average Pro-T rises. In any case, the average rate of Pro-T does not fall because of lower wages. At most, it is unchanged. 6. Two conclusions follow. First, if lower wages cannot decrease the average rate of Pro-T, they cannot be the cause of crises. This disproves the underconsumptionist thesis. Second, if capitalists resort to lower wages in times of depression and crises, these wage cuts are a counter-tendency holding back only temporarily the fall in the average rate of Pro-T, rather than being its cause. This cause, as we shall see shortly, must be sought elsewhere. The reason for the fall in the ARP, average rate of Pro-T, is not difficult to ND. As the formula for the Pro-T rate indicates, this rate's movement is determined by two factors, the rate of exploitation, and thus by lower or higher wages, and the organic composition of capital, that is, the ratio of constant to variable capital. If the organic composition of capital increases, the average rate of Pro-T decreases. 7. The reason is that a percentage increase in constant capital and or a decrease in variable capital decrease the quantity of labor employed, and thus, given that only labor produces value, the quantity of value and surplus value produced per unit of capital. This explains the tendential fall in the average rate of Pro-T, which is tendential because of many counteracting factors, see section 4 of chapter 2, of which lower wages is one example. Underconsumptionism observes only the relation between the falling average rate of Pro-T and falling wages and, by ignoring the smaller production of surplus value due to the increase in the organic composition of capital, draws the wrong conclusion that crises are due to low wages. The consequences of subscribing to the underconsumptionist theory are far-reaching. First, if lower wages were indeed the cause of crises, in principle the economy could exit the crisis through higher wages. But, as we shall see shortly, higher wages increase the realization by labor of commodities but decrease Pro-Ts. Second, if the economy could exit the crisis through higher wages, a lower rate of exploitation, crises would be due to harmful distributional policies, and could thus, in principle, be avoided. If crises can be avoided, the economic system does not tend towards depressions and crises, as Marx holds, but towards recovery and booms and prosperity, as it is held almost unanimously even by many Marxists. The consequences for labor are disastrous. If the system tends, or can be made to tend, towards prosper. And growth, even if through economic cycles with periods of depressions and crises, the system is rational. But if the system is rational, the struggle to replace it with a different system becomes irrational, because it is a GHT against a rational system, and a pure active will not based on an objective movement. Labor is deprived of the theoretical basis upon which to base its struggle. This is the class content of underconsumptionism. Underconsumptionism is not only irreconcilable with Marxism, it is also, and for this reason, deeply inimical to labor. As a variation on the underconsumptionist theme, it could be argued that the peculiarity of this crisis is that the rest of the world has been able to postpone the realization difficulties due to labor's underconsumption by exporting consumer goods to the US. Us consumers have been able to purchase those goods by incurring higher and higher levels of debt. However, the thesis continues, us consumers have recently become unable to absorb those goods due to collapse of the credit and debt system heralded by the collapse of the subprime mortgages and loans, see below. This is why realization problems have re-emerged in the rest of the world. Whether this is a correct rendition of the present situation or not, the financial crisis will be dealt with later on. The origin of the crisis is still sought in labor's insufficient purchasing power, and the temporary postponement of these difficulties is provided by the US consumers' debt. The debt dimension accounts for the delay in the explosion of the crisis, which is caused by decreasing possibilities to realize all the consumer goods as a result of lower wages. The critique above applies here too. Without the absorbing function of the US consumers based on debt, the rest of the world, as well as the US consumers, would have been faced with realization difficulties long ago. But this does not mean that these difficulties, whether delayed by debt or not, are the source of crises. Actually, the above has shown that this is not the case. This critique applies also to the case in which the level of wages is made to depend on class struggle. In this view, the present crisis has been caused by excessively low wages due to labor's failure to stop capital's offensive. The implication is that the economy could exit the crisis if a labor offensive could impose higher wages. The cause of the economic cycle is then the political cycle, the ups and downs of the class struggle. This thesis must also answer the critique above, namely, whether the class struggle explains the level of wages or not. Lower wages cannot explain this or any other crisis because the effect of lower wages on the average rate of Pro-T can only be positive even if the maximum realization failure is considered. 8. If lower wages cannot be the cause of lower Pro-T rates and crises, the theoretical possibility opens up of reversing the relation of causation, that is, for the crisis to be the cause of lower wages. This brings us to the third alternative explanation, one that identifies the cause of crises in higher, rather than lower, wages. This is the pro-T squeeze Marxist approach to crises, but, curiously, it is also the essence of the neoliberal view of crises. This approach was in vogue in the 1970s in the US and is now undergoing a revival. It views the cause of the decline in the US rate of Pro-T in greater workers' power and higher wages and thus lower Pro-Ts. More recently, Peter Gowan wanted to break with the orthodoxy that claimed it was the real economy actors that caused the crisis. The orthodoxy purportedly argued and argues that the changes in the financial system that caused the speculative bubble were, in their turn, caused by the need to reduce the share of labor in the national income. 9. Yet he neither specified what the orthodoxy was nor argues why it should be abandoned. To the contrary, for the Monthly Review School, the long-term wage reduction is also a consequence rather than the cause of depression. Stagnation in the 1970s led capital to launch an accelerated class war against workers to raise Pro-Ts by pushing labor costs down. The result was decades of increasing inequality. However, in contrast to the present approach, stagnation is seen as the normal state of the monopoly capitalist economy. Barring special historical factors and the post-World War II, stagnation is the manifestation of the petering out of the temporary historical factors that had caused the prosperity of the 1950s and 1960s. The authors, following the works of Paul Baran, Paul Sweezy, and Harry Magdoff, Identify these historical factors as